So the paper, the second postulate. Okay, copy. I'm gonna paste it in the side chat, and you can share it if it's not too difficult. Please share it so I can go over it because I can't share my screen because I'm streaming. Um, can you hear me?
I'm looking, yeah.
Wait, can you share it? Can you share your screen so that I can explain it to you? Omnivore.
I'm
You
hang
wanna?
on.
Okay, you wanna read it with? Okay, you go ahead. Oh, you're sharing. Okay.
So the rubber ducky's clock is inside the rubber ducky.
Yes, the
And
rub.
what is the bottom? What is the bottom? What is
That
this?
that's going to be explained in the next. This okay. So the bottom
I'm
is
asking you what this is.
yeah. This is the tick detector and the talk emitter, and the top
What's the
is
talk emitter?
the top. No, the top is the tick emitter and the talk detector.
Is this the talk detector?
That's the tick detector because the tick starts on the top and is detected by the bottom. The tick is emitted. You will see. We'll go through the slides, but it's going to be ping from the top and pong from the bottom. Tick from the top, and talk from the
Okay,
bottom.
so the wave is initiated from inside the rubber duck.
Yeah, everything is inside. Nothing ever leaves the rubber duck. There's no external observers. The rubber duck is alone. The rubber duck is always going to measure the speed of light or the speed of the water waves.
So
Hmm.
why I mean, why are we setting it up that way? Usually when I have an event happening, like a wave hitting me,
Hmm.
it's coming from an external source to me.
No, like when you measure the speed of light,
Yes.
when you wait, I heard you. Let me respond.
Well, you said no.
Well, then you said yes. What's the point of saying yes after you just express your opinion? I'm expressing mine. I'm explaining mine. All you're doing when you say no, you've already expressed that you disagree. So I'm explaining mine. You're saying no. You're not explaining. You've already said your position. So there's no point in now me saying yes and you saying no, like in preschool. Well, although we could do that, and I guess that would be also a fascinating discussion. Nevertheless, so the way you conduct the experiment of the speed of light, whether it's an interferometer or it's the detection of the speed of light, you are doing it inside your lab. You're always inside your lab. The distances are known. It's not that the lab is moving and you're stationary and the lab and you are different frames of reference. You and the lab are in the same frame of reference. You're in the same frame.
What if I'm bouncing a radio signal off the moon?
Usually that's not how you detect the speed of light. That's like once you know the speed of light and then you want to discover based on that the distance to the moon. Yeah, that makes sense. But usually you wouldn't like you want only one unknown. Anyway,
So
usually
why
Well, you cannot know the speed of light.
right.
You can measure the distance to the moon on the based on the laser shooting to the moon, and then you could time the amount of time it takes to get back and get an estimate of the speed of light, and then you'd have the speed of light.
All right. So let me make sure that I understand what we're setting up here. So we don't need a rubber ducky. The green line, the green square or rectangle is a lab. Yeah.
Yeah, but you right now you want a rubber ducky. You want to move it around the water. You want to
Well, but
play.
everything's going to move together. Everything is going to move together because I have this thing,
No,
this.
No, no, but this is a rubber ducky. This is a you can call it whatever you want, but it's some device that floats on the water in the bathtub.
Okay,
Y-
but it's got this thing inside of it
Yes.
that is emitting like a sound wave.
Well, it's water. We're doing this with water waves so that we
Well,
can this, so that
so
when
so it's
Mhm.
it's something that's thumping into the water to make water waves.
Exactly,
All right,
The
exactly.
but none of
problem
this
with
is
this is that a wave travels way slower than the speed of light. So you're not really measuring the speed of light. You're measuring the speed of the wave.
well. What he's setting up a thought experiment where I have this rubber duck. It's floating in some kind of medium.
Water,
This sure this thing punches out of the bottom and creates ripples
just one
that
ripple.
is then
That's just one ripple that it expands in time, but it's just one ripple,
okay,
preferably.
it creates a ripple that is then received by the other end. So of course, wherever the rubber duck goes, it will be moving with it'll be moving with the ripple creator. So why do we think that
Well, let's finish. Let's go through the next episode, to the next slide.
okay?
But I'm failing to understand the correlation between the speed of light and the speed of the wave, because
Well,
that's
Just
what you're
go
measuring.
just go with it. He's
Yeah,
trying to show
yeah.
that
For
that this in this case we're not measuring the speed of light. We're measuring the speed of the wave.
the speed
Right.
of
So
we're
The speed
measuring.
of the wave is significantly less than the speed of
doesn't
light.
matter. We're not measuring the speed of light. Forget about the speed of light.
Yeah, this is just
But that's what the second postulate
Yeah,
is.
I understand, Lyle, but so what he's got an experiment here that he's trying to say is analogous to the speed of light, not a way of measuring the speed of light.
right.
So in this case, we're measuring the speed of this wave, but it doesn't matter what but he's claiming that it doesn't matter what the velocity of the rubber duck is because is the water moving in this case?
No, no, no. The
Is
rubber.
there any flow?
No,
Is there any flow in the water?
no. It's a bathtub. This is a
Okay,
normal
so it's
bathtub, a normal rubber ducky.
well,
Right
rubber
now,
duckies generally don't have things that thump into the water to create a wave, so it's
right.
not a
This
normal
is
rubber duck.
it's not a normal. But my point in this paper is to help people build this new toy that will help little babies
Mm-hmm.
understand time dilation
Mm-hmm.
when they're 1 day old.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay,
now
so
we're switching to episode 2. Until now, we were in episode 1. All the slides dealt with stationary relative to the water. But
right. So
but you, did you see how the wave reaches the detector? Did you notice that? Just want to make sure, right? You saw that it, because I didn't notice if you noticed that. Like, can you go back to 1.7 or 1.6?
Mhm.
There it is, 1.7. So it's a right. This is already the bottom. This is the response. That's not so important. Let's go up to 1.5 maybe. Yeah, 1.5.
Mhm.
This is the most important one. So at time t equals 1, there was the initiation of the tick wave. At t equals 2, it was expanding. And at t equals 5, it finally reached the tick detector. Okay,
Mhm.
so that's the most important thing. Now let's go to 2.1. So,
Mhm.
or 2.2. So in 2.2, we're moving. The duck is moving, the rubber ducky is moving and initiating a tick wave as before. And in 2.3, this is what we see, what we appreciate in 2.3. That's time dilation. But the duck is not aware that its time is dilated, that its clock is retarded. And the duck will never become aware of this
Okay.
because This clock
Yeah,
is also
yeah.
the duck's consciousness. Everything in the duck is the clock.
I understand your theory here.
Okay. So, but what we're seeing, the faster the duck moves through the water, the slower the tick tocking.
Hmm.
And if the rubber duck moves fast enough, then time stops
Hmm.
for the rubber ducky, and when it slows down, time continues. But the point is that the rubber ducky is always right. It's tick. Imagine it's a meter stick. No, no, you don't have to go to the next slide. No, no, keep. Let's stay at that same slide.
Hmm. So I don't see.
Hmm.
So I don't see why this is not compelling to me in the
We
sense that I think you want it to be.
well,
There's a few reasons for that.
we didn't finish. This 2.4 is the punchline. 2.4
Hmm.
is the conclusion or the calculation. So velocity is equal to distance divided by time. So the rubber ducky knows the distance between the emitter and the receiver, the emitter and the detector. It knows that, right? That never changes. And it's
Hmm.
measuring how many ticks it takes for the wave to traverse from the emitter to the
Yes.
receiver, which
Yes. Yeah.
happens to be one tick.
Right.
So
So if we have, I mean, we already know this because if we have a laser or a photon bouncing back and forth between two uh,
no, no, no,
mirrors,
no, 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 no.
just listen to me,
Hmm.
and we are moving the contraption. Yes, this is what we will see.
Okay, I'm not discussing that right now. We're discussing the postulate of the constant speed of light. So I'm showing here that the rubber ducky always measures a constant speed of water surface waves. The rubber ducky will never measure any different velocity, whether it's standing still, moving fast, faster than the waves.
Because the only way that it has to measure is by the tick in the top.
Right, and the
So
light.
it doesn't matter. So it could take a million years between the tick and the
Exactly,
top,
exactly,
and it will never measure a difference.
exactly.
Yep.
And this
I
explains mechanically. w-
Okay, it doesn't.
Wait, so 1 second.
Go
So
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
if we assume that we are submerged or immersed in this fluid,
Hmm.
that all particles are really just waves in this fluid and they're all waving at the same velocity at some speed of light,
Hmm. Hmm.
then, right, when you take a meter stick and you let light, when you do the experiment to detect the speed of light, you're always going to measure the same speed. It doesn't matter whether you're moving through the ether one way, standing still through the ether, flying through it. It doesn't matter. You're always going to measure a constant speed of light. It's the same number.
Unless I have other observers.
Well, you're always going to measure. It doesn't matter what you do in your lab. When you measure with your equipment the speed of
I
light,
can have I can have other observers in the lab.
but no, as long as everybody is in the same frame of reference, it's you. It's you
Right.
in.
So if you
So,
have people in other frames of reference,
well, no, okay, but every experiment that we ever conducted to discover the speed of light is people and their equipment were stationary. No one ever moved in reference to the equipment. Everybody's always stationary in reference to the equipment, and the equipment is stationary in reference to the lab. Everything is in one.
Incorrect.
In every experiment,
yeah,
everything
that's
is.
not correct.
Incorrect.
Okay, which experiment are we discussing?
GPS satellites perform light speed of light checks effectively, and they're in constant motion relative to the receiver.
Okay,
So you're just incorrect on that.
well, okay, let's go first back to 1905. Let's assume that I don't want to confuse the like add I'm not familiar with that experiment. I'm familiar with the normal way that people detected the speed of light, and no matter what, they always discovered it's a constant speed. As long as everybody was in one frame of reference, they always got a constant speed, and no one could explain it. So
No, that's not accurate.
go wait.
So
Mm-hmm.
let me tell you what I think you said that's not accurate.
Mm-hmm.
You said as long as they're all in one frame of reference. No, the point is that it is constant between frames of reference.
That means you're moving. Something is moving. Like something is moving with respect to something else. I'm not familiar. Like as far as I know, there is one way that people discover the speed of light. Basically, they pass light
The
through this. Anyway, like I've seen YouTube videos. It doesn't matter. Like everybody is in one frame of reference. This experiment of finding out the speed of light is always in one frame of reference. No one is ever moving in reference, at least until 1905. No one was moving, as far as I know. It was a simple experiment. Same thing with the interferometer. No one is moving in reference to the interferometer. It's not like, or the interferometer is not moving in reference to the lab. Everything is stationary. As long as everything is stationary, then this experiment with the rubber ducky suggests that the speed of light is always measured as a constant. And
Stationary with respect to what?
if everything is in one frame of reference, stationary in reference to the frame of reference. Like if your lab, if your equipment and everything and you are all in one place where you're not moving in reference to each other, that's one frame of reference. So
No,
by
that's just that's an inertial frame of reference. An inertial frame of reference has no statement about motion. The only way to quantify motion of an inertial frame of reference is in respect to some other frame of reference.
okay, let me just ask you: do you understand why the rubber ducky always measures a constant speed of water waves? Do you accept that the rubber ducky?
because it has no other clock, there is no other observer. It cannot transmit information from any other frame of reference, and because the emitter is inside the duck, meaning that it has to move. It only moves in reference to the duck's motion.
So do you? I'm sorry, I have to ask you again. So do you agree or disagree that the duck always measures a constant speed of water waves, regardless of its motion through the water? Do you agree?
Under certain conditions, yes. Under the conditions that you specified,
What do you
yeah,
mean?
I think that it.
What do you mean?
Well, it can't actually tell. It has no way of timing. It has no other method of timing the distance, so it's not actually from an outside observer. It's not actually encountering the same speed. That's just the effect because it has no other means of receiving information. Also, the water in the tub has to be completely still
No,
for this.
no, that's not true. I didn't say that the water in the tub is still. It could be. It doesn't matter. The point is, the rubber ducky first conducted the experiment. We know that it conducted it as it was still, but then it moved. The rubber ducky will always measure a constant speed of water surface waves. Like if we
Because it
had,
has no other reference point. It
All
cannot
all
receive.
all Mr. Slave has done here is constructed a really shitty version of the light clock thought experiment that Einstein already talked about 100 years ago. That's all you've done here, Mr. Slave, and you just messed up your reference frames. You didn't quantify your variables, you didn't parameterize your experiment, and now you're basically just tying yourself up in knots, thinking that you have solved or discovered something really profound. You haven't.
I got to step away for a minute.
Yeah, you haven't discovered anything. All you've done is the light clock experiment. That's all you've done here.
wait, do you
And you
agree?
and
Do you
and
agree?
again,
Wait,
you are
do you agree or disagree that the rubber ducky will measure a constant speed of water surface
Your
waves.
experiment here is not even parameterized
Wait,
correctly.
wait.
You have no discussion. You have no quantifiable equations. You have no measurements. No nothing.
Wait, can you just answer the question?
I already did. Your experiment is poorly formed. It
So
doesn't show anything.
just answer the question.
I already did. It doesn't show anything.
Well,
Your experiment
yes
is
or
poorly
no?
formed.
Yes or no?
Your experiment is poorly formed. Which part of my words do you not understand?
So, okay. So, do you understand my question?
Yes, I do. I know what you're trying to do. I'm telling you, you're doing it fundamentally wrong. You should look into what's called a light clock. That is exactly what explains the gamma factor in special relativity, and it arrives at fundamentally, well, basically the gamma factor, and length contraction and time dilation are two consequences of it.
Yeah, but I'm proving here the second postulate on which the gamma factor is based. So we're before the gamma factor. We're before time dilation. We're just at the constancy of the speed of light, the second postulate on which Einstein's theory is based. This is just a postulate. I'm just showing that what Einstein postulated, it actually pops right out of the ether assumption. Do you understand?
I already gave you the answer. How many times do I have to give you the answer?
No, what you just said, I just you said something. I responded. What do you mean? You said something about the gamma factor, and
Then our discussion is over.
I don't even know what that means. So you want to disengage from a discussion with me?
I already gave you the answer. You have a poorly formulated light clock experiment here. That's basically what you're trying to say. And you have completely messed up your reference frames.
Do you want to ask me questions?
Not really, no.
So you understand my question?
Yes, I understand your question.
So do you want to answer with a yes or no if you understand the question?
I will answer the question however I see fit.
Okay, so right now you're not answering the question.
Sure. If you want to believe that, if that makes you feel better, go for it.
Well, what do you mean if I want to believe it? What you're saying that you are answering the question? Do you, so you don't want to talk? You don't want to tell me, like, you don't want to discuss it, ask questions, criticize. You just want to keep quiet?
How many more times do I need to give you an answer? You really need to work on your listening comprehension there, buddy. I've already told you multiple times, your entire experiment here is poorly formed. You have poorly defined reference frames. You have non-parameterized parts of the experiment. And now you basically just want to pigeonhole me into a yes or no script of yours. I'm not going to go there. Your entire experiment is poorly formed. So work on refining the experiment until it actually gives a quantitative answer or something that can actually be worked with. Right now, what you have is Just you waffling about stationary, non-stationary. You don't even understand what an inertial reference frame is.
So, do you want to give me constructive criticism?
I told you, look into the light clock experiment.
Yeah. And do what? Tell me what to do. Give me the instructions. What am I missing? What 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 more information do you need? What what's not clear? Like I don't understand what's not clear. If you could explain. Why are you like refusing to divulge information? It's like just tell me, give me constructive criticism. Like there's no one here right now, so you can talk, and I'm listening. You don't want to talk? So there's no chance that you're going to engage in a lively debate.
Dude, some of us have work to do. I gave you a link to read. Go ahead and read.
Right, but special relativity, Einstein is based on a postulate that the speed of light is a constant. So Einstein never proved it. No one ever proved it. I'm the first person ever to propose a proof. So the link you gave me is like read something that assumes what I'm proving. Could you show me somebody else who even tried to prove that the speed of light is a constant? Has anyone besides me ever tackled Einstein's second postulate? All right. So you don't want to engage in a conversation. Hey, is anybody here? Hello? Nobody's here? Oh my god. Let me ask Omnivore when he comes back. Yeah, Totoro is a very nasty guy. Hmm. Okay, let me leave a message. Oh, there's Omnivore. Hey, Omnivore, you back? Is he back? All right, never mind. All right. Yeah, very sad state of affairs. You try to have a discussion with people. It's a terrible discussion, unfortunately. So this is an actual discussion about length contraction, about what is actually causing length contraction. So this is based on um, right. So the way length contraction works is that there is an event. An event happens in the beginning. These two coordinate systems are co-joined at the origin. They're completely one and the same. And then an event happens. There is an explosion at 0, 0. Both is in the reference of S and S prime because originally it's the same reference. It's the same frame of reference. And then S prime starts moving to the right. As soon as the explosion goes off, S prime starts moving to the right. Is that what happens? Or does it happen at T equals T? Let me see. Okay, let's listen to this. So he's going to assume that the speed of light is a constant. That's the assumption. Because the speed of light is a constant, he's going to derive the Lorentz transformations, which never assumed the speed of light is a constant. They assumed that that the interferometer experiment always fails, and that the interferometer always gives a null result because of the ether. But let's listen to what he says.
Let's imagine that we have two inertial frames of reference. So in this case, I have taken two rectangular Cartesian coordinate frames of reference, and I've named them S and S dash. So one has the coordinates x, y, z, x minus v, t. The other has the coordinate x dash, y dash, z dash.
So the way I approach problems in the world, like, I think I'm a little bit different than most people. Most people would, listen to a lecture, understand it, maybe be able to repeat it, maybe even be able to teach it. I'm not like that. I'm like, let's listen to this again and again and again from different people because something always bothered me. Something always bothered me about special relativity. Obviously, right? When you listen to actual science philosophers, they actually express this incompleteness. This is a weird theory. It's like, what is going on? It's like a mathematical theory. It's not really a theory. It has nothing to do with moving parts. There's no moving parts. There is no scientific theory behind what's causing all this. It's just an assumption. Let's assume some weird law of nature that makes no sense. The time is dilated in relative frames, the length is contracted in relative frames. Why? What's the mechanism that causes this weirdness? Like when you ask people, they tell you, yeah, it's because the universe wants to avoid paradoxes. It's like, so the universe is like alive. It's this intelligent creature that wants to avoid it, therefore created all these weird, what? Nothing makes sense.
And for the sake of simplicity, I've taken it in such a manner so that x, y, z axis are parallel to x dash, y dash, and z dash axes.
Yeah, he doesn't need z and y, but I think Einstein included z and y and z prime and y prime, so he did too, just to be Einstein complete.
respectively. And also, the s dash frame of reference is moving with a certain constant velocity v in the
He wants to be clear that if the motion is in x, then z and y don't experience any dilation.
x-axis only. There is no motion happening in the y and the y-dash axis. Okay. Now, a frame of reference is any kind of place from which you're making a measurement. So, for example, if you're standing on the ground and you're looking at some kind of physical event, that ground is going to be your frame of reference. If you're traveling inside a train and you're looking outside at some physical event, your train is going to be your frame of reference. And what do we mean by physical event? Anything that happens at any given point in space and time. So, for example, the explosion of a firecracker, or the collision of two balls. If I drop a ball, it falls to the ground, or the switching off, going off a light bulb. They can all represent different kind of physical events. So, in this case, if there are two observers, let's suppose on both these two frames of reference, there is one observer in the s frame of reference and there's another observer in the s dash frame of reference, and they both look at some common physical event taking place, then their measurements of the distances or the time of that physical event is not necessarily going to be the same, but they are going to be related to each other by a simple, very simple transformation equation, which is simply given by, in this particular case, x. So for s, you're going to have x, y, z, and time as the coordinates of the physical event, and for s dash, you're going to have x dash, y dash, z dash, and t dash as the coordinates of the physical event from this person's perspective. So the transformation that exists between s and s dash is given by x dash is equal to x minus vt, y dash is equal to y because there's no motion
So,
taking place along y-axis, z dash.
so what is he saying? He's saying this is this is not so simple. Wait, what's going on? Hey, omnivore,
Mm-hmm.
you want to continue?
Not right this second.
Okay. Oh, Amber is here. No, Amber, I'd rather not talk about me. Like, if they want to talk behind my back, if that's if that's what they want to make of their lives, I'm not gonna stop them. But I don't want to talk about me. I'd rather talk about this universe. I'm really curious to find out this the phenomenon, like who, like, because what I discovered yesterday is that possibly there was never a debate between Einstein and Lorentz. So everyone thinks there is a disagreement between Lorentz and Einstein. I think Einstein and Lorentz thought there's a disagreement between them. But I think they're both correct. They both derived the same set of equations. Einstein derived it ignoring the ether, and Lorentz derived the same equations assuming the ether. And they got the same transformation equations, which is bizarre. So we know these transformations are correct. Wait, you left? I was talking to you, Amber. Hamburger. Oh my god, where is she? I'm talking to you. Okay. Come, baby, baby, come, baby, baby, come. Yeah, you gotta give me some, yeah, you gotta give me some. You gotta give me some, yeah, you gotta give me some. So, all right, so what he is saying is that if we're given the, like, some event, this is, right, there is some event, he didn't mention that there is some event or some location that is over here in the x prime coordinates, let's say. And he wants to, he's wondering, this place, what does the other coordinate system, what does it know about it? Where is that? So we know that this coordinate system, this frame of reference, is moving at v to the right. So the left coordinate system, this is the way Lenny Susskind explains it, which is, I think, much clearer. So there's the event, some event takes place here in the x prime location, within x prime's frame of reference, but it's also within x frame of reference, s frame of reference. So s refers to it, right? So this location that, what s prime calls x prime, what would s call it? Well, it would call it not x prime, but x. Am I right? So this distance x, right, it's moving along with, or this place x prime. So x prime is moving. Well, that's the point. X prime is moving to the right. No. Hey. Hey, what's up? You weren't having fun? Yeah, because no. Okay.
Fuck are you saying that for? Like, why are you making a distinction between like Jesus as an adult man as opposed to just Jesus?
Wait,
I don't know. It's like
what did he call him? What did he call him? Man.
he keeps saying the man Christ Jesus instead of just saying Jesus Christ. He's like the man Christ Jesus. It's like when you go on wish.com and something has like a really weird long description, like boots, blue, rain, rubber, excellent. Like, that's exactly what it's like.
Okay, I mean, yeah, you can understand them, you know. Okay, I got. Okay, and so you weren't having fun? It wasn't fun?
Oh, the physics thing? No, it's not fun. The only thing that's fun for me is when you have fights with people, because then that's kind of universal. But like, I can't just sit in a physics chat and like know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. So you want me to do?
Like, I can only.
You
Yeah,
want
I want you to challenge these people on their opinions of you, because you asked me to find out why people don't like debating with you, and then as soon as I walk into the chat, everyone is talking about why they don't like debating with you. So
Right.
I'd rather you just ask them, like when there's an opportunity, or you could have told me to ask them.
Yeah, you can. Sure. Let's
But
go.
don't come in there and be like, I don't care, because then they'll just be fucking annoying, and they think I'm your girlfriend anyway, which I don't know if I appreciate that or not, but it probably works in this context.
It's whatever. Let's go back. Let's go into their server and try to talk to them. See what like.
Okay.
All right, let's go. Hey, is anybody available for a discussion with me about anything? Does anybody want to talk to me?
Stefan, are you there?
Wait, Stefan? Stefan was talking about me?
It was either Stefan or Omnivore.
That's probably Totoro and Omnivore. Omnivore is not so bad. Omnivore is like, he's the person that engages with me the most on this server. Totoro obviously hates my guts. And Stefan, I don't think I ever exchanged any ideas with Stefan or anyone else that's here right now. Anyway, so yeah, they don't want to talk. It's okay. I don't want to like get anyone upset. If they don't want to talk, it's fine.
I got something I'm working on. So
That's cool. Okay, Amber, you want to go back to my server?
I guess so.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's get back to my.
No, I'm gonna say it to your face, I guess.
It's fine. It's fine. They've said enough to my face that I'm already blue in the face from what they said. It's fine.
All right.
Yeah, go
He's
back
just
to your little
listening.
hug box and cry some more.
Oh
Just
wait,
You
don't
could
have
just give
time
a
for
valid
your.
criticism. Like,
I
if he
I already
doesn't.
gave him multiple times valid criticisms. He keeps trying to pigeonhole me into a yes and no. I I really don't know how to talk to him more clearly than read up on what's been done before. I mean, literally,
Why
whatever,
not just say no then if you don't agree?
it's not a yes or no question. The problem is that he misunderstands how to actually conduct an experiment or how to even design or parameterize something. So it's not a yes or no, it's you're not asking the question correctly. It's like asking me what the volume of blue is. It's a nonsensical question because it wasn't asked correctly.
What was the actual question?
The way to structure the experiment is the correct way to do it. He needs to define what an inertial frame is, which frame what is in, what he's actually trying to measure. He needs to give, relations to the actual stuff that he's talking about. He has a poorly defined frame of the ducky, a poorly defined frame of the water or of the pool. He says the ducky is at rest and the pool's moving, or he basically is all over the place. There's no consistent through line to his reasoning. And I would expect a whole hell of a lot more mathematics in there than just definition of what's speed, distance over time. Wow, we didn't know that already. Great.
Amber, do you have any further questions?
I mean, I suppose not.
Okay. I mean, do you believe him?
I know what arguing with you can be like. So I understand like a frustration level, but like if I don't know exactly what the question is, I can't rule it out as nonsensical.
I mean, I mean,
He also has some very warped understanding of what experiments have been done and what have not been done. Statements like nobody has ever done a speed of light measurement in motion. Are you kidding me? Of course it's been done. Well, in fact, if you properly define it, it's only in the lab frame. Well, the lab's moving around the sun, so therefore it's been done in motion. So, I mean, that's the thing, is he doesn't even begin to understand what motion is, how it's defined in physics, what an inertial frame is, what it means for a frame to be in motion with respect to something else. So if you don't have even the basis of understanding what's been done before, then obviously the questions are going to be nonsensically asked. That's not to say, by the way, that he's stupid. He's not. He's just ignorant right now of what's been done before. But he's actually quite a smart kid. At least it appears to be.
Well, you know he's like older than you, right?
He is. Well, in that case, good on him.
Like
How old am I then? If you know
Mr.
he's
Slave
older
is
than me.
not Mr. Slave is not in his early, 30s or late 20s. So
Good stuff. Neither am I, by the way.
what are you, like 40 something?
Something like that, yeah.
So you guys are on an even playing field.
Aren't what?
You guys are about the same then.
Oh, good stuff. Well, in that case, his reasoning needs to be a little worked on because he sounds a lot younger, I would say. But I mean, immature. But then again, I've talked to flat earthers, which are mentally 5-year-olds in the bodies of adults. So he's definitely above, head and shoulders above those guys.
I must say I agree when you mentioned that you should go and read up what has been done, because there's plenty of stuff that has been done, but it seems like he doesn't care, or is he just ignorant about it?
I think he's just ignorant. I mean, I don't know if he doesn't care. He kind of puts the cart before the horse. He says that he's read Einstein's special relativity, but when asked about any kind of derivation, any kind of mathematics that has been done in that paper, which is not hard to do, he says he hasn't done that. Okay, so you basically have not read the paper, so you've not actually studied it, and that's
read the
not
text.
He probably has read the first few pages, because after about 2 pages, the mathematics start, and that's when the going gets tough for somebody who can't. Well, it hasn't been willing to do math. I'm not going to say he can't do math. There are people in here who can't do math, but I don't think Mr. Slave is one of them. He actually probably can, just hasn't.
I think so.
Forced himself to do so.
Well, I struggle a bit with the math myself, because I haven't used it for many years, because now everything's computerized. But since start listening in, I have to start to brush up. So I started reading up and looking at it again, and it's slowly coming back.
The sort of math that's done in Einstein's paper is not really anything numerical.
No.
Yeah.
No. I think that is also one of the major misconceptions people have about that type of calculations. It's not like 1 and 7 and 9, not at all. It's basically a language.
Look, but the point. Look. So Einstein postulates that the speed of light is constant. I actually don't care about the rest of the paper. The paper is based.
There it is.
Wait, hold on.
Did you leave out Maxwell?
Hold on. Look, Einstein is basing his theory of special relativity on a postulate, on an assumption, namely that the speed of light is a constant. That's where I stop addressing the paper. At this point, I am proposing a proof for what Einstein assumed. So Einstein just assumed, that's it. He assumed the speed of light is a constant, and I can derive that the speed of light is a constant if we assume ether, and I have a proof. So
you have a mathematical proof for the speed of light is constant in ether.
Well, I mean, it's a very, very rudimentary math. You don't need advanced math. It's even simpler than the math in special relativity. It's just distance velocity is defined as distance divided by time. That's all you need to know. Once you know the definition of velocity, the definition of the velocity of a wave, once you understand the limitations of the equipment, so that you create a parallel, an analogy between our universe that is theoretically immersed in the fluid of the ether and the rubber ducky experiment that is floating in a bathtub of water. So that's all you need. That's the preparation for the thought experiment. So
you think you can measure the one way speed of light?
If I think I can
Or
measure.
are you calculating the speed of light
No, no, no.
by velocity,
No, 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 no.
distance over time?
No, 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 no. So Einstein postulated that the speed of light is a constant, meaning he assumed the speed of light is a constant. He proposed, let's assume a weird law of nature, namely that everyone always measures a constant speed of light. So you're in your laboratory measuring the speed of light, you'll get the same result as me flying over your head in a jet. I would get the same result. Somebody flying in the opposite direction on the ISS would get the same result. Everyone measures the same speed of light, no matter how fast we're going relative to each other. We all conduct this experiment in our own frame of reference, in our own laboratory. You conduct the experiment in the frame of reference of your laboratory at home. I conduct this experiment in my own frame of reference on my jet flying over your head. And Amber is conducting the experiment in her frame of reference in the ISS. So each and every one of us, it lives within their own bubble, but each bubble is flying whichever way fast relative to each other. Of course, the Earth is flying in one direction, and you could place someone on the other side of the universe on an opposite galaxy, they're flying apart at the speed of light, and everybody performs the same experiment. Everybody performs it in their own frame of reference. Everybody feels stationary. A person on a train feels stationary. It doesn't matter if the train is moving or stationary. They feel stationary. I'm at home. I feel stationary. It doesn't matter if I'm stationary or not, relative to what. Doesn't matter. I feel stationary. I'm in my own frame of reference. So we all conduct the experiment. Einstein postulated we all measure a constant speed of light. So he assumed it, and based on this assumption, he created
Hang on. Before you go on,
Yeah.
I think you should read up about Maxwell's equation and Einstein before you go on further.
Why?
So you don't know the connection between Maxwell's equation and Einstein and the speed of light?
Well, Einstein just postulated. He just assumed.
No, hang on. Please read up
Why?
on Maxwell and Einstein,
Why?
because it will tell you something.
Because Einstein didn't just assume it out of the blue.
Nope.
He did not just say, he didn't just say, I would like this to be the case. He had good reasons to postulate it.
Well, he didn't give any reasons.
Yes, exactly.
Well, he didn't. He gave no reason.
He did. You just didn't understand. You just didn't understand it.
He says here that light is always propagated in empty space with a definite velocity c, which is independent of the state of motion of the emitting body. I mean, we can read the whole sentence. It's a very long sentence. So we will raise this conjecture called the principle of relativity. He's talking about Maxwell's equations to the status of a postulate. Whatever that means. That's the first postulate. And also introduce another postulate which is only apparently irreconcilable with the former, namely that light is always propagated in empty space with a definite velocity c, which is independent of the state of motion of the emitting body. These two postulates suffice for the attainment of a simple and consistent theory of the blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so he just postulated.
You want me? Yeah, hang on. I'll read you a tiny quote. Einstein realized that Maxwell's equation not only predicted electromagnetic waves would move at the speed of light, but also that the speed of light would be constant. And constant in a subtle way that eluded everyone before him, including Maxwell. Again, you're wrong.
I just read to you Einstein. I read to you.
Again, you are wrong claiming that Einstein just made the speed of light like a postulate. He based it on Maxwell's equations.
Well, he didn't say Maxwell proves the speed of light is a constant. Einstein
based his speed of light on Maxwell. Read up on it and then come back.
I'm reading to you literally from Einstein's paper. I just read to you literally what Einstein said.
Let me ask you this. Did or did not Einstein use Maxwell's equation for the speed of light?
I'm not sure what you mean. I read to you.
Of course you are. Of course you are.
I read to you.
Did it say anything about how Einstein came to the realization that the speed of light was constant?
Yeah, I mean, I could start from the beginning of the paragraph. So he says.
Okay, go again.
Okay, so he says examples of this sort. So in the first paragraph, he's discussing the problems with moving magnets relative to wires and wires relative to magnets. There's like a asymmetry there. And he says examples of this sort, together with the unsuccessful attempts to discover any motion of the Earth relatively to the light medium, quote unquote. He's referring to the ether, the luminiferous ether. Suggests that the phenomena of electrodynamics as well as mechanics possess no properties corresponding to the idea of absolute rest. Okay. They suggest rather that, as has already been shown to the first order of small quantities, the same laws of electrodynamics and optics will be valid for all frames of reference for which the equations of mechanics hold good.
Yep.
But what? Yep, what?
And what was he referring to?
Equations of mechanics? What?
And electrodynamics, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. What? Yep, what? You said yep. What are you referring to? I'm not disagreeing with any.
Electrodynamics.
What?
Electrodynamics.
Okay. What? So, like, say a complete sentence. What do you mean, yup? I don't know what you mean by yup. Like, what do you want to say?
I just said electromagnetic dynamics.
What?
Electromagnetic dynamics. You mentioned it yourself. You read
electrodynamics specifically.
Yeah, electrodynamics. Yes.
What about it? Well, say a complete sentence. I can agree or disagree. Say a complete sentence in English. You're saying yeah?
No, I'm just trying to get your mind to think about what we mentioned so far.
I'm reading
in relation to that statement.
What? Just say it. I don't like you keep talking in hints.
No.
What? No, you don't want to tell me what?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Because I want you to read up on it.
About what? I'm listening. Are you going to talk? You said yep, then electrodynamics. Then I wanted to read up about it. What again? Yep. You want to say something?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
What does Einstein mean when he's talking about that he can derive a set of laws of electrodynamics and optics for all reference frames, and especially reference frames for which the equations of mechanics hold good. What is that part talking about? He talks a little bit in antiquated language, but if you read up a little bit on the background that led him to this development in somewhat more modern language, you would understand what he's talking about. It's an old way of saying inertial reference frame. And what he's talking about is that in order to construct a theory of a unifying theory, basically, that explains how you can get the laws of electrodynamics to be the same in all inertial reference frames, where electrodynamics is primarily referring to Maxwell's electrodynamics, he has to do some work that is special relativity. And out of that, you get things like length contraction and time dilation. But as a prerequisite, or rather, as a it's really a consequence of Maxwell's electrodynamics, is that the speed of light that will be measured in all inertial reference frames will be constant, will be the same speed. So it's not a presupposition that just pulled out of thin air that what if speed of light is the same for everybody. He's saying that Maxwell's electrodynamics, in order to be true in all inertial reference frames, near as we can tell, that is the case. And Maxwell's equations have a direct consequence of the speed of light being constant. Then what follows from that is length contraction, time dilation, and all the other special relativistic effects. So that's a way to reconcile the constant speed of light, which falls out of Maxwell's equations, with the fact that they are the same for all inertial observers, or the same in all inertial reference frames. And since you've never probably ever had a look at Maxwell's equations, you don't know how to actually derive the speed of light from them, you would not understand that it is a fundamental consequence of them.
But
You just explain it beautifully.
yeah, but everything.
And that was my point. You can't leave Maxwell out of the equation. And you are claiming that Einstein just made a postulate, like he pulled it out of his ass.
Okay, but Einstein says we will raise this conjecture to the status.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, hang on. Did you understand what was said? And the relationship between Maxwell's equations and Einstein.
Look, Einstein says we will raise this conjecture.
And he goes back to his script.
Yeah, back to the same.
Look, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I'm reading directly from Einstein.
Could you? Yeah. What was just mentioned was that you should look into Maxwell's equation, and how that ties into Einstein's relativity.
Yeah, Einstein.
I have a great course on differential calculus for you if you want. It's about 30 episodes. By about episode 10, he derives the constant speed of light out of Maxwell. So it's only about, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours of learning before you get to the actual proof that the speed of light is constant from Maxwell's equations.
Then why does Einstein propose it as a postulate?
Because he has to do one thing, and that is assume that the laws of physics and the laws of electromagnetism are the same everywhere.
Yeah, that's the first postulate.
Right, and that actually does not come out of your ether.
Of course not. Not according to Einstein.
Not according to your ether. There's nothing in there that says, for example, that the strength of electromagnetism or the shape of magnetic fields should be the same for all inertial observers. That is something that we have to basically presuppose, and then we check. We make an assumption. What if this is true? Then we calculate the consequences. Then this would follow, and then we compare it with experiment. That's how we always do physics. You don't seem to understand that. That's because you think that physics should be comprehensible to a little child. Anyway, I gotta get back to work. I've already burned enough time on this.
Well, thanks anyway. You helped me a lot. I know something about the relativity, but not near as much as you do. So thanks.
Dude, I really don't know much either. But I'm glad I could do something at least.
Anyway, so Einstein postulates.
Not again.
Well,
Not again.
well, I didn't get a chance to respond. So Einstein postulates that the laws of mechanics and electrodynamics hold in all frames of reference. That's postulate one. Basically, he extends Galilean relativity, principle of relativity, to electrodynamics as a postulate. He proposes it. He assumes it. He didn't derive it. And the second postulate, he proposes an assumption that the speed of light is a constant. He does not derive either one. Now,
Wait, how could he
let me
like
just
they measured the properties of um, like properties of the constants of electrodynamics, and from that they could derive speed of light. If they have done that on Earth many times,
okay.
and if they get the same properties every time,
Mm-hmm.
that would mean it doesn't change.
Well, empirically.
And it seemed to be a connection between it seemed to be a connection between I don't know how to even say it, but it seemed to be like a connection between electrodynamics and like how we view space, basically. And that's where he got it from. He got it from that equation.
Well, he says
it's not that he didn't guess. Like, had they measured several properties of electrodynamics, like it depended on something, then he, like, obviously it would change it. But they measured the same thing every time.
Well, he postulates that the laws of physics, including mechanics and electrodynamics, are true regardless of any frame of reference. That's postulate one. That's just an assumption he makes.
Yeah.
And postulate,
it's not unreasonable, because classical electromagnetism also have the same C calculated every time.
Well, that's the second postulate that he postulates. He just proposes it. Let's assume that. He doesn't derive it. He doesn't prove it. So I'm proving it. I have a proof.
Oh, hang on.
But that's
hang
what
on.
you get. That's what you get from the. That's what you do when you have the tests.
Right, but
Right.
you
You make a
empirically,
hypothesis or a postulate, and you check it by experiment.
Yeah. Like, you have to. How are you going to know what you're going to check for if you don't have an hypothesis? You need to know what you're going to check for. That's the hypothesis.
but he
I think
didn't.
one of the first.
But he didn't
Have you heard
derive.
about the Galilean moon experiment regarding speed of light?
Hold on, but he didn't derive.
yeah.
Wait, 1 second. He didn't derive that the speed of light is a constant. He just postulated it. I have a derivation.
Yes, but you could say they didn't measure the speed of light. He calculated the speed of light to be a certain number, so they didn't measure it. So they didn't know 100% sure, but they didn't guess what C was supposed to be. They got it from electromagnetism. They calculated it.
Okay, but he proposed it as a postulate. He didn't say
Yes, because they haven't measured it yet.
by
But
19.
they didn't get their. Did he get the number C, the speed of light? Did he get it out of from his ass, or did they calculate it?
No, he's not talking about the number. He's just saying the speed of light is a constant. Whatever it is, it's a constant for all moving.
Yes, and
But
And what did he
those were
base?
derived from properties of
Yes.
electromagnetism that
He
have been
doesn't say that.
checked many times.
You're contradicting
No, that's
Einstein. Einstein didn't
no.
say.
It's
Now you're making a
because you
bullshit
are
now.
so narrow-minded. You're not able to read up on a complete history of it.
Einstein
You can't leave you can't leave Maxwell out of this.
Einstein didn't derive that the speed of light is a constant for all frames of reference. He didn't derive it. He proposed it
I
as.
know he didn't derive it.
So
I
I
know he
have.
didn't derive
That's
it.
not what we're saying. That's not what we're saying.
But
I.
C was calculated
I'm
out
not.
of
I'm
electrodynamics
not.
without testing it.
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying Einstein's second postulate is that the speed of light is a constant for all moving observers, for all frames of
Yeah.
reference. He postulated it. I have a proof
Yeah.
for it. I have a proof.
Yeah, and
You have a
where did
proof
he
for it.
got that from? He got that from electrodynamics.
It's a postulate. The postulate is not derived.
Yes, I know, but he got it.
Oh God!
But you are so dumb. Like, I don't know what to say.
Fuck
Do you know
me.
the meaning of
How
the
many
word?
times?
got- he-
How many times do we need to repeat it? It was based on electrodynamics by Maxwell.
No, no, no,
Yes.
Yes, read up on the story.
no.
That's where
So,
that's
so
where
why
they got
does
that's what
so
where
why
he
does
got the idea that these things
so why does
need to be
Einstein
tied. But they
so why
he calculated the
so
speed of light
why so
from
why
electrodynamical
so
properties.
so why does Einstein say it's a postulate?
Because they haven't measured the speed of light, they only calculated it. For fuck's sake. Okay?
Postulate, you know what the word postulate means?
Yes, that
What
means
does
they
it
didn't
mean?
know it. They tested
No,
it. They postulated that it was that way,
no,
but they
no.
only calculated the speed of light.
But he's not talking about whatever the number is. He's saying it's whatever the number is, it's a constant, regardless of whether you're moving or
Yes,
not.
and
That's
yes, and that's because when they calculated the properties for electromagnetism, they always get the same number. It didn't change.
of course
So
not.
it was reasonable to think maybe C doesn't change then.
But you can't just say reasonable to think. You have to prove something. I
Yeah,
have to
and
prove.
that's what they did after that.
No,
We're talking about before.
no one ever proved the speed of light is a constant except for me.
They did with the fucking Michelson-Morley tests, among
No,
other.
but no one proved No one proved from first principles that the speed of light is a constant, except for me. I'm the first one.
Oh, so
They
you
did
never
it.
heard about the Galilean moon experiment?
Derivation. No one derived. No one proved from first principles.
How was? Have you heard about the Galilean
That's
moon?
irrelevant. I'm saying
And hang on, and how they were used to calculate the speed of light?
that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You heard of anyone who proved that the speed of light is a constant to all moving observers? You have a proof for that? You have a
That was
mathematical
not
proof?
what I'm saying.
But that is what
I was
I'm
talking
saying.
about the speed
But that's
of
what
light.
I'm
Speed of
saying.
light. Yeah, hang on.
That's what I'm
Hang on.
saying. But that's what I'm saying. You're arguing past
And you
me.
got proof.
You're
And you
arguing.
got proof.
You're
of
not
that.
disagreeing with me. You're not listening to what I'm
So-
saying. I'm not
So
disagreeing
how
Yeah.
did
with
you
you.
prove? So
Okay.
how did you prove that speed of light is the same for every reference frame?
Well, I'm glad you asked. So I'll send you a paper.
Did you take into account like the gravitational redshift of lights coming from like the sun?
Hold on. Oh, the paper is on the side chat. You can look at the side chat. There's a paper that I
on.
wrote.
Hang on. Just need to cross the road here. I'm out walking the dog again.
Amber, are
As
you with
usual.
us?
Yep.
Amber, can you hear me? Oh.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Are you having a good time?
Yeah.
It's all for you.
It's so dumb. You're such a clown, dude.
Wait, who's he simping for right now? What's going on?
Amber, I'm
Such a clown,
simping
dude.
for you.
Oh,
my
that sounds
God.
cringy as fuck.
Oh my God. Anyway, do you want me to help you go through my paper? It's really straightforward. The proof to
Where did you post it? In live stream or general chat?
in the general chat in the live stream VC on the side chat.
You know, his cousin's sister's friend's notebook.
What?
Must be something like that. Who else is the author?
I am the author.
Because I can't see it just now. Okay, I'm out walking my dog.
Okay. Well, so when you're in
Who
front,
are the authors of the paper?
I am the author of the paper.
You are. Oh, have you had the paper reviewed yet?
Sure. I mean, there's already,
You have.
of course.
Where did you send it for peer review?
Where did I send it?
Where did you send it for peer review? Yes.
In this, right over here, in this very place.
Have you put so you have published the paper
I've
and
published
you have
it.
had it peer reviewed?
I've published it. You know, it's available. You have the link, so it's been published, and it's been peer reviewed by now by already a few PhDs in physics. And just yesterday, it's actually there is a video from yesterday. You can watch an hour-long review. We went through basically every slide.
The definition of peer review is, in this case, is a guy who is in the channel with us, who is a PhD working physicist, took a look at it. However, he did not come to a conclusion. I'll put it mildly. He did not come to a conclusion about the correctness of the paper itself.
Well, he had to go, and the video. The video is available.
Yes.
I'll send you a link.
Excuse me. Is that the same one you posted some days ago?
There's a few papers. I don't know.
Oh God. How is a scientific paper set up?
What?
They measured the speed of light in 1638, in 1667, in 1675, in 1729, in 1849, 1862, 1875, 1893, 1907 by Rose and Dorsey, in 1926 by Michelson, the Michelson-Morley dude, and 1950 by Essen and Gordy Smith. 1958, and then they used laser interferometry by Evenson in 1972. And then in modern times, they've done it many times.
Yeah, I'm not.
That's when they have measured the speed of light.
I'm not disagreeing, but no one ever.
Okay, so if they measure the speed of light and they've done it several times,
I'm not disagreeing.
And it never changes.
I'm not disagreeing.
Wouldn't it mean it's maybe constant?
No, you need to prove from first principles. The fact that you have empirical evidence is not equivalent to a theoretical proof. You need
So how would you prove it then?
Well, there is the paper and the video where it was peer reviewed. And
can you explain it?
Yeah, just I can't share. So why don't you open it and share it on your screen, and I'll explain it gladly.
So what measurement was done? Or was it just pure calculations?
It's pure logic. It's a thought experiment.
Pure logic.
Your brain, basically.
Yeah. Okay. So what was the starting premise?
Well, let somebody open it and share it on their screen so you can see it.
Why can't you just tell me? I can't read it now since I'm out walking the dog. So you can tell me.
No. You know what? Let me try. Can you look at your screen as we're talking?
No, it's quite dark and I'm out in the wilderness, so I need to keep my eyes on the ground.
It's going to be very difficult. It's really. Even when I went through the slides with a physicist, it took an hour for him to understand the thought experiment. So it's going to take
A
days.
thought experiment.
Yeah.
So you got a hypothesis.
No, it's a thought. It's a proof.
Ah, I see. A thought experiment is not proof.
It's a mathematical, it's a geometric proof.
Yeah. You were talking about time over distance or something like that.
Yeah, the definition of velocity.
So do you mean like how far light is traveling over a given time?
Yeah. Well, it's not light.
And how? Yeah. Okay. And how do you know the speed?
Well, the thought experiment is in a bathtub. So imagine a bathtub and imagine a rubber ducky floating in the bathtub. And the rubber ducky has a sonar. It has an emitter, a water surface wave emitter, and a water surface wave detector that are a known distance apart. So far, so good.
So a sonar, and you said a wave detector.
Well, it's a wave emitter and a wave detector, and they are a distance L length apart. The distance is known.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So the rubber ducky, the emitter emits a single wave that goes through the water surface until it hits the detector, and the detector detects the incoming wave. So far, so good?
Yeah.
Okay. That we're going to call a single tick, a tick of a clock. Okay?
So what kind of wave is that? Is it like a sonar wave, or is it?
It's a water surface wave. So the emitter
Okay. So it's propagating through the water.
through the water surface. So the emitter.
Okay. Yeah.
So the emitter taps the water surface, creates a 2D propagating. What?
I hate to tell you this, but you can't send a single wave through the surface of the water. It don't happen.
No, it doesn't.
Because what you're describing is an impulse, and an impulse will end up with a wave train. Always does.
It's really not important. So
yes, it is. It is really important.
Well, it's not important for this discussion.
Yes, it is.
No,
because what you're describing is impossible. Therefore, it's important.
No. So fine. I mean, so imagine you send out a pulse of a train of waves and you wait for it to quiet down. And that's considered a tick.
In a bathtub?
Yes.
That's going to take some time. And then what about all the reflections you're going to go? The waves will bounce off all the sides and reflect back.
So imagine
in the end going all over the place.
So imagine an infinite.
So how did you how did you then detect the correct wave?
So imagine it's an infinite bathtub.
So now it's an infinite bathtub, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you send waves.
You send a train of waves, and you wait for the detector to pick up the first signal. And that's a tick.
But are you now equating mechanical waves as propagating through water to electromagnetic waves?
Well, not yet. That's going to be like the last step.
Well, you can't. Yeah, but you can't do that.
Yeah, that's not important right now.
Of course, it's important.
Well, not right now. Let's go through the entire thought
So,
experiment.
so it's a thought experiment.
Yes.
Okay, it's
Goes
like an
back to math
analogy.
and geometry.
It's like an analogy. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Now, so the velocity, so the basically what we just accomplished, or what the rubber ducky just accomplished. So the rubber ducky is now, it sits down to calculate the velocity of water surface waves. So it knows the distance between the emitter and the receiver, the emitter and the detector. It knows the distance, length L, and it knows the number of ticks of a clock that it took the wave to travel from the emitter to the detector, namely a single tick. Therefore, the rubber ducky, has now calculated the velocity of a surface water wave to be L divided by tick, length divided by tick. That's the velocity of a water surface wave. And that is what it writes on its speedometer. So the speedometer of the rubber ducky displays X meters per second. Let's say 1 meters per second. But it's not. So what the rubber ducky calls a second is a single tick of a clock. And what the rubber ducky calls a meter is the distance between the emitter and the detector. So when the rubber ducky now, the speedometer displays 1 meter per second, that's just the distance between the emitter and the detector and a single tick of the clock. So far, so good?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now, the next step is we're going to move the rubber ducky through the water and continue and once more conduct this experiment. So now the rubber ducky is moving at some velocity through the water, but the rubber ducky doesn't know this. The rubber ducky only has an emitter and detector, a water wave emitter and a water wave detector. It doesn't have any other data. It doesn't have any other knowledge of the universe. It only has, it only knows when it pulsates a tick and when it detects an incoming tick. That's all it knows. So far, so good?
Yep.
All right. So now the rubber ducky is moving through the water. And the rubber ducky repeats the experiment and sends a pulse from the emitter towards the detector. Now, the distance between the emitter and the detector, of course, has not changed as far as the rubber ducky is aware. So the distance is the same as before. And as far as the clock,
How can it move? How can it move and the distance is still the same?
it's everything we discussed. The emitter and the detector is inside the body of the rubber ducky. It's built in. Everything we discussed is
Right, okay, inside of it. Yeah, okay.
yeah. So now the rubber ducky is moving through the surface of the water. We're pushing it along. And the rubber ducky conducts the experiment again. It initiates a tick. The tick taps the water, creates a train of waves, and the detector is ready to receive, and the detector detects, and therefore a single tick or a single second has passed as far as the rubber ducky is concerned. And a water surface wave has traversed the distance L between the emitter and the detector. So again, the rubber ducky sitting down to do the velocity calculation. So the distance is the same as before, and the number of seconds, namely a single second, is the same as before. So as the rubber ducky is moving through the water, the speedometer shows again 1 meter per second, just like it did before. And as the rubber
And
ducky
just
moves faster and slower, stops, moves back, up and down, right and left,
Nope.
the speedometer.
Nope.
So you think
What?
this?
Okay. Let's give one question. What would happen to the frequency of the water or the force of the water as the rubber duck is moving?
Excuse me. What
Is
would
this
happen?
water contained? Is the water contained within the rubber duck, or is it
The rubber
not?
ducky. The rubber ducky is a children's. It's a baby's toy. It's
Yeah, I know, but the water surface you send the signal through, is that inside the rubber duck?
It's inside the body. So the bottom of the rubber ducky is actually empty. Instead of the bottom, there is this equipment. We place the clock. The clock is in.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
So the emitter is at the back, and the sensor is at the front of the duck.
Not necessarily. The way I placed it, it doesn't matter. The emitter I placed
Oh,
it.
it does. It does. It does.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well,
Mm-hmm.
not really, but let's for the sake of argument say that the emitter is at the back end of the duck and the detector is at the front.
Mm-hmm.
And this equipment is the water wave.
Mm-hmm.
Is the water also contained within the duck, or is it water which is in the
You can
in
imagine
the bathtub?
the water's in the bathtub, and you can imagine that.
Okay.
You can imagine.
You know what would happen? Yes. So if you move through the water and you send that signal, what would you would the energy of that wave be higher than when it's stationary?
The energy?
The energy of the wave, the wave that the pulsar is creating.
I don't see how that's relevant. I mean, all I'm
Of
asking.
course it is.
Oh, look.
It would though.
Look.
It would. I
Wait.
mean, if
Wait.
of course, if you are moving through the water and you send out a signal, the frequency of that will be shorter than if you were stationary.
Yeah, but my question is, will the speedometer ever change? Will your dog is barking? So will the speedometer?
Yeah,
It's fine. Will this? No, I'm just saying he's barking as I'm talking. So I'll repeat. So
yeah, I'm sorry. We were passing an angry dog.
it's fine. So my question is, will the speedometer on the rubber ducky ever show anything but 1 meter per second?
No, as long as the distance is the same between the emitter and the detector, why should it?
Exactly. So
but if you are
Same
moving,
as Einstein's train experiment, man.
yeah. So but what happened to the frequency or the force of the wave in the water? Would that be stronger as the rubber duck is moving in the same direction as it's sending the signal?
I don't see how.
Or will it be the same as if the duck was stationary in the water?
I don't see how that's relevant. I mean, my question is just
It's
answer.
not?
Well, just answer.
Because we know that objects moving away from us or coming towards us at a high enough speed is red or blue shifted.
Well, let me just ask. Let me just say something. So I'm just asking, will the speedometer ever change from 1 meter per second? Just give me a yes or a no.
Moving through the water?
Yes. Or stationary. The rubber ducky could be stationary.
If it's stationary, if the speed of the signal is the same all the time,
What do you mean?
the time it would take
This is
from the
what
emitter to the detector would be the same. Yeah.
well, it's
If you're defining time as how long it takes to get from the emitter to the receiver, it doesn't matter what you do. You're just changing time.
exactly. So your answer
And it's
is,
completely pointless.
so will the speedometer ever change? Yes, just answer with a yes or no.
Between
Well, it's not a
between
speedometer.
two. No. What
Okay.
what speedometer are you talking about? Are you talking about the time the signal would take from the emitter to the receiver detector?
I said every time the ducky runs the experiment, it then calculates the distance, which is 1 meter between the emitter and the
It
detector.
doesn't calculate the distance, though. That's the problem.
So will the
It doesn't do
speedometer
anything.
ever display anything different than 1 meter per second? Just yes or no.
While it's moving through the water compared to when it's stationary?
Well,
Is that the question?
as sometimes it's stationary, sometimes it's moving fast, slow, back, right, left, far, away, back. As it's moving any which way randomly, as we're pulling it and pushing it and dragging it through the water, slowing down, speeding up, will the speedometer ever display anything different than
It's
1 meter per
not
second?
a
Yes or no?
speedometer, though.
So if it was moving forward, the signal would have to travel further to reach the detector.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Because the detector is moving away from the pulse as it's moving forward.
Right.
So you end up with a longer distance.
Right.
The pulse has to travel before it hits the detector.
Correct. But will the speedometer ever display any other number than 1 meter per second?
no, because of the way you defined it. Because
Yes.
So will the
because you're
speedometer
defining time.
fine?
You're saying that 1 second is however long it takes for the pulse to reach the detector.
Correct.
Yet,
Yeah, I'm not arguing. Obviously, you're
and you're
repeating.
not.
Yeah, you're repeating the setup. I'm not disagreeing.
What's the fucking point?
Well, we'll get to the point. First, I need an answer.
Yeah. So if but hang on. So if the duck was moving forward, and you send the signal, in that time it takes for the pulse to reach the detector, the duck has traveled through water, which means that the distance the pulse has to travel to get to the detector would be longer than if it was stationary.
Correct.
What results would we have then, do you think?
I'm asking.
Would the time be the same? Would it be shorter or would it be longer?
I'm asking you, will the speedometer ever... Well, let me just ask, let me just be clear.
Yeah.
Let me just be clear. So all I'm asking is, will the speedometer ever change its display from 1 meter per second as it was
What
when...
do you mean speedometer? What is the reference frame of the speedometer? Is it the signal going from the... Is it the signal...
The speedometer...
going from the pulsar to the detector? Is that what you call speedometer?
I explained. So every time we run the experiment, the rubber ducky sits down to do the calculation for the velocity, namely distance over time. Now, the distance, as far as the ducky knows, never changes. The length between the emitter and the detector is a constant, let's say 1 meter. It used a meter stick, it never changed. So the distance never changed. And it's using the clock, the tick of the clock, is 1 second. As far as the rubber ducky knows, that's 1 second. So
when it's stationary.
yeah, when it was stationary, we knew it was that the rubber ducky never knows that it's stationary or not. The rubber ducky only has this tick, this device. Anyway,
Yeah, okay. So
as it was
so the rubber duck doesn't know it's moving or not.
correct,
But if it is moving, that pulse through the water will have to travel a longer distance
correct,
to reach the detector than
Correct.
when it's stationary, which means it would take a longer time for the signal to reach the detector.
correct. But what's the answer? Can you figure out the answer?
I just answered you, didn't I?
Oh, I'm sorry. So, will the speedometer ever change its display from 1 meter per second? Yes or no?
If the signal has to travel a further distance at the constant speed, will it take longer?
But
I'm
Stefan,
asking you,
Yeah.
will the display change? So you just answer the question.
Stefan, he's defining the time as how long it takes the pulse to arrive. So if it has to travel further, it just makes time slow down.
I mean, I don't know what his point is.
Because that's what he's just making. He's defining time on the time it takes for the pulse to get from one point to another point, and if it's moving, it doesn't care. It still counts the time as being the same because that's its definition of time.
Ah, I see that. No wonder I'm confused.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
he's trying
exactly.
to say.
So, what's the answer? Will the display ever change from 1 meter per second of the speedometer?
Well, let's say you don't know how long time it takes
Well, the
from the
rubber duck,
emitter.
right? So,
Hang on. You don't know,
what do you mean? I don't know.
and you measure, and you measure
What do you
the time it takes to the detector.
wait? No. The rubber ducky only has the equipment as specified per this thought
Yes,
experiment. So it only
yes, but
has.
water is a very. But hang on, water is a very bad analogy
That's a given. That's
because
I'm asking.
if you are, hang on, it takes 1 second for that signal to go from the emitter to the detector. And let's say at that point, the duck is stationary.
Mm-hmm,
If the duck is moving forward quite fast,
mm-hmm.
yeah, and in 1 second, it would have moved a certain distance through the water,
Mm-hmm.
which means the signal from the emitter has to travel a longer distance
Mm-hmm.
through the water to reach the detector.
Yes.
So you have a constant speed
Mm-hmm.
and a longer distance.
Mm-hmm.
Then would he measure it would take longer to reach the detector?
But notice
Or
that.
would it be the same as the was stationary?
But notice that the definition of time for the ducky is just the ticking of the very detector.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
So what's
If
the
the
answer?
rubber ducky, if the rubber duck is using a clock and counting every second, if the signal has to travel further when moving than stationary, the time will be longer than 1 second.
Right, but
That is the problem with this example using water.
No, hold on. That's given. There's no problem. That is a given. My question is
it?
Well, that's the given. I designed this thought experiment, so that's given. This is my thought experiment, so that's given. It's my hypothetical. Everything is given. But notice, I just want to make sure the rubber ducky has no notion of time. except for the ticking of this clock. When the clock ticks, when a tick is detected, that's the rubber ducky's definition of a second.
Yes. So basically, when it speeds up,
Mm-hmm.
the time for the signal to reach the detector will be longer.
Yeah, but what's the answer? Will the speedometer ever change, or is the speed?
If it's moving, if it's moving through water, it must, because the signal has to travel a longer distance
So
to
will
reach
the
the.
speedometer will
Stefan,
change?
it's how he's defining the time is our problem. He's defining the time as how long it takes a signal to get there. So if the signal takes,
Yeah, but what? Yes, but what he
So-
doesn't realize is
no.
there's a
Everything is a given. There's no what I'm not realizing. I'm asking the question. It's my hypothetical.
it has been answered many times. But what would happen if you have an external
No,
observer?
no. This
So
is
how
my no. It's my thought experiment. What's the answer? Will the speedometer ever change? Yes or no?
For fuck's sake, I've told you 100 times
Okay,
already.
so-
Could you
yeah, so
stop
we've
asking that question?
Yeah, so we've
Jesus
answered
fucking
your
Christ.
thought experiment now. Now we're changing it and we're adjusting and manipulating it. You're no longer in control of all the variables in this thought experiment. Please continue and stop fucking being a bitch.
The answer has been given several times, and it continues on asking and asking and asking.
Wait, so you think the speedometer
Well,
will
that's
change?
his thing, though. He does this thing where he grandstands and he fucking holds the room hostage. So we're gonna move on to changing your hypothetical. All right.
No,
So what if there was an external? No. Stop. The question was, what if there was something external that was doing the measuring? So go ahead and answer that question now. Yes or no, or 100%, or whatever fucking variable you want to put on it. But stop holding us fucking hostage.
No, because once I get the answer, then I move to the
You
analogy.
got the fucking answer already.
Jesus. How many
got the
times
fucking
have
answer.
I said, if the duck is moving
Just give
forward
me a yes or a
through
no.
water,
Yes or no.
through
Yes or no.
so you are unable
Yes or no.
to
Yes
draw a
or no.
conclusion.
You just yes or
You're getting
no.
muted. No, you're getting muted now. All right, go ahead and finish your point.
Jesus Christ.
If he can't draw a conclusion from what I said about if the duck is moving through the water.
All right, that was a waste of time. Wait, you're not here? No, come back. Oh my god. I left because of you. I left for you. Oh my god. What do you mean make it entertaining? Oh. That guy, the other guy was trying to tell him, no, the answer is no, it will not change. And he kept saying, yeah, it's going to change. Oh my god. So he didn't understand the thought experiment. And they want to move on, but he didn't understand. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, whatever. They think I want to grandstand the room.
Final year project for my Bachelor of Engineering degree, I actually wrote software to simulate acoustic propagation in water.
Right.
All right, they want to talk about themselves. What? Dude, you're not smart. Shut up. Oh my god. Okay. Anyway, let's continue with our lives. Wait, what's going on with C-nuts? Let's see if we can find C-nuts. Let's see what's going on with C-nuts. Okay, let's go back to this guy. So he doesn't explain this transformation. What does this mean? So we can convert from this frame of reference. Wait, what is she? Hey, maybe not today. Okay. So we don't have seen us. That's fine. Oh my God. Let's see notifications. Okay, nothing interesting. Okay. So what does this mean? Like an event happens exactly here. So it's x prime. It's it's moving with x prime. According to this guy, it's going to be x minus vt as t, right? As t progresses, it moves to the right. Why shouldn't it grow? Because so maybe the event is here. I guess it's the opposite. The event is in this frame of reference. So it's an x prime. What would no? It's an x. So this guy in x prime, he wants to convert. What would he see? So he would say x prime, this distance to the event, whatever it is. I don't know. I don't know what they mean. Like, what is the? He doesn't show the definition of what is x and what is x prime.
Is equal to z and t dash is equal to t. Now these transformation equations are known as Galilean transformation equations. Okay, they simply give you a relationship between the coordinates of some physical event from two different observers' perspective. If you have seen some of my previous videos on special theory of relativity, you must be familiar with the fact that these Galilean transformation equations are not compatible with the postulates of special theory of relativity. More specifically, the fact that the speed of light is a constant, or the second postulate of STR, which says that the speed of light is a constant in all inertial frames of reference, is something that is not compatible with the Galilean transformations. Also, in two previous videos, I showed how the postulates of special theory of relativity can predict phenomena like length contraction and time dilation. However, the Galilean transformations do not predict any sort of a phenomena. So therefore, when we are dealing with special theory of relativity, we have to sort of get rid of the Galilean transformations because they are not compatible with special relativity, and we have to obtain a new set of transformation equations that exists between x, y, z, t and x dash, y dash, z dash, t dash, which is going to be compatible with the postulates of special relativity and which can also predict the relativistic phenomena like length contraction and time dilation. So in this video, I'm going to simply derive a new set of transformation equations between two different.
Okay, that's useless. Oh, you're not there? Where? Oh. Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Hi. They ended up muting me on the server because that guy, I kept asking him and he kept giving me the wrong answer about the duck in the water. So, and the other guy was trying to tell him, no, you're not understanding. And I was trying to tell him, look, you're not understanding the duck in the water. And it was hopeless. And everybody kept getting upset. They said, he gave you an answer. Let's move on. But he gave the wrong answer. I can't move on. My proof depends on you getting it right, not getting it wrong. I was assuming you're not a complete dummy dum-dum. Anyway. How are you? Wait, I thought you said you wanna do shrooms.
I'm like on them right now. I'm having some hummus.
You having hummus with the shrooms?
I took them already, so this is like a snack.
Are you seeing shapes?
No, that's not an all the time thing.
My God, I took shrooms and I was seeing these geometrical shapes. Jesus, it's really
That's a
amazing.
lot more of like a higher dose thing.
Well, I was on an empty stomach, and I was given like half a chocolate bar of shrooms.
Yeah.
And I was for hours. It was so like basically, I wouldn't say terrifying, but I couldn't wait for it to be over. I didn't enjoy it except for I saw the shapes that everybody's always talking about. So I saw the geometric shapes, and I saw it firsthand, which is like once in a lifetime to witness the shapes is nice. And then I realized
You can get it more if you're in like just a really dark environment. Like it's better like outside at night or like just in a really dark room.
Uh,
Or things with like backlighting tend to respond because like there's some movement in the lighting, so it tends to play with the
wait, so
mushrooms.
did you enjoy yourself when I was like talking to these guys, or was it boring?
It was funny for a little bit, and then it got to be boring because I was like, I don't understand this.
Yeah. You want to try going back so that the like more yelling?
I mean, I like when they yell, but I don't care about physics.
You want to try going back to see if they yell at me?
I mean, yeah, but like, aren't you muted?
Well, they're gonna let me out of mute jail probably in a couple of seconds. Let's try. I'll give it a shot.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. That sounds just fun.
Okay, let's go.
Really,
Okay, you can do three. Yeah, okay, so you can do 3 days out of a week.
yeah.
But if you don't know which 3 days you can do, it makes having an actual job very difficult, doesn't it?
Oh yes. You need to get a very flexible employer.
Yeah, I mean, I've done some very basic control system stuff for a guy who
I'm
makes.
sorry. Yeah, I got a phone call. So.
Okay.
Sorry.
Can we
I'll get back
unmute
later.
Mr. Slave, please? Can someone unmute Mr. Slave? Anyone?
What did you want to talk about? Hamburger and price.
I want someone to unmute Mr. Slave so that we can have a discussion, but no one's done it yet.
Ah, okay. Well, maybe he just bored everybody with his ramblings on.
Can you tell me why you don't like Mr. Slave? Like, just give me like a thorough rundown and don't be nice.
Me? No, I can't because I just came here and
I'm asking the whole room, just in general. I'd like this to just be a shit on Mr. Slave party for as long as possible.
I think he's an intelligent guy, but he's quite ignorant about a lot of stuff when it comes to relativity, Maxwell, and like his example about the rubber duck, when he asked him about an external observer and so on,
Yeah, but
everything
like,
seems
what
to
don't you
fall
like
apart. But
about
yeah,
like what do you dislike about him?
long-winded, asking the same question over and over and over again, even though he's got the answer in several ways. He never ever responds to counter-argument like we did today with Einstein and Maxwell's equations. I think that is the problem. I think it's presuppositions are too strong. That's what I don't like. It's like he's trying to force his model to be true, one way or the other. That's my opinion. Not that I'm any specialist in relativity.
But he's the only one here who isn't allowed to say anything.
Well, I'm not surprised.
There's not much forcing he can do when he's not able to say anything.
No, but I asked him if I don't know if he could answer yes or no, but if he could answer a simple question that I gave him, or they can draw the conclusion. And he kept on going, "Oh, could you just answer yes or no, yes or no?" Well, I gave him the argument from which he could easily conclude the answer if the answer was yes or no. I'm almost home anyway after walking the dog, so I'll log out in a few minutes.
Where is she? Why isn't she joining me? She's still there. Okay. Wait, what? Hey.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't very productive.
Right. I mean, basically, yeah, I mean, they'd rather have a dead server than me talking, I guess, it's fine.
That's stupid.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. People are indeed stupid.
No, I know people like that, and it's just like sad.
Yeah. So I was there talking, asking questions, trying to go through my proof. That's too much for them. And once they silence me, the room goes dead. And that's fine. So they'd rather have a dead room and kill the server. That's, it's fine.
Sorry, I'm coughing a lot.
No, it's okay. Hmm. Amazing. Yeah, that's what I see. I see Christmas trees. Yeah, that's a tree. Yeah, I love. Yeah, I love. Yeah, I love Christmas. I love Christmas. Christmas time. Hmm. Do you have any more friends you want to invite? Hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
It is so sad.
Yeah.
I honestly would like invite this one guy who was like, he kind of seemed like he was chomping at the bit to like be friends with me. And then he came on like too strong and started like flirting with me. And I was like, that's weird because I have a husband. And like, if my husband comes home and hears you saying this shit, like, it's gonna be weird. So don't talk to me like that. And then he also was like making fun of my disability. And then he apologized and then said, like, I'm sorry. I figured since we were friends, it was like, okay. And then I mentioned something about how it like hurts more to be made fun of by your friends because they actually know you have a real disability as opposed to just like some random idiot who calls you retarded. So, um, he was like, "When did I ever give the impression that we were friends?" And I was like, "You talk about us being friends like all the fucking time." You know what I mean? So I was just like, you know what? Fuck it. If you don't want to be friends with me, I'm not going to force myself on you. And like, Sophia is like different. She's more like, oh, it's okay. Like he's just like a jackass. And like whenever he talks to her like that, she's just like, shut up. And then she gave him mod powers to mute people in the room, and he mutes me all the time, and it's just like a dick to me. And then he was doing it to some other girl, so I mentioned it. And then the other girl was like, right, yeah, that's exactly what I'm going through. And it's like creepy and weird, Angel. Like, can you just like stop it? And then he's just like, I'm not doing anything wrong, and like threw a fit. And he'll mute me and then just like leave. Like, because even if he doesn't want to be in chat, he doesn't want me to be able to talk. And I'm like, wow. So I guess that's kind of like the end of that. Like I literally can't even hang out with Sophia anymore, or this dude's gonna throw a tantrum. So I don't know, dude. I'm just roaming around. I have to find more Discord friends, make new Discord friends. I would invite him here and be like, why are you such an ass face? And like, why are you a mean, stupid little idiot? But
How can you find where a person is, on what server he is right now?
if you have your DMs open with them and you're in the same server, it will show you what chat they're in. But if you're not in the server, it won't show you at all.
So to be in a server, you need to be in a chat, or it's enough to just select. Like, how do you? Like, I guess you have to be in one of the chats.
Yeah.
Mm. Hmm. So you had a good time on that server altogether, or it was terrible?
Which one?
The one we were just on, the globe.
Oh yeah, that was okay. But like they don't allow you to talk and then they mute you so that
Yeah.
no one can talk. Like that's what I'm saying is like I'm going through like the same thing with this like idiot. And I'm just like, dude, like we all turn each other down anyway when we don't want to hear it. So I don't see the point in like muting someone in the chat itself.
Wait, did you see the guy in the UN from Haiti taking a drink from the jar? Did you see that?
No.
Go to the side chat. Like the guy doesn't know how to drink from a glass of water. He doesn't know that you pour from a jar to a glass of water. He thinks you.
He probably didn't know like if it was like the glass was the jar or if the jar was like the vessel, like, you know.
No, this is Haiti. This is like, it's the poorest country on the planet. They don't drink from glasses. I don't know what they drink from. He doesn't know that you pour from a jar into your own cup of water. He doesn't know that. No one has shown him. He's in the UN. This is the state of the planet, that you have people in the UN who don't know how to use a glass of water. It's like, can you believe it? Like if I told you, if you wouldn't see the video, you would say impossible. I cannot believe that just happened.
They have glasses in the Dominican Republic and they are literally the same continent. So like I don't believe he doesn't know how to drink out of water because he's never seen water before. Like that's kind of an exacerbation. Um
This guy doesn't know how to pour water from a
that
jar.
was a massive jug.
I know, and he couldn't even drink. He poured it all over himself. It's like, what the
Yeah,
heck?
dude. It was big.
What the heck is going on? What? How is this possible in the 21st century? Like,
I'm just as confused as he is. I'm just like, why the fuck is the glass so big?
unbelievable. Oh my God. This was today. Oh, it's 10 days ago. I just saw it today. I saw it a couple of days ago. I wasn't paying attention. It was memeing for a couple of days. Oh, spaghetti! Spaghetti! What do you got?
Wow.
Spaghetti's the best. Spaghetti, what do you got? What do you got, Spaghetti? Spaghetti is one of my biggest haters. So I always have to wait for Spaghetti to speak, and there's always a delay. La 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 la. And he's gone.
Wow, that was
That's
so influential.
that's Spaghetti, and he's actually like a physicist. He knows physics really well. He's like a real scientist. So I mean, I wish I could talk to him, but he doesn't. He doesn't talk much. Do you ever go to sleep and you fall asleep while YouTube is playing a short in a loop, and you sleep the whole night as that same short keeps playing again and again, and it shows up in your dreams the whole night?
No,
No way. What? You don't go to
that
sleep?
sounds like torture.
No, that's like one of the that's one of the best things that can ever happen to you. That you have a short that plays in the background of all your dreams. It's like you wake up in the morning and it's still playing. It's like it plays the whole night. It doesn't stop. It doesn't take a break. It doesn't breathe. For me, it's the most powerful sleep. It's the deepest sleep that I can get. Is if is like a 5 second short is playing in an infinite loop. That knocks me out. I mean, that fries my brain thoroughly.
God.
How far into the trip are you?
I don't know. I'm pretty high, and I'm not what you're talking about. Like, oh, I do, but like, like I'm looking at my fucking light, and I was thinking it looks like Solstein from when Skyrim had all those like jellyfish plant land strider things. Because I can see the reflection of it in the TV, and I'm just like marinating.
Mm. Anyway, I'm gonna go do some work.
Why would you leave me? No.
So you can stay here, but I'm gonna listen in the background to a YouTube video about Galilean transformation.
No.
Oh, you know what? I can listen to it here. I'll bring it over.
Okay.
Okay, let me bring it over.
That's how it should go at the UN.
That's how it should go in the UN, like playing video.
And that's how
Welcome
we
to
can
Electromo.
negotiate. Like, just yell until you get what you want.
Before we get into what we would call the Lorentz transformation equations, the equation that describe the transformation
Every
of
time
one
I try
reference
to get
frame.
up, it feels like weird.
Into another one, when one reference frame is moving really close to the speed of light.
I'm
Let's
like
take a look at these
bouncing.
transformation equations in classical mechanics. Those are called the Galilean transformations. The reason why we call them Galilean transformations is because it uses classical mechanics, which means that the speed of the reference frame that's moving, let's say moving at the speed of u, is much, much smaller than the speed of light, in such a way that we can say that essentially the time in both reference frames are equal to each other. So prime is considered the moving reference frame. Without the prime, it's the stationary reference frame. So here we have two reference frames. We call them S and S prime. S is the stationary reference frame. S prime is the moving reference frame. And at t equals 0, the origins are at the same location. That's usually how we kind of reference them to one another. And then, of course, since the S prime reference frame is moving to the right, let's say at speed equal to u, then after a certain amount of time, that reference frame will be quite a ways ahead of the other reference frame, the one that's stationary. But as long as the velocity is very slow, you can always say that t equals t prime. And that is what sets
Are you
Galilean
there?
transformations apart.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening. I am listening. What happened? What did you see?
No, I just remember scrolling. I'm like on Instagram, and it said like I thought I was gonna apologize for the election, but it was the election in my pants or something. I feel like I just saw it because I was high.
Fascinating. What you just said makes exactly 0 sense.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I like being a girl, and I just want to have a lobotomy and like
Yeah,
be myself.
that makes sense.
from these special relativity transformations when we use the Lorentz transformation equations. Because
I
that's what
thought
the
it
mathematics
wasn't gonna work, so I like ate some hummus, and now I kind of feel like I want to throw up.
Oh no.
No, but I thought it wasn't gonna work. So
Yeah.
I was like, well, if it's not gonna work, I'm hungry. And I had hummus.
You were probably hungry because it was working.
Oh
equals
no.
times
How bad is it?
It's not that bad. I just laid down. I literally only had like one tortilla with some hummus on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
But it's like, what?
But
It's being like slapped around in there like a pirate ship.
a pirate ship, exactly.
Heck yeah. My dog is like over here too. She's like guarding the edge of the bed. She's like, yeah, dog, don't throw up. I'm like, yeah, dog, I know.
Oh, if you throw up, she'll probably eat it.
I know, right? So I can't do that because she's gonna have to deal with the consequences. Like, I feel like that's one of those things that, like, dogs, they're just like, I don't want to do it, but I'll do it. Like, they feel like
No,
they're doing you a solid.
no, dogs they eat all like, they eat.
I know, but I'm personifying the action.
No,
I
but
know it's like a natural thing.
yeah, but you know why?
I know it makes their hair shinier because it's like they digest food and then they digest it again. And bears do it too. Like any animal with like an oily flesh coat. But like the thing is, my dog has like hair. She doesn't have fur because she's a Maltese poodle. So like I don't think she actually goes through that, and I don't think she would do that. This is really nice though. Like, my bed's really nice in this like little apartment. It's like comfortable. And I also texted my husband and I was like, is soup okay? Because I don't feel that good. And he's like, soup is great. I'm like, yes. So I'll be like fine.
Very good, very good.
I wish I had Diet Coke right now. Like, that's kind of the only thing. Like, if I had Diet Coke, I probably wouldn't want to vomit and I could like clean the ceiling. But like, dude, since they like shaved my dog, she looks like a potato. Mm. She is like my potato rat.
Mm-hmm.
I feel so bad. I'm gonna like just learn how to do it myself because this dude like did such a like stupid job for $120. Like, if he was just gonna shave her, like, that wouldn't even require like consultation. You know what I mean? Like, a vet could have done that.
Of course, of course.
I feel really bad. And then they didn't like really trim her nails that well. Like, I could probably trim her nails better than this, so I'm gonna have to try it all myself.
Wait, are you gonna throw up?
No, I have to like groom my dog, dude. Not now. I'm not gonna groom my dog when I'm on stream, so that's like a horrifying idea. You're not supposed to touch your dog when you're on shrooms because it can like transfer into your animals. But
I'm texting someone in my family, like a happy birthday, and I was about to paste the video from the UN, the guy drinking water, but instead I pasted a video about Galilean transformation. Imagine I'm gonna send them the Galilean transformation. Oh my god. And here's a video about Galilean transformation. Oh my god, I'm so funny. I am so funny, I must to tell you. I am so funny. So funny.
Is relative, and it does depend on the speed of the reference frame. So we'll see that in just a moment. Now, what we're going to do here is take, for example, that there's an event that occurs in the moving reference frame. So there's the event. And so how do we relate what happens in that event, the distance, the position, the velocity, and so forth of that event? How is that seen from the reference frame in a classical sense?
Okay, so let's see. So this guy says it's at x prime, and this guy says that it's an well, x prime is moving, so it's an x plus ut.
Well, notice that after a certain amount of time has elapsed, the distance between the two reference frames is now equal to u times t. Remember, distance equals velocity.
Sorry, I
So
kind
relative
of
to this
got
reference
like
frame right here.
lost into a world because I got the song "I Like Big Butts" and I cannot lie stuck in my head.
I like big butts.
Here, when we position observe A, the reference frame that's moving will now
Yeah,
Yeah.
be a distance u times t away from the stationary reference frame.
dude.
So let's say that we draw our position vector to the event right here in our moving reference frame. We'll call that r prime. And here's the position vector from the stationary reference frame.
Joy.
Chili? I like big.
Joy.
What? What did you say?
I'm just like it like radiates so much joy into my system, bruh.
Bah.
That song is so great.
I like big butts. Wait, did I just shut it down?
I hope not. If you did, that's a really good ending.
I like big butts.
And I don't want to prime there.
Yeah.
That is simply r, the position vector from the stationary reference frame. And notice they are indeed different.
A
Of course, every one of those
conclusion.
vectors has an x.
Because I was thinking, like, what did the physicists think about big butts? I don't know why I couldn't get it out of my head.
I love big butts. I love
Nice.
big butt. Nice.
Y and z component. Now, since we're only moving in the x direction, the y component and the z component in both reference frames should be the same. Now, how do we compare the two? For example, let's say we want to find out what x is equal to in terms of x prime. So notice that this is the distance of the event from the origin in the x direction. We call that x prime. This distance is u times t. So x would then be simply the sum of x prime plus u times t. And so
Dude, I need to, like, fucking work on my butt.
You want to work on your butt?
Yeah, man.
Okay. So this is x. This is x prime.
Quad.
So x prime is equal to, I'm sorry, x is equal to x prime plus u times t. Okay.
T. Now, in the Galilean transformation
Plus
equation,
me?
we can say since t is equal to t.
What?
Did you plus me? I thought you said plus u times t.
No. X equals
No.
x prime. I like big butts.
Okay.
Do you believe in the theory of the Jesus?
I mean, I think he was like a dude, but I think he was just like a guy and he was probably not that great. He killed someone and he was like a dick to people.
What, Jesus was a dick?
Yeah, Jesus was a dick and he killed some people over like stupid petty things and like I don't know. I think maybe he was just like a really shitty Jedi and maybe I don't know, he used the force.
But the question is, do you think Jesus had a big one? Do you think he used to bang a lot of chicks? Do you think he liked big butts? Wait, do you think he was gay?
I hope that all of the above are true. Like, I hope that Jesus's goal was like a poly cult where he could have like a really trashy, thick, fat white girlfriend and like a twink boyfriend and like a light skinned black girlfriend and a Latina,
But he a
just a Latina.
he was half
And
Roman.
then maybe also
Frames
a
of
small
reference.
person.
Look, Jesus was half Roman.
Because they say Jesus loves the. Wait, no, that was the wrong one. They say Jesus loves everybody, I guess. I don't know. Fuck. I was gonna say Jesus
case, I
loves
have
the little children, and then I realized how non-applicable that fucking is.
Wait, you
But
think he
Jesus
loved
is, I
children?
don't know, some sort of bullshit.
Into rectangular
I don't
coordinate frames of
know.
reference, and I've named them S and S dash. So
That's
one
a
has the coordinates
song.
X,
Jesus.
Y, Z, and time, and the other has the coordinates X dash, Y dash, Z dash. And for the sake of simplicity, I've taken it in such a manner so that X, Y, Z axis are parallel to X dash, Y dash,
You
and
don't
Z
know
dash.
that? That's a song, dude.
No, I don't know songs. I'm very bad.
Fucker. Okay, so America.
America! Fuck yeah! That's a good song. America! You know how the Europeans hate America. Like the Germans. Oh my god, they're so jealous.
Axes respectively. And also, the S dash frame of reference is moving with a certain constant velocity v in the X axis. Hence, there is no motion
Americans
happening
do
in the
not
Y.
seem to give much of a shit about big butts anymore.
No. I'm an American. I love the big butts.
And the Y dash
Dude,
axis. Okay.
it
Now, the frame
needs
of
to
reference
be
is
re-hyped up. People aren't really appreciating it.
No, I appreciate big butts.
I see a bunch of like Mormon people, and I'm just like, oh, all you guys care about is like Botox and like blowjob face. Because you know how like there's a certain amount of procedures that like people get, and then they all kind of look the same.
Yeah, all
It's because
women.
they're trying to get that one sort of face, and it's
I
called
know.
blowjob face. Where you know what I mean?
Yeah,
You know exactly what I
all
mean. Yeah,
women
you
look
can
the
just go
same.
buy it.
any kind of place from which you're making a measurement. So, for example, if you're standing on the ground and you're looking at some kind of a physical event, that ground is going to be your frame of reference. If you're traveling inside a train and you're looking outside at some physical event, your train is going to be your frame of reference. And what we mean by physical event, anything that happens at any given point in space and time. So, for example, the explosion of a firecracker or the collision of two balls. If I drop a
It's
ball, it
just
falls to the ground.
creepy, but like
Or the
they
switching
do
off.
all that, but they have no appreciation for the butt.
No.
And it's like not natural. It's like, you know what I mean?
I
Like
know.
that seems creepy to me, and I'm just like,
Going off
whoa.
a light bulb, they can all represent different kinds
And
of
then
physical
all
events. So in
the
this case,
dudes who keep hitting me up are like either Israeli or Arab. And I'm just like, I
if there are
don't
two
know,
observers,
man. The world's like Westworld out here.
let's suppose on both these two frames of reference, there is one observer in the S frame of reference and there's another observer in the S dash frame of reference, and they both look at some common physical event taking place. Then their measurements of the distances or the time of that physical event is not necessarily going to be the same, but they are going to be related to each other by a very simple transformation equation, which is simply given by, in this particular case, x. So for S, you're going to have x, y, z, and time as the coordinates of the physical event, and for S dash, you're going to have x dash.
Find my hyaluronic acid. I have a bottle of hyaluronic acid because it's like good for like a lip treatment, but like I don't want to get like an injection.
Dash, z dash, and t dash as the coordinates of the physical event from this person's perspective. So the transformation that exists
Like
between
that's
S
gross.
and S dash is given by x dash is equal to x minus vt.
Oh,
Y dash
no,
is equal to y
man.
because there's no motion taking place along y axis.
Did
Z
you
dash is equal to
see fucking I was in a chat the other night. Apparently some guy was taking semen and he was shooting it up into his back.
What?
And he was like, I swear to God it works for pain. And we're just like, what the fuck? And apparently he did it for so long. And then we were like, what the hell? And then it's like, well, some people's muscles will bulge like that. So like he probably thought it was a muscle and then it was an abscess. I'm like, oh my fucking god, that's horrifying. And I wanted to vomit.
To Z and T dash is equal to T. Now, these transformation equations are known as Galilean transformation equations. Okay, they simply give you a relationship between the coordinates of some physical event from two different observers'
Really
perspectives.
fucking weird.
If you have seen some of my previous videos on special theory of relativity, you must be familiar with the fact that these Galilean transformation equations are not compatible with the postulates of special theory of relativity. More specifically, the fact that the speed of light is a constant. Or the second postulate of ST.
I like big butts. Oh.
I agree.
Do you want to go back to the server?
I mean, no, because they're not going to let you talk. And if you can't talk, what's the point?
No, the owner just texted me that he was sleeping. That's why he didn't take care of me right away. He always
Okay, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, but he's not
But
there.
I want you to tell them that you like big butts at least once. Can you try that? Like maybe if you reach a common ground with them, they'll respect you.
No, it's a gay. You know, it's a gay server. Everybody there.
No, listen to me. Listen to me. My mushroom gut is telling me lead with the butts.
You're a mushroom.
We're gonna join, and you gotta be like, I like big butts, okay?
But he's not there yet.
Please.
But he's not there yet. I'm still.
Man, I got this. This has to be the first thing that you do. You gotta do a blitzkrieg, Mr. Slave. You gotta blitzkrieg.
So this is going to be much easier. Equations, and the requirement is Z dash T dash must be linear in nature. Now, why do they have to be linear? The postulates of special theory of relativity. One axis, and I'm going to do that simply from the postulates of special theory of relativity. Now, before we do that, there is a simple requirement that has to be satisfied by these kind of transformation equations. And the requirement is that these transformation equations, which relates x, y, z, t, and x dash, y dash, z dash, t dash, must be linear in nature. Now, why do they have to be linear? They have to be linear because we want, first of all, a one-to-one relationships, and second of all, we do not want accelerations creeping out due to the transformation equations themselves. So, for example, if I take a nonlinear relationship, if I say that a nonlinear relationship exists between x and x dash, let's suppose x dash is equal to x squared. Let's suppose you have x dash is equal to 4 centimeters. Okay, just an example. Then
wait, what?
I said, "Oh, Monsieur Slave."
Yeah.
X is going to be equal to plus minus 2 centimeters. Right? Now it means that for one person, the physical happening at one location, for the other person is happening at two different locations, which is not possible. We do not want a many-to-one relationship. We want a one-to-one relationship. Also, we do not want any kind of an acceleration creeping up due to the transformation equations themselves. So, for example, if you look at this particular equation, x dash
What
equals
day
x
of the
squared.
week is it?
What?
It's only Monday. Oh my god.
Take a time derivative of this, then dx dash by dt dash is equal to 2x dx by dt. Right? So let's just assume that t is equal to t dash in this case, because I'm just showing an example here. And if I take another time derivative, this is going to be d2x dash by dt dash 2 is equal to
Let's see if they're back. Let me go see if they unmute me. Okay, but there's very few people here now.
I think you have something to tell everybody, Mr. Slave.
What do you want to tell them?
There's something about a preference that you have.
Oh, that I like big butts?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they care.
Yeah, that's the one. Sell it to them.
I like. So this is going to be much easier to solve now. Let's suppose x and x dash. Let's suppose x dash is equal to x squared. Let's suppose you have x dash is equal to 4 centimeters. Okay, just an example. Then x is going to be equal to plus minus 2 centimeters. Right now, it means that for one person, the physical event is happening at one location. For the other person, it's happening at two different locations, which is not possible. We do not want a many-to-one relationship. We want a one-to-one relationship. Here. Also, we do not want any kind of an acceleration creeping up due to the transformation equations themselves. So, for example, if you look at this particular equation, x dash is equal to x squared.
What do you want? A tear?
No one is here.
You want a deer?
I said no one's here.
Yeah, we can talk here while, we can chill here too. It's fine.
If I take a time derivative of this, then dx dash by dt dash is equal to 2x dx by dt.
I got some more flat Earth servers, honestly.
What?
I said I have more flat Earth servers if you want to just go to like a flat Earth server.
No, I'm actually watching a video about Galilean transformations. But you can sing. I'm sure everybody would enjoy your. I'm enjoying your singing in the background, so it's good that you're singing.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just assume that t is equal to t dash.
It just has to come to me, yeah.
Sing about the I love big butts. I like big butts.
Just showing an example here. And if I take another time derivative, this is going to be 2x
Toy named Troy used to live in Detroit.
2dx by dt.
Big dope
2x
son
dx by dt. Now, in this case, this first term is nothing but the acceleration in the as dash term of reference. This is 2 multiplied by the velocity in the as term of reference. And let's say some velocity is u. Okay. And this is simply 2x plus acceleration in the as term of reference. Now, what happens is that if, let's suppose, the acceleration in the as dash term of reference is equal to 0, it does not necessarily x plus this is 2 multiplied by the velocity.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. In the as of reference, and let's say some velocity is u, okay, and this
I
is
actually honestly thought I knew that song. Shit.
d2x dash by dt dash 2 is equal to 2dx by dt whole square plus 2x d2x by dt2. Now, in this case, this first term is nothing but the acceleration in the as dash of reference. This is 2 multiplied by the velocity in the as of reference, and
my light looks like a happy smiley face.
and let's say some velocity is u, okay, and this is simply 2x plus acceleration in the as term of reference. Now, what happens is that if, let's suppose, the acceleration in the as dash term of reference is equal to 0, it does not necessarily imply that a is also going to be equal to 0. Are you understanding? If the acceleration of the particle or the physical event where it's happening, the acceleration is 0 in one frame of reference, it does not necessarily imply that the acceleration is also going to be 0 in the other frame of reference, which does not make sense because accelerations are usually the result of forces. They're not the result of transformation equations. So whenever forces are involved in some kind of physical phenomena, the acceleration takes place, and these forces are the same for all kinds of observers, and therefore the accelerations are also going to be the same in all kinds of observers. So therefore, we do not want these transformation equations to end up giving us situations where the accelerations are arising due to the transformation equations themselves. Second point, and the first point, we want a one-to-one relationship, and therefore, because of these reasons, we want to impose the condition that these transformation equations are going to be linear in nature. So we will keep this in mind. Now let's take the first Galilean transformation, which said that x dash is equal to x minus vt. Right? This is the first Galilean transformation equation. Here you can see that x dash is dependent not only on x, but it's also dependent on time. Okay, so let's assume that there is a dependence of both x and t time on x dash here. And if you want to make that assumption, if you make that assumption and write a general linear relationship between these coordinates, then we can write that x dash is equal to ax plus bt. Okay, so x and t are the coordinates in the as term of reference. X dash is a coordinate in the as dash term of reference, and a and b here are nothing but constants. Okay, this is a very simple general relationship that we're looking towards. Now, to find the value of these constants a and b, we're going to use a few examples. In the first example, I'm going to assume that there is some kind of physical event which takes place at the origin of S dash frame of reference. So the physical event could be, let's suppose, an explosion of a firecracker, let's say. Okay, so there's a firecracker which gets exploded at the origin of S dash frame of reference. So what is going to happen if this person here in the S frame of reference is looking at that explosion of firecracker? So that explosion of firecracker, which is the origin of S dash frame of reference, is moving at a velocity v in the x-axis for this person, isn't it? For this particular observer, that origin of S dash frame of reference is moving with a certain velocity v, and therefore his measurement of the distance is going to be equal to x is equal to v. Now, what is going to
Yeah, I forgot you were there. Creepy.
Yeah, I'm watching a video. So the guy says x equals vt. Well, yeah, I mean that makes sense. That's just if the event takes place over here. This is v times t. So it happens at v times t, and that's x. X is v times t. Okay.
be the displacement according to this person? This person's displacement is simply x dash, which is nothing but 0 because it is in the origin of.
Right. This guy sees the same event, x dash equals 0.
His own frame of reference. So if I apply both of these equations in the first equation, let's say that this is equation number 1. So using the.
So x dash is 0, so 0 equals a times vt plus bt.
In equation 1. So this is the case where physical event happens at the origin of S dash frame of reference. Okay, so using these two in the equation, we get x dash is equal to ax plus bt, or x dash is equal to.
So x dash is equal to, well, he's just repeating. Okay, so now a will stay and x will be vt.
0. Ax is equal to vt. So if I put vt,
so a equals vt plus bt.
here plus bt, or
what are we looking for? I mean, this is just an equation. So he's just gonna, like, AVT equals negative BT.
a vt minus is equal to bt, or b is equal to minus a v.
Oh, T drops out. That's good. So AV equals, so B equals negative AV.
Let's suppose this.
Okay, so he reduced to that.
Is point number 2. So I have found a relationship between the constants involved. If I substitute this equation 2 in
So this is the relationship between B and A, that is negative V.
equation number 1, I get x dash.
So back into equation number 1. So B equals negative AV. We're going to remove B, put in negative AV. Therefore, x dash is equal to AX minus or plus AVT.
Is equal to ax minus avt, or
No, it's plus. Okay, it's minus. Yeah, it's minus AVT.
Plus.
Hey. What's up? So x dash is equal to ax.
I just want Crocs.
Crocs. Oh, A, we can pull A out.
Yeah.
x dash is equal to a x minus
VT.
Boop.
So x dash is equal to ax minus vt is what we get. What we have actually done here is that we have simplified using this particular example, and we have reduced from 2 constant equation to a 1 constant equation. Right now we only have 1 constant in this equation, so this is going to be much easier to solve now. Let's suppose
So there's A. Okay.
this is point number 3. Okay. Now you can also obtain the reverse transformation. So if you imagine that the physical event happens at the origin of S frame of reference, and this person is looking at that, and that physical event is traveling in the opposite direction, or in the negative x dash axis with respect to him with the velocity v, or with the velocity minus v, according to this person.
I've been creating this duck theory of flat Earth. Basically, the Earth looks like flat. It feels like flat. Well, apart from terrain, of course.
Wait,
and it looks and feels motionless.
Wait, you're coming up with a new theory for flat Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, why? Why would you do that?
Because it needs something new. We've seen everything.
Wait, what are you trying to explain? Like, what phenomenon have you noticed that you're trying to explain that has not been explained well with the current models?
Now, what are the current models?
You don't know what the current models are?
You're saying that they offer things that my model doesn't. So what are they offering?
No, but I'm asking, you're asking me? I mean, like, when you come up with a new theory, then you need to, compare it to existing.
You're a boring troll, Mr. Slave. How's it going, Morty?
Good. It's good. I just
How was
slept for a bit.
how was the Nazi encounter?
Well, it was just more Nazi than I was expecting. You know, I don't usually talk to Nazis. So like, when we were having a conversation that was pretty normal, and then he was like, "Wait, are we streaming to YouTube?"
Yeah. Is that a problem?
Okay. Well, yeah, then I shouldn't talk about this.
I don't care.
No, it's cool. I've been high on mushrooms this whole time.
Let's go to the other VC.
Okay.
And Mr. Slave can continue with his nonsense here. Maybe there are some suckers in the room that will engage.
They didn't like us.
What?
They didn't like us.
Yeah.
I feel sad.
Really?
Yeah.
No. There's nothing to feel sad about. I like a
This is how you get treated every day, Mr. Slave.
Look, Einstein couldn't find a job. He finished college, he just couldn't find a job. He was unemployed for years, and through connections, he was able to get a job. And then he published papers, and no one cared. And even after after 1905, he couldn't get a job teaching until 1909 for 4 more years. After 1905, no one wants to hire him for teaching. No one thought that he's worth to be their teacher. So there you go.
So using that, you can also obtain the reverse transformation equation. The reverse transformation equation is simply going to be x is equal to a x dash
That's
plus
too
v.
bad.
So you simply replace v with plus v, and you will end up getting the reverse transformation equation, which let's suppose is equation number 4. Now let's take this a step further. We're going to use the Einstein's second postulate. So the Einstein's second postulate tells us that the speed of light is constant for all inertial observers. So it doesn't matter if you're at rest with respect to the source of light, or if you're moving with a certain velocity with respect to the source of light, you will measure the velocity of light to be exactly the same. Now this postulate comes up with certain very peculiar sort of a phenomena. Now let's look how this is going to affect our equations in this case. So let's imagine that there is some kind of a bulb at the origin of these two frames of reference. Okay, so let me clarify what kind of thing is happening. So let's say that at time t is equal to 0, both these two frames, okay, have their origins which are coinciding with each other. So at time t is equal to 0, I'm going to define the problem in such a manner that both these two frames have their origins which coincide at time t is equal to 0, and after a certain time has elapsed, one of the frames is moved ahead. Okay, so at time t is equal to 0, both these two frames have their origins coinciding, and after some time, the as dash frame of reference is moving ahead because there is a certain velocity. Now let's also say that at the origin, when time t is equal to 0, there is a bulb, okay, which goes off for an instant, so it gives off a light in all directions. So if there's a bulb which goes off at time t is equal to 0 when both these two frames of reference are coinciding, what happens to that wavefront of light when both these two frames of reference has moved, one of them has moved ahead with respect to the other? So if you look at it from both these two observers' perspectives, you get a very peculiar sort of thing happening. So from the perspective of this observer, for him the bulb went off at his origin, right? But after some time has elapsed, the light moves out in the form of a central wavefront, which looks something like this, okay, which has a center at his own origin of his frame of reference. From this person's perspective, however, the light went off from his own frame of reference origin, and after some time has elapsed, the light will move out in the form of a spherical wavefront, something like this. So both these two persons will sort of see this kind of event in a similar fashion, that the light went off at their own origin of the frame of reference, and after some time there's a spherical wavefront coming out of it. Now this happens simply because of the fact that the speed of light is a constant for both these two inertial observers. Now if you're dealing with some other thing, let's suppose sound waves coming out of a point. Now if we consider sound waves, we're going to have a very different result. So sound waves will have different velocities with respect to different observers, which are moving with respect to the source. So you'll not get this kind of situation with respect to sound waves. But when it comes to light, because of the second postulate of Einstein's ST, you're going to have this kind of situation where a pulse of light which originates at the origin of their own frame of reference will come out in the form of a spherical wavefront, and they will come out in such a manner that the velocity of light is going to be c for both of these. So we're going to use this particular example. So in the second example, let's suppose that a pulse of light goes off at the origin at time t is equal to 0. So in such a case, for the person in the as frame of reference, the displacement of light in the x-axis will be given by x is equal to ct, t is the time elapsed, and c is the velocity of light. And for the person in the as dash frame of reference, the displacement in x dash, x is equal to ct dash, where c is the velocity of light, which is same for both, and t dash is the time period which is elapsed. So if I substitute these here in equation number 3, so let's suppose this is equation number 5a and 5b, and I substitute 5a and 5b in this transformation equation that we have taken, x dash is equal to a x minus vt, where x dash
I'm gonna kill myself.
Yeah. Let's see. So x equals ct. So in this frame of reference, x equals ct, and in this frame of reference, x prime equals ct prime. Substituting, this is the equation we had. X prime is equal to a x minus vt, so x equals ct, so this is ct. So a ct minus vt.
ct dash is equal to a x.
So x prime is ct prime. Okay, ct prime is equal to a c.
is CT minus VT, right? Or CT dash is equal
So he's plugging in all the information. So CT prime is equal to ACT minus AV.
to AC minus VT, or
Wait, this is AT. Okay, AT. So this is the ratio. Okay.
T by T dash is equal to C.
T by T dash. So he's bringing this here is C over A C minus V.
T by A C minus V. I'm going to keep this here as point number 6. Now again, if I substitute 5A and 5B in the reverse transformation equation, x is equal to AX dash plus VT dash, then also I'll obtain something similar. X is equal to A X dash.
So X is equal to A X dash plus VT
plus
dash.
T dash. If I put here C.
So X is equal to CT.
Is equal to.
And it's equal to A times X dash, which is CT prime.
A CT dash
Plus VT prime.
Plus VT dash. Or CT is equal to.
CT. So CT is equal to AC. Well, it's A C plus V times T dash.
To A C plus V T dash T by
C plus V T dash. So T by T dash is equal to A C plus V over C.
T dash is equal to A C plus V by C. Let's suppose this is point number 7. Now both point number 7 and 6 are the same except for the right hand term. So equating points.
So they're the same. T over T dash. Well, they're not the same. Oh, so you're saying this is equal to that. So A C plus V over C is equal to C over A C minus V.
6 and 7. So both these two terms are same. So I can write A C plus V by C is equal to
C is equal to C over A times C minus
C by A C minus V. Right. So I'm doing this to find out the value of the constant A. If you are guessing why I'm doing all of this.
Right. He needs to get rid of A. So he's going to bring A to here. It's going to be A squared, and it's going to be C plus V is here, and C squared.
So if I multiply C and I take this to the right hand side, it becomes C squared is equal to A squared.
Oh my God. C. I hate it when people do that. So C by C is C squared, and he's bringing it over here, but it's treating it as if it's here. C squared is here. So it's going to be A squared times C plus V times C minus V.
C plus V multiplied by C minus V. So this is A squared.
So A squared is, what is this reduced to? This is C minus V squared.
C squared minus V squared. So if I reverse.
Oh, C squared minus, okay. Right.
The signs I get A squared is equal to.
So A squared is equal to C squared over V squared. Wait, what's going on? So A squared is this, is equal to C squared over C squared minus V squared.
C squared by C squared minus V squared. If I take C squared below, I end up getting 1 by 1 minus V squared by C squared. Right?
So he divided by C squared over C squared. This is 1, and this is 1, and this is V squared over C.
So just for the moment, remember this expression, okay?
Wow, and this is the gamma factor. This is derivation of gamma.
That is equal to AX minus VT. I'm going to rub this from here. So this expression, therefore, the constant finally becomes A is equal to 1.
A is equal to 1 over square root of 1 minus V squared.
By root over 1 minus V squared by C squared. This is a constant in the equation that we had written. Let's say this is point number 8. So this is the constant in the transformation equation that we are taking. So in some cases, this constant is given a very special symbol. So let's call this constant as gamma. Okay, gamma is nothing but 1 by root over 1 minus V squared by C squared. So if I substitute this constant in the transformation equation that I just now rubbed, this constant is then going to become. So we have the transformation equation x dash is equal to A x minus V t. So A is this expression. This therefore becomes x dash is equal to x.
X prime is equal to x minus Vt divided by the square root of 1 minus v squared
minus vt by root over 1 minus v square by.
So it's a correction to the Galilean principle, the Galilean transformation.
That's it. X and t are the coordinates.
So it's just multiplied by gamma.
V is the velocity with which this s dash frame of reference is moving, and c is the speed of light. This is the transformation equation, the first transformation equation that we obtained. Similarly, you can also substitute this constant in the reverse transformation equation. The reverse transformation equation will be x is equal to a x dash
I think it's a times x dash plus vt dash.
Plus vt dash. So x is.
So we know a is gamma. So it's just x equals x prime plus vt prime divided by the square root of 1 minus v squared over c squared.
Equal to x dash plus v t dash by root over 1 minus v square by c square. So let's write down these two transformation equations here so that we can remember it. Now it becomes much easier finding out the other set of transformation equations. So let's use these two equations to obtain the other set of transformation equations. Okay. So the first equation is x dash is equal to gamma x minus vt. Okay, and
so this is x prime is equal to that. You want to tell me that was the conclusion from the previous? Oh, that's the conclusion. So that's already length contraction. Oh. That's already length contraction.
Equal to x dash.
So now he's going to derive time dilation.
Okay. Now it becomes much easier finding out the other set of transformation equations. So let's use these two equations to obtain the other set of transformation equations. Okay. So the first equation is x dash is equal to gamma x minus vt.
I actually
and
we kind of left off earlier.
Yeah.
You were asking me what my model offers that other flat Earth models do not.
Wait, what?
You were asking me what my model of flat Earth offers that other flat Earth models do not.
Not exactly. I asked you, like when you basically when you come up like the way science works is you observe a phenomenon that no current scientific theory can explain. You don't have a scientific theory to explain the phenomenon. So you try and come up with a new scientific theory. So So what did you observe that current science cannot explain?
I think the rain.
The rain?
Yeah, not the rain, like not the thing that falls from the sky, but like the rain, like mountains and shit.
Topology, okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my theory explains that.
Wait a minute. You need to come.
No other model does.
No other current science cannot explain topology, terrain topology.
Exactly. See, here's the problem. We know from all other pieces of evidence that Earth is flat, but then topology goes against that.
We know from.
Yes, we do know. Yeah, like for example, when you look at the Earth, it kind of looks like it's flat, and it looks like it doesn't move, and that's the default. So we know that that's the fact. But here's the kicker: we have the rain.
We know that's the fact. I'm completely lost.
Yeah.
Okay,
yes, you are. I'm here. I'm here to help.
What do you mean? Yes, I am.
Yes, you are lost. I'm here to help.
Wait.
So you're in luck.
Wait, why do you say that I'm lost?
Because you did say that you're lost, and I'm agreeing with that.
What do you mean?
I typically give people the credit, or when I give them the benefit of the opposite of a doubt. So when you say that you're lost, I kind of take you on your word.
Wait, why would you say that? That's like that's not a nice thing to say when somebody's trying to
That was
understand
so
you.
mean, Bilu. Why would you do that to him? You know his emotional state is fragile and weak. He can't take that. Mr. Slave, he only comes in here when he's like come back from his like weekly crying into his pillow, and you're just being mean to him right off the bat? God damn.
Oh my god. Well, maybe we can still talk about the model if we leave Mr. Slave's mental state to be.
Wait, but
So
Bear,
basically, we know.
Wait.
Basically, hold on. Wait. I'm
No,
explaining the model.
no. Before that,
No, do not explain.
no. Before you go to explain, I mean, you said
Before I explain,
no.
you have to
Before,
inject some bullshit.
wait. Why would you talk to me like that? I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Wait, why are
I'm
you?
a bear. Bears are not well known for their emotional regulation for other people.
So you don't want
Like bears have big paws and big teeth, and you don't want to get in their way. So if you speak out of turn, I might maul you.
Wait, I don't understand. Why are you being so obnoxious?
That's just my nature. I'm a bear.
Why
That's what
be so
bears do.
mean?
That's what bears do. Like you can't judge a bear for being a bear. Like if it was a person who was being so mean, you could judge them maybe. But I'm a bear, so I'm just doing what bears do. Like if a lion kills an antelope, are you blaming the lion for being mean? No. If a bear eats berries and maybe an elk and maybe even a dog, are you gonna blame the bear? No, because it's just being a bear.
Look, I don't see the point of being so obnoxious when you talk to me. Like, I'm nice to you.
Yeah. The point is, I'm a bear, so not pear with a P, but bear with a B.
I don't understand why are you behaving this way.
I already explained it's in my nature, and you cannot fault a creature because it just follows what its nature is. You could equally as well to blame water for being wet. Like, oh, why are you being so mean, Mr. Lake? Why did you get me all wet? Well, that's what lakes do, Mr. Slave. They get you wet. And bears, they maul you.
Lakes aren't the only thing that'll get you wet. You take a night with Demon Stride, and you'll be slip sliding away, baby.
Anyway, I'll continue watching my derivation of Lorentz transformation.
Yeah. So basically, the only thing that only my model actually offers explanation of terrain on the flat Earth.
Okay.
So basically, the way that works is
and this is
you have terrain,
okay,
but then when you actually apply a coordinate transform on it,
take that.
The terrain goes away. We have no terrain left. So it's a true flat Earth. What everybody has been looking for. Flat Earthers themselves haven't been able to do so. So I, as a global bear, I have accomplished this task. So now we have flat Earth with no terrain whatsoever.
Okay, so
that's my fixed model for the flat Earth.
That's X.
Root over 1 minus v square by c square. If I substitute x dash from here, then x dash is nothing but x minus vt by x dash plus v t dash root over 1 minus v square.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. So the bear was disappointed that no one wanted to talk to it when it was being obnoxious.
Yeah.
Did you want me? Did you want me to engage with him?
It would be funny. Like, yeah. I just
Mm,
want a reaction.
okay, next time. It looks like it's kind of easy to get the people on Discord to react. Okay, next time I'll try and get a reaction. Okay, so x prime is omega x minus vt.
By c square, since because of the gamma, if I take this expression to the left hand side, this becomes x root over 1 minus v square by c square. If I substitute x dash from here, then x dash is nothing but x minus vt by
X minus vt by square root 1 minus v squared over c
root over 1 minus v square by c square
minus vt again over
minus vt. Okay, if I add both.
Wait, minus vt times gamma. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, he's right.
Of these two terms, then I end up getting root over 1 minus v square, root over 1 minus v square by c square. If I substitute x dash from here, then x dash is nothing but x minus vt by root over 1 minus v square by c.
Ugh. So my dog created like a big saliva puddle.
C square. If I substitute x dash from here, then x dash is nothing but x minus vt by root over 1 minus v square by c square minus vt. Okay, if I add both of these two terms, then I end up getting.
What is he doing? He's gonna add these.
My dog is a female, not he.
No, I'm asking what he's doing in his video.
Root over 1 minus v square by c square x minus vt minus.
Oh, okay. He's multiplying by both, so that's x minus vt minus vt over square root.
Root over 1 minus v square by.
Oh, multiplied by?
What are you watching, Mr. Slave?
I'm watching a derivation of the Lorentz transformations.
How does that work?
How does Lorentz derivations work? What?
Yeah. What?
How
do they work?
What do you mean? How do they work? What do you mean?
Like, how do they work?
I mean, I can derive Lorentz transformations, but I don't know. What do you mean? How do they work? What do you want? Do you want me to just derive it?
I think a better sounding question was when would you apply a Lorentz transformation? I mean, what is their usefulness? Is it just the reference of or how to equate two reference frames, or is it have to do with physics and motion? I mean, I hear Lorentz transformation, used so constantly, and I just kind of nod appropriately because I really don't know their application.
Well, so Einstein derived his transformations, which you could call Einstein transformations, and Lorentz derived his transformations, which are Lorentz transformations. They each did it for separate reasons, but they came up with the same transformations. So everyone calls them the Lorentz transformations, but they come from completely different places. The fact that they match.
One notch earlier in that description, transforming what? Space-time?
Well, I mean, the result is something that Minkowski described geometrically as space-time. That's like much later. But so I mean, depends on whose perspective do you want to hear. Do you want to hear Lorenz's perspective or Einstein's perspective or my perspective?
So it's to relate reference frames, if I can be so pedestrian.
But the question is, why? I mean, what's wrong with Galilean transformations?
I don't have a preference since I don't know. The same question would apply to Galilean transformation.
So Galilean transformations we're used to. So it's just the universe doesn't care about your frame of reference. So any event, Galileo would say that any event you observe or anybody else observes, they observe the same event or the same event. So if I am pushing a car, it doesn't matter if you're standing next to me and you see me pushing a car, you will see me pushing a car. Or if you're flying over my head with a jet, you would see me pushing a car. Or if you're in the ISS and you're looking down, you would see me pushing a car. So Galileo would argue that the universe doesn't care from what frame of reference you're observing. So you can switch between coordinate systems, between standing. You can have a coordinate system next to me that describes me pushing a car. You can have a coordinate system in the jet that in that coordinate system I'm pushing a car, or you can be in the ISS and in that coordinate system I'm pushing a car. Galileo would say, okay, you can easily do a transform between the coordinate systems and everything holds. The laws of nature don't care about the coordinate system, obviously. That's Galilean principle of relativity. That the universe,
And that would be and that would be just, essentially algebraic, right? Just an
yeah,
XYZ of one to the XYZ of another.
yeah.
Okay, just trying to you see at that level of descriptions, when you start, going into Lorentz and relativity, that's where I that's my event threshold.
Right. So the problem that Lorentz, so everything was fine until Maxwell came around, or even before that, until Young's double slit experiment. So Young passed light through two slits and he saw an interference pattern. So what does that tell you?
Well, that goes into the point wave duality, right?
Well,
or particle wave duality.
So this is the original double slit experiment. It's just light. So Young just passed a ray of light through two slits and he got an interference pattern. So what does that tell you light is? I mean, before that there was two competing theories. What is light? So Newton believed light is just a bunch of particles. And Huygens believed that light is a wave. But if light is a wave, then what is it waving through? So Huygens needed to employ what's known as the luminiferous ether for his theory, which is an ancient concept that I think Aristotle already believed in, that the universe is filled with a fluid and that light is a wave in that fluid. And that when I look at a distant star, the light reaches my eye by waving through this fluid. So the universe must be filled with this fluid. So that comes out of Huygens' theory. And Young proved Huygens to be correct. So Young showed that light interferes, creates light passing through two slits creates an interference pattern. So light must be a wave. Therefore, there must be an ether. Therefore, the universe must be filled with a fluid through which light must be waving. Are you following so far?
Yes.
Okay, and then came Maxwell, and he found out, he was researching electricity and magnetism and electromagnetism, and he was able to derive an equation that describes a wave that is both electric and magnetic and must be traveling at 300 million meters per second. But at that time, they knew that light travels at 300 million meters per second. So, and he realized that an electromagnetic wave travels at the same speed as light. So that gave them an indication that an electromagnetic wave is light. Okay, so far so good.
Yeah, I'm it's the transformations that
Yeah.
are still kind of
Right.
I'm letting you get there.
Yeah.
And yeah, leading up to what you just said there, yeah, that part is digestible.
Okay. So up until now in history, it was clear from the evidence that there must be an ether. And the last thing that was still unresolved in all of physics was just to discover the velocity of the ether. Everything else was already figured out. And they were ready to close the book on physics because, they had the answer to everything. Just one thing was left, just to discover the velocity of the ether, or they just wanted to detect the ether. They wanted to somehow detect the ether, to put a fork in it. But so there was a guy, Maxwell, and he invented an interferometer, some device to create an interference to detect the ether. But no matter what he did, he could not detect, he couldn't get the interference as was predicted. The ether should have given some interference, they thought, and it didn't. So they were very perplexed. This was 1870. And for like 30 years, they couldn't explain why they're not able to detect the ether. Now, the interferometer was like really like state of the art. It should have detected a signal. It couldn't detect a signal. They were perplexed. So Lorentz said, let's just assume that the way the ether works is such that there is time dilation. Time is dilated, or clocks are retarded. As we move through the ether, the clock must be retarding and the length must be contracting as to compensate so that we never detect the ether. That was his proposition. I don't know how to derive. I have never seen a derivation of Lorentz transformation, and apparently it was directly from the. One second, I have a message. The ether assumption. So Lorentz said the clocks are retarded. The clocks retard as we move through the ether. It causes clocks to slow down and to length to contract.
Yeah.
Like physical contraction and physical slowdown of clocks. And he produced the Lorentz equation transformations. And I don't know what was the problem with that. I don't know, because Einstein said, I have a better solution. Einstein said, I don't need the ether. He literally said, the ether is superfluous. I don't need the ether. I can just assume the speed of light is a constant. And the laws of physics are constant, regardless of the frame of reference. So no matter where you run this test of the speed of light relative to me, you could be like, I could be in my lab, you could be in Skylab in orbit. We would both get the same result. It doesn't matter. It could be winter, summer, whatever time of the year, whichever direction Earth is moving, the solar system is moving. It doesn't matter. I don't need ether. I can ignore the ether and explain the null result. Well, anyway, and from these assumptions that he made, he also got the Lorentz transformations, like which no one mentions, that is completely weird. That Lorentz got the transformations from the ether assumption. Einstein got the same Lorentz transformations from ignoring the ether, just from assuming two assumptions: constant speed of light and constancy of laws of nature from all frames of reference. Anyway, so we have these transformations. So the Einstein transformations are, in my opinion, completely groundless, but no one seems to complain. He just assumed the speed of light is a constant for all observers, even though it doesn't make any sense. It's an irrational assumption. But he said, yeah, that's the way the universe works. It's a cosmic law. The speed of light is constant no matter from where you measure it. What is your frame of reference? What your frame of reference is doing, I don't care. You will always measure a constant speed of light. And if you ask me why, there is no reason. It's a postulate. Like, that's just the law. That's just the way this universe works. If you don't like it, write them an email. And well, history, basically we follow Einstein. That from the assumption that the speed of light is a constant, no matter from what frame of reference.
Hi, how's it going,
Hi.
Mr. Slave?
Hey.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, I've just been tuning into your theory or whatever you call it, here and there when I can. And I remember yesterday you said the same thing about, or I've heard you say it on multiple occasions, that this was Einstein's postulate. In other words, he just assumed it. But then yesterday, somebody said, yeah, but then it was then, like proven to be the case by other, experiments or people after that. Did you did you address that, or because it sounded like you're just repeating yourself, but then yesterday somebody said, "Oh yeah," but then it turned out that that was. Do you want to address that, or?
As far as I know, it's the reverse. Like we always, like before Einstein, they always got a constant speed of light. They could never detect the ether. And he writes it in his paper that they couldn't detect the ether. And that's very perplexing. The whole topic is very perplexing. So Einstein just said, okay, I'm going to postulate the first and second postulates.
Uh-huh.
But there's no.
And then has that. But somebody, I forget who it was yesterday after you said that, said, yeah, but it's kind of been borne out since then. So yes, at the time it was a postulate for Einstein, but it's more than that now. Did you want to say that that person was wrong, or because it seems like you haven't revised what you're saying there?
I'm sorry, you were broken up at the most critical word. So repeat the last sentence.
Okay, I'm not sure. I'll just repeat the whole thing. You were saying that yesterday that it's just something that Einstein postulated, but then another commenter here had said, yeah, that was the case originally, that was something that Einstein just postulated, but since then it's been borne out
What is
by
that?
experiment. And oh, do you remember that? Do you remember that yesterday?
I remember many things, but it doesn't matter. You can also bring it up. It doesn't matter if somebody brought it up yesterday or not. You can bring it up whenever you want, and we can analyze that position if it's relevant.
Okay,
Hey, Peter. Hey, Peter. Thanks for your time. I can see a new direction coming.
Where's Peter? What is he talking about?
I don't
Oh,
know.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Slave.
You're like someone to compare you to.
No, I meant slave. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just mentioning that yesterday you brought that same thing up, and then someone said, yeah, but that was a postulate at the time of Einstein. It's kind of been borne out that it just is more than just an assumption. It's just the case now. And I heard you saying the same thing today, and so I just wondered if can you acknowledge that person's point that it's since been borne out that it's more than just a postulate, or are you just sticking with that and kind of ignoring what that person said yesterday?
So usually in a discussion, I prefer to talk to the person that I'm talking to. So you can bring up whatever points you want to bring up, so I can respond to you and not to somebody from yesterday. I mean, I just want to avoid any misunderstanding. So bring up any objection you have to anything I say, and we can deal with it. So if you want to bring up any point, bring it up, and we'll deal with it.
I just did. I mean, that was my point. I was just curious if you had revised. I mean, it doesn't seem like you've revised how you talk about this. And I was checking in with you to see if maybe you had, but you'd forgotten to mention that or something maybe, but it sounds like no, that whatever they said was kind of lost on you, or.
As I said, you can argue for yourself, and I can deal with your arguments. I don't know, like I don't know, like you need to.
I didn't really have an argument. I was just mentioning that you had said the same thing yesterday, and someone pointed out that at the time that was true, that's something that Einstein had postulated, but since then
What
it had been
happened?
borne out.
Let me ask you, what happened since then? Tell me what happened since then.
I don't know. I mean, I didn't really hear you address this point yesterday.
Well,
and
here
so I
I'm
was just curious.
addressing. Here's my address. I'm asking you or anyone from any time what happened since then. I think I asked that person what exactly happened since then. And
Oh, okay. I must have missed that part. Sorry.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
bad.
because they didn't respond because nothing happened since then, because that argument doesn't exist. Nothing happened since then. Nothing. I mean, somebody would have proved
Since
Einstein's.
Einstein. Okay, if you say so. I don't know. I never heard you. It sounded like you would not really. I was just giving you an opportunity to maybe revise what you're saying.
Why would I revise? I mean, Einstein didn't change
Good
his
question.
mind. It's not like
That's a great
Einstein.
one.
It's not like Einstein proposed this postulate in 1905 and disappeared. He lived for many years after. And he never retracted the paper. He never revised it. And when you listen to any lecture, there's plenty of videos of the teach special relativity, Lorentz, Einstein transformations. They all say the same thing, that we postulate based on Einstein. We continue postulating that the speed of light is a constant. That's the way everyone teaches special relativity. I never heard of anyone teaching it otherwise. I've heard many people teaching special relativity. I've listened basically to every YouTuber that teaches special relativity. And they all teach exactly the same way. I'm the only one who discusses the philosophy and the considerations, and I'm the only one asking questions. But everyone.
Did you just say YouTube? Like, that's not your main source for this stuff, is it? It's not YouTube, right?
I'm saying I know how everyone on YouTube teaches, including Lenny Susskind, or anyone else who teaches physics on YouTube.
Is that your main source for like where you
That's
picked up this information?
That's actually ad hominem that you're asking me about me. I'd rather talk about the universe and not me. So if you have any questions about the universe and not me, I can discuss
Well,
that.
you want to talk about your theory, right?
Yeah, but not me. So if you want to ask
Right. And I
questions
was just
about
curious where
no,
you're getting your
no,
information.
no. I'm not discussing me. We can
That's
discuss.
okay. I obviously don't have your consent, and so I'll withdraw.
So if you have any further questions about the universe that does not include me, I'll gladly discuss the universe, but not me.
I'm just interested in epistemology, so I like asking people questions like how they know what they know. So, but if you're not amenable to that, it's fine.
You can ask me how I know what I know. Sure. That's a good question.
Okay. So did you, so is YouTube like, surely that's not your main source of information. Like,
what do you mean
you
source?
probably like listen to lectures.
Wait,
and stuff.
that has nothing to do with what I know. You said
It's how you know what.
No, that's
right?
not. That's not. No. So you said that since Einstein, something happened that we no longer think.
Somebody yesterday said that.
Let me just finish my sentence, please. So
Okay,
you said,
sure.
right. So you said that, well, Einstein postulated, but since then things have changed, and we no longer postulate the speed of light, rather something else, speed of light. But I told you.
Close.
Okay, it doesn't matter. I'll tell you what I heard. But I told you, as far as I know, nothing has happened. And anyone who teaches special relativity, they all teach the same way through based on the postulate. So if you have any evidence, my point is, if you have any evidence that something happened since Einstein's postulate, that is not me, because I have produced a proof of Einstein's postulate. But if you have any evidence that something changed regarding Einstein's postulate, that we have something changed, I don't know. If you have any evidence, you can present it.
I'm just trying to go. I think you're close, except for it wasn't me that said that. I think if I trying to like put the voice to the profile picture, I think it was like NASA Shill, maybe, who had said that to you yesterday.
It's not important. It's not important.
Well,
right now I'm talking.
I believe
to you.
that was the case. Yeah, and if you recall, my question was, had you revised what you were saying based on his his point yesterday. It sounds like the answer is no. It's cool. No worries, man. Hey, I got another question for you. So the ether, right? That's what things wave through. Is how you're describing it, right?
Yes.
Is it only what kind of radiation waves through it?
It's basically every what we call elementary particle is actually a wave, and those are waves in the ether. So an electron is a
So
wave.
sound waves.
No, sound wave is in the air, and air is oxygen and stuff, and oxygen has an electron. That electron is a wave in the ether.
All right, gotcha. But sound is not a wave in it.
Sound is a wave in the air.
Okay. Somebody yesterday asked about the falsifiability of the ether, and you kind of like hand waved it. I wonder if does that seem to you to be one of the weaker points in your theory, I guess? Falsifiability.
I mean, there's a problem with judging a theory based on falsifiability when it's the only theory. Like, you don't have two competing theories, you only have one theory. So it's, if you had two of them, you could start judging, you could start judging a theory. But if you only have one theory, it's, so it's difficult to judge it. But you heard my theory, so you tell me if you feel.
I've heard parts. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, you heard my theory, parts of it. So I have papers. I'm completely transparent about it. So I didn't think through falsifiability. Most of the people waste most of my time by asking me if all my knowledge is from YouTube, and that's most of my time on when I debate, unfortunately. So, but that's a good. You
Do you
bring.
understand why that? Yeah. What do you understand? I mean, do you understand why someone might want to know that?
I'm going to ignore any question that starts with, that includes you and is referring to me. I'm not interested in that because for me, that is a waste of
So you
my.
don't want to talk about your anything?
Yes. Your is good. You is no good.
So your
So as I
okay,
was.
your background is not though.
So as I was saying, your
Yeah, just
question.
ignore that part.
So as I was saying, it's a good question. Like, we could have a discussion about falsifiability. I like Popper. I build on
Yeah,
Popper.
he's one, right?
He's what?
Karl Popper. That's right. Falsifiability, Karl Popper. Like the person yesterday who brought it up, they said, do you have any way to like disprove the ether? And I think the answer is no, right?
I don't know. I never thought about it. How to disprove ether. I mean, yeah, there's one. Yeah, I have one way to disprove it. So I have an experiment that I've proposed to discover the ether in such a way that is possibly falsifiable.
Is falsifiability on a scale of 1 to 10 important to you, with 0 being not very important and 10 being very important?
Yeah, I think it's probably a 10. It's probably critical for a
So it's important.
scientific. It's a 10. So
Now,
I would say
well,
I would say it's critical.
If more people thought like you, what change would you expect to see in the world?
If more people thought like me?
Yeah, with regards to your theory. What change would you expect to see in the world?
I mean, my theory is based on my philosophy of science. It didn't just come out of nowhere. Like first I redefined science. Once I redefined science, I was forced to come up with the ether theory. So the question is,
So if more people
Mhm.
thought like you with regards to your theory, what change would you expect to see in the world?
What you're referring to, just the ether theory or my philosophy of science?
Since we're just talking about your ether theory, maybe just that for right now.
Well, for many centuries, people believed in the ether. Michelson and Morley, their experiment was to try to show that the ether existed.
Not exactly.
I mean,
they had a preconceived ether. It was stationary relative basically to the sun, you could say. So they expected it to be at 30 kilometers a second relative to the Earth. At least some of the
no. They claimed that the ether was stationary in space, and that as the Earth traveled around the sun, that it would cause a drift of that ether at 30 kilometers per second.
Exactly. At least
But that's not my point. The point is that the luminiferous ether, that idea has been around for centuries before Michelson and Morley. And that's why they set up their experiment to try to show that actually existed.
Yeah.
And so how are you changing science by Michelson and Morley agreeing that with science that existed, but they were just trying to devise equipment to show that it existed?
I'm not sure what you're asking, but I'll assume you're asking if Michelson and Morley got a null result, why am I rehashing the ether?
No, that's
No?
not what I'm asking.
So
why are you trying to reinvent something that was in the 1800s and prior to that for many centuries, believed in the experiment, tried to show that it existed, and so they were actually agreeing with science, not disagreeing with science?
I don't understand your question.
I bring that as opposition to your position of trying to show that science is wrong and rebuilding it.
I'm
Wait.
I'm confused.
Well, he's not getting what you're asking. Can we try to rephrase that in a different way? Like,
Okay. If I understand you correctly, Mr. Slave, you're trying to reconstruct science and add ether back in.
No,
Michelson and Morley were
no.
not trying to reconstruct science.
No.
No. I mean, you did say that.
No. If that came across, then no, that's not what I'm doing. So I just redefined science, and
can you tell me what redefining science means?
Sure, I'll just finish the sentence with your permission. So I redefined science, and very quickly the ether popped out of my redefinition of science. So my redefinition of science, I decided that I will not accept any scientific theory that is not mechanical, simple, intuitive to a child. That's not science. To me, that's
I
not
just
science.
said
Yeah.
what I just said though is exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
Lester, am I incorrect? His word redefinition could be reconstructing.
Okay. But I didn't redefine science.
You didn't use the word reconstruction, or you didn't use the word reconstruction, but redefining it in the context you're saying is the same as saying reconstructing.
I usually don't use that word reconstruct. I just use define. I mean, I define words.
Right, but it's the
Science.
same in this context. It means the same thing. Or do you disagree, Lush?
It's semantics. I mean, if you want to redefine the word define with reconstruct, or redefine and construct the same way, then if that's how you want to redefine it, then fine. Then it's the same word. Then it's the same word.
Tell me how it's different.
That's semantics. You want to have a semantic discussion?
I want to, in this context, I want you to tell me what the difference between reconstruct and redefine mean.
Why? Why do you want to have a discussion about definitions of words? What's the purpose?
Because you're the one that jumped on me for saying you're reconstructing science.
I just said I don't use that word in general. If you want to use that word, that's fine. I don't like for now. I'm not going to object. I don't care. Like it's not important.
The whole point is you're trying to reconstruct science when Michelson and Morley weren't trying to do that.
I don't
Or
care.
in your terminology, you're trying to. They weren't trying to redefine science. They were trying to construct a tool that can measure the ether.
I don't care what anybody did in this universe. I care what I do in this universe. But why would I care about anyone? Anyway, I redefine science the way I like it to be defined. I don't like the current modern definition. So my definition is that science or a proper, valid scientific theory must be mechanical, intuitive, understandable to a little baby, and so on. So
Okay, so let's take, for example, shining a light through a prism and then the different wavelengths of light creating different colors of the color spectrum. How would a little baby understand that?
So what I'm saying is ultimately, I mean, when you show a little baby the building blocks of this universe, how they interact, those
Answer
must.
my question, please.
I just did. I didn't say that.
No,
I didn't.
understand.
I didn't say what you said.
Answer the question I asked instead of something I didn't ask.
No. I'm saying. I'm not saying that a baby can understand all the equations of whatever, like prism.
I didn't even mention equations.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm saying, or that, like, if it's something complicated, then I'm not expecting a baby to understand it. I'm talking about the ultimate interactions of the building blocks of the universe. Those must be trivial. Those must be intuitive, mechanical. So whatever the photons are doing when they interact with the glass, as they split into different frequencies, whatever, that internally ultimately must be mechanical. It can't be some probability mathematics, wave function mathematics, whatever. It can't be. It's not.
It is a fact that different wavelengths of light change color because the sun is not actually yellow, it's white. And as it passes through the atmosphere and the layers of the atmosphere down to us, it appears to be yellow because of the wavelengths of light changing.
I don't know. I'm not. I don't know how a prism works. I don't know many things in physics or chemistry. I don't know most of the stuff. I have no idea. What I am saying is everything at the fundamental level, either if you say quantum mechanics is fundamental, or maybe at the ether level, that's the fundamental. Whatever it is, the interaction must be. Oh, he's gone. Anybody else wants to talk? Oh. So people are two-way silent. Amber, what do you got?
I don't know, dude. I'm just like zoning out to this.
Are you happy? Is it good?
It was pretty good, but I want it to keep going. I think everyone probably just moved.
Oh, they moved to the. Oh, they moved to the other side. Oh my god! Oh my god! That's so funny. Oh my god! That's so funny. Funny. I
Yeah.
will unmute you
That's
if you
too bad.
see line a picture of you in a shock collar. Oh. Hey. What's up? Hello. Can anybody hears me?
I can.
You want to debate?
Sure.
I less than 3 sus Jesus. What does that mean?
Less than 3 is Jesus.
What?
Less than 3 Jesus, but 3 this rhymes with Jesus, so it just flows nicely.
But what does it
Less than 3
mean?
Jesus. I less than 3 Jesus. If you type less than 3, you get a heart. I heart Jesus.
I don't get it. Oh, wait. Oh, I less than 3. What is sus?
It just rhymes with Jesus. It just
Oh,
makes it all rhyme.
that's wonderful.
Thank you
That
very much.
is brilliant stuff. Anyway, what do you got for me? What do you got? What do you want to talk about? What do you believe in?
I believe in God.
You
Maybe.
believe in God? You want to debate God?
Do you not believe in God?
Please, yes.
Do I believe in God?
Debate God.
Okay.
Debate God.
Okay, let's debate
I've not
God.
really got good debate material for God, but we'll give it a go, I guess. Do you think the earth is round or flat?
Wait, you want to debate? Let's debate God. Forget about the earth.
Yeah. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
I'm a mainstream guy. I'm on board with Neil
No,
deGrasse.
he's not. He's an ether boy.
Yeah,
He's an ether boy hiding from you. He's a little flamboyant ether boy.
Okay.
You don't believe in God?
I don't believe in God. No. No gods for me, thank you. Why? You believe in God?
Yeah.
What's your definition of God?
There's lots of definitions. God is basically everything, like the singularity, like all truth,
Hold
all
on, hold on.
things, all knowing,
Wait.
time.
Wait. No, wait 1 second. Hold on. Let me just close the window. I don't want to. Hold on.
Might only have 15 minutes as well, by the way.
All right. Oh, wait. Let me close the door.
Why? Do.
All right. So.
Oh, I forgot that we liked big butts. We do
Oh, yeah.
indeed.
I like big butt. All right. Let's go. So, what is your definition of God? You said God is everything. Look, if you say God is everything, then we don't have a disagreement. I also believe in everything. So you gotta say something that I can disagree with, like something exclusive. So say something about God that I might disagree with. Like, what's your definition of God? What's your definition?
It has to be everything. It has to be ultimate truth, ultimate knowing, ultimate
No, what's the
everything all
definition?
time.
Wait, when you say, go ahead.
maybe you could define God. Maybe there's some contention in there. I don't know if you heard me just before, but I might only have 15 minutes.
Okay,
Rebecca
15 is
might have a
good.
bit more as well.
15 is good. So you believe, when you say you believe in the God, and I say I don't believe in the God. So what I'm thinking is like a God that, let's say, created the universe, right? That, so that, I don't believe in, let's say. I don't believe that that happened. I don't believe it. So you believe that there is a God that created the universe?
Or that created whatever was the precursor to the universe and the precursor to that, etc.
Okay, then let me ask you, what's your evidence that there is a God who created this universe? What's your evidence?
So I need to refine this a bit more, but
Sure.
there's like this consciousness that moves through.
No, I'm lost. So
No,
you just
okay.
lost me. So you're saying, okay, got it. So you're saying that there is a God outside of the universe?
Yes, but is necessarily also inside. God's nature is
Is he
inside it and outside of it.
okay? So you're saying he has intelligence and consciousness, right?
So I avoid saying he, but I might say he. But yeah, generally God. It's I
But
avoid and
okay,
anthropomorphizing.
it's. What do you want me to say? She, he, they, them. What's your preference?
I mean, he's good as long as we're both clear that I'm not sort of putting a
Like no gender. So
he's
he
fine.
has no
Yeah, we mean God.
gender.
It's not necessarily gender, but it's not. I don't know how to. He's fine, but we mean
Okay.
God. Yeah, cool.
All right. So God, he has intelligence, obviously, right?
Yeah, all of it.
What do you mean all of it? I don't know what that means. What do you mean all
Well,
of
God
it?
is all knowing, and so to
How
be
do
all
you
knowing.
wait? How do you know? How do you know all these things? What's your source of
That's a good
information?
question.
Wait, what?
So I don't necessarily know, but it seems to be
Oh,
I'm going to say logical conclusion, but
why?
that's also up for contention.
I
But
mean,
yes, it seems to.
to me, it sounds like you're lying. You're just making up stuff. Like it sounds like you're a liar, which is what
Oh
I
well.
claim. Which is what I claim. Every person who believes in God is nothing but a liar. They're just
What do you think I'm lying about?
well. Look, you're making up stuff, and as soon as I'm asking, as soon as I put you on the stand and cross-examine you, you collapse. Your testimony collapses. That's a liar. A judge would kick you out of court and would like put you in jail for the way you behave. You're spreading disinformation. You're a terrible person. And
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, but at the
well,
moment, I don't feel like I've lied. I'm not trying to deceive you. I'm trying to be precise about what I believe and what I think.
but if you've
I'm not trying to
okay,
delude anyone or tell anyone they should think a certain way, but
but
I'm
okay,
just
so
trying to.
okay, all right. So you don't have it. It's like you don't have intent to commit a crime. But look, I'm putting you on the stand. I'm taking every word you're saying seriously, right? People are listening to you. People might change their lives. People might give their lives for that God that you proclaim. So you're playing with lives. People might die because of your
I
words.
appreciate that.
But you don't have any respect for your own words. You're nilly willy making claims, backing up, like you like you have no responsibility. You're
So what have I said then?
you're irresponsible, which is the least I can say about every person who claims they believe in God. They are terrible people. If they don't spread lies and disinformation, it's certainly misinformation. You have no knowledge.
Okay, so in a simple way, if
Yeah.
I live
Hmm.
as if God exists and I take guidance through God's revelation, both in the Bible and just my experience through life.
Why are you
If I
changing?
pay attention to that
Why?
and follow this,
But
life seems to follow a path that is true.
I don't know anything, how any of what you said is even remotely relevant. Look, I asked you about God. I asked you for evidence, and you buckled during cross-examination.
I don't feel like we've got to that point yet, but fair enough if that's how you feel.
What do you mean? You backtracked. You said he has all the intelligence. I said, how do you know? You said, it's a good question. I said, what's your source of
Okay,
information?
cool. Yeah. So it's
I
not. I don't necessarily know. I can't claim to know these things.
I asked
But
you.
through my own experience and my own study, it seems to be an ultimate conclusion, and so I've built that through many different reasonings.
Okay, look, I asked you, what's your source of information that God has all the intelligence? What's your source of information?
My source of information is that.
And you said it's logical, it's in a way intuitive or something. It's like, what is that? Like so you're just making up stuff.
So okay, let's try and let me try and sort of make it simplify it a bit, and hopefully we don't get too hung up on it. But for example, science only discovers what is already there.
Why are you
Humans,
changing? Why are you changing the
I'm not changing.
topic?
I'm not trying to change. I'm trying to just sort of build up the reasoning as to why I have come to the conclusions that I have come to.
What's your source of information about the intelligence of God? What's your source of information? What's your source of information?
My source of information is that I exist and I seem to take in information, and others report that they are
What's your
also
source?
taking in information.
No.
My source is
What's your
life. My source is
evidence?
existence.
No. What's your evidence that there is a God that has all the intelligence? What's your evidence?
So energy can't be created or destroyed or something like that. And so all the things, for example, energy, intelligence, consciousness, or something, I don't know how to put this, but it's all already there. It's already provided to us. We just discover it and then we describe it. We don't
How is
put
this?
anything into existence.
How is this
And so
relevant?
for these things to be, and for this knowledge to come about, it's sort of a simplified interpretation, but something new about how to do those things before those things were there.
I asked you, what's your source of information? What's your evidence there is a God who has
Okay, so I see. You're trying to pin me down to something that you can then pick apart. And so I'm not trying to avoid that. That's fair enough. But I'm telling you honestly, I don't have, like, existence is my evidence.
I don't
I
know what
use
that
the Bible
means.
because it's useful guidance. I
I
read the
don't know.
Quran, the parts
I
of the
don't.
Quran, they talk about God. It seems to have a truth about these things. Humans
Hold on.
describe their experience and their existence, and there
Hold on.
seems to be
Hold on.
something
Hold
consistent
on.
that flows through all of this, that isn't us,
Hold on.
but that reveals to
Hold
us.
on. Hold on. You're monologuing, and you're not. That's not a conversation. You're not exchanging information. So I have no idea what you're saying. And you're not allowing me to ask questions. I could have asked you a question about every word you said, but you're monologuing. Like when you
Sorry that I monologued.
Like when you interrupt me, you would notice I instantaneously completely stop and listen to your interruption. When I try
Thank
to,
you.
it's not, I don't need to be thanked. I'm just trying to understand you. And when I try to interrupt you because I don't understand you, you steamroll me. That
I was just trying to be more clear about what I was saying.
So let's have a ping pong discussion. So if I stop you, please stop. If you stop me, of course I'll stop.
Cool. All right.
So what's your evidence that there is a God? Just present your evidence. Can you present your evidence? What brought you to that conclusion?
What brought me to that conclusion was a lifetime of atheism. and then a
No,
revelation.
no.
This is
Just
the evidence. This is the evidence.
that's not
This is my
evidence.
explanation.
But
I understand it's not evidence in terms of here. Look at this rock. This is a rock. We can
like,
look
if
at a
I
rock and we
asked
can see
you,
what it's made up of.
if
And
I
hey,
asked
yeah,
you,
it's a rock.
if I asked you, do you have 10 fingers? You would say yes. I would ask you, what's your evidence? You would tell me, my evidence is I look and I see 10 fingers. Like, I
If it
would
was
ask
this
you,
simple, we wouldn't be here
I don't know.
thousands of years
But
later.
if it's not simple, then it's a lie. How about that? It's either
That's
That's
it's either
dumb.
it's either
That's
simple. It's either simple or it's a
Maybe you're
lie.
just dumb. Maybe that's the case. You're
but
just too dumb to
wait.
understand it.
Mr. Slave, you said you wanted to listen. You said you wanted to understand him. Is that? Do you still want to understand him?
Sure.
Okay, then would you just let him give his reasoning? You may have a. You can address it after he's done, but you interrupted him. So would you just let him continue on, please?
No, that's not how me and he decided to have a conversation. We decided to have a ping
Okay.
pong. So we are going to interrupt each other as much as we feel like.
Oh, I thought you wanted to understand it. It sounded like you wanted to understand what he was saying. He was going somewhere, and then you just totally like interrupted him and didn't allow him to finish his point.
So the way I talk to people is I don't let them finish, and I don't expect them to let me finish ever, if at any point they have a question. So I expect them to stop.
But you didn't ask him a question. You said no.
Whatever. So as soon
And then
as
you proceeded to say why that wasn't evidence, and he didn't even get to the evidence part. He just said, "I've lived most of my life as an atheist," and then he was about ready to give some kind of reasoning for why he, believes what he believes. And I thought you were like sincere in saying you wanted to understand, but then it seemed like when you interrupted him and told him no, that you might not want to understand.
yeah, you again referenced me, so I'll ignore any comments from you. All right, let's continue discussing your Mr. Jesus, your contention that there is a God, if you want to.
I'm happy to.
Okay.
I'm not sure I'm able to provide the information in the format that you require it though. That's the only difficult part here.
Look, so I before we were interrupted, so I would suggest that's the way I live my life. Something is either simple or it's a lie. And that's how I treat all of science. So if a scientific theory is simple, it's fine. If it's not simple, I reject it. Simple. I'm a simple, as
So
they say, I'm a simple person. That's how I live my
okay.
life. So if you're going to propose a complex theory about a god, then I will reject it as a lie, because that's how I treat any complex answers. It's either simple.
Well then, I'm sorry that that's how you live your life. But it changes nothing for me about whether God keeps nourishing me. And I'd love for you to know God because I believe that it would make your life better for yourself. It changes nothing for me.
It could.
It just
I
puts me
agree.
at ease that
I agree that
yeah.
people who believe in God, there is benefits to believing in God. There's benefits to performing rituals. There's benefits to being members of a cult. I don't disagree with anything. There's benefits to living in some delusion. There's benefits to ignoring reality. There's benefits to many things. There's benefits to being in the sun and being irradiated by the sun. There's some benefits to X-rays. There's some benefits to
So maybe we could touch on rituals real quick there, because for me as an atheist, the ritualistic stuff was like, yeah, God's bollocks because of the ritualistic stuff. But coming to understand it, it shouldn't be that the ritual is essential. It's that the ritual is useful to bring focus to God. So it's helpful to have the ritual, but the ritual shouldn't be the thing that is prevalent, is sort of
I like
the
the
focus.
ritual. It helps it be more realistic. That's the
Yeah,
whole
ritual
thing
is
that
good.
Heather
I'm not
was
saying it's
doing.
bad. I'm just
Humans
saying
are
that
ritualistic.
I love the
some people
rituals.
take the ritual too seriously sometimes, and the ritual becomes the thing rather than the focus that the ritual is supposed to breed in us.
I love the rituals. I love Christmas. I love all the holidays. I love everything. It's fantastic. It has nothing
So
to
this is it. So the ritual of Christmas is like people have now, they look forward to the ritual rather than what the ritual can bring to them. And that's a focus towards God, a focus towards all that is not us, that has provided to us in order for us to flourish, be nourished.
I
But
personally
also, if it goes wrong, we'll take our burdens from us.
I personally hate God if he exists. I I don't.
That's a paradox.
No, I mean, God theoretically is a dictator of the universe. In general, I don't appreciate dictators. So there you go.
What do you mean a dictator? That's interesting. This is another contention I had as an atheist. Yeah, I thought that God was a tyrant, but it's more like, just to simplify it maybe, and this is not a great analogy to say to use this, but a sort of a computer simulation. It's like if we created a computer simulation and we realized that our creations had a consciousness, it's like, would we not want to put into that some way for, if we truly wanted them to sort of succeed and or do well even, or anything, like, would we not want to put into place things, some guidance for them as to how they could better navigate their world, instead of just shutting it all down, or I don't know, just placating everything and removing any sense of need for experience?
The answer is
would
no.
would we not?
No, I
Fair enough.
wouldn't.
Okay, fair enough.
I am also against school. I'm anti-school.
Yeah, go.
So
Why?
Wow, I'm so surprised.
So I'm against propaganda, okay, but schooling is a good thing. It's very difficult to have a utopia for school, have a utopia of, oh, we should teach what's good. Like, if we have school, it's unfortunate, but at certain points in time, we're going to build up sort of cultural ideas that might not be great, but
wait,
that are going to be propagated through the
wait,
education system and the work
wait,
system.
wait,
That stuff just comes with it, and we
wait,
have to
wait,
try and mitigate that by
wait,
teaching people how
wait,
to think and
wait,
not what to think.
wait. You tend to go into monologues.
Yeah, I just want to finish points real quick.
That's not nice. That's kind of abusive. Like, I don't do that. Like, I try to
Maybe you
give.
should. Maybe you've got some wisdom.
Look, you just interrupted me, and I appreciate that. And I want to be interrupted, but I also would appreciate if, when I want to interrupt you, you will stop and not steamroll me. That's like abuse, the way I see it. What I wanted to say is, I'm also anti-parenting.
In place of what? What's the alternative?
That's a good question. Just less. I mean, so parenting, like schooling, it should come from the child. If the child wants to be parented, then it should be parented. As soon as the child says, "I don't want to be parented," that should be the end of that. And as soon as the child says, "No more schooling for me," that should be the end of that. And if we
I
force,
can tell you are not a parent.
It seems that your contentions come with sort of things that happen further up the line of these primary things, so schooling and parenting. So parenting in itself is like, parents should be transferring wisdom to their children, so that children, and this is why humanity sort of grows sort of so well, is that we pass down wisdom so that we're not having to keep repeating ourselves and doing what's already sort of been done where it's not necessary. And
yeah,
so parenting in that you shouldn't be an
hold on,
overbearing parent. Yeah, like
hold on,
that's bad. There are aspects.
hold. Thank you. Yeah, That's so. What you're saying is there's reason to abuse children for the survival.
No, that's not what I said.
Literally, what you
No,
said.
no, 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 no.
Literally, you
Nowhere
said
should abuse come in. It's a transfer of wisdom.
if the child says no, thank you, and you keep going, you're a child abuser.
Okay, if your child is injecting itself with heroin and you're like, no, and your child's like, no, thank you, I don't want your advice, you're just going to let your child inject themselves with heroin. Is that reasonable?
Look, if that happens, look, your child can, right? It can kill itself in the middle of the night. It can go to the kitchen, take a knife, and stab itself in the brain.
Yes, and that's tragic. And so, as parents, we should
So
take responsibility to
It's for the love
try
of
to
God,
keep
Mr.
our
Slave.
children from harming themselves.
Hide your knives. Mr. Slave.
Hide
Jesus
your
Christ.
knives.
look, if it comes to that your child is a psychopathic murderer or a 3-year-old drug addict.
You have like zero idea of how it is to have a child. You're so ignorant in the topic.
But there's so much more that comes before that. So children, when they lose their temper, if they're also aware that they could use a knife to harm the person that they deem has caused them to have a bad mood, they would just go and use a knife on that person. And so culture is teaching children about sort of ways of life that we all agree to, and so we don't end up in situations where we're killing each other, frankly.
Okay.
Or they might use a knife as something to, like, they want to take out some shit, they got stuck in something, and then they accidentally stab themselves. They
Well,
don't have to
that's
like,
different.
I'm going to stab somebody.
Wait 1
right?
second.
So
wait, no. So now it's like both of you are speaking in sequence, and I'm not able to respond. That's not nice. Anyway, look, you are not responding to my suggestion. I mean, if you have it right, no one is constraining their child from reaching to the kitchen knives and murdering the family at 3 years old. If that happens, if your child is so mentally unstable, then yeah, you know might as well chop its head off right at the get go or something. I mean, but that hardly ever happens. So my point is that
because of culture.
No, it's not because of culture. No, it's because it's because of 4 billion years of evolution. Didn't create a child to murder its family. No animal does that. No baby animal murders its parents. That's evolution.
Maybe the evolution part of it is that we actually teach our child to be good children. That's part of the evolution as well.
Look,
right? Ignoring like the social part of humans and saying, "Oh, if we just allow everybody to do whatever they wish to, right, then everything would be fine."
Yeah, I can tell you.
Part of being human is to teach your children. That's what separates us from other apes.
Yeah, I can tell you're a leftist. So that's basically leftism.
That's okay. We can tell you're a libertarian.
We can. It's okay. I can tell you're a retard.
I'm actually not. I don't define myself as a libertarian, but fine. Anyway, look. So
that's exactly what a libertarian would say.
No, I mean,
I'm just here for the truth.
I'm an egoist. I'm like, but fine. I have common denominator with libertarians, yeah. But I just don't happen to define myself as one. Anyway, fine. I mean, you think that if you don't train your child to not be a murderer, that's the only way
Not
he's not.
necessarily. That wasn't the whole of the point.
That's what they're saying. You're obviously not a leftist. They're leftists, but you're treading on leftism.
Is child upbringing leftism? Like just teaching your child to not stab other kids? Is that leftism?
No, I mean we just had a discussion.
I guess I'm a leftist.
Look, we just had a discussion. You feel that naturally children would murder their families unless you educate them properly that that's not how we behave as advanced apes or something. So I don't feel that way. I feel that evolution did its job already, and humans want to survive. And a child knows that if it murders its family, it's not going to end up well. It understands it at 2 and 3 years old. It knows not to mess. It knows society is not going to mess around. So instinctively, children know to behave nicely.
Again, you're
You're so
proving you're not a
naive.
parent.
You're so fucking naive. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Look.
Clearly, you don't have kids.
Okay, you don't know.
Instinctively, kids are always nice. You can just leave them alone. They will never misbehave. They will never eat candy. They will brush their teeth. You don't have to teach them anything, right? They will never tease their siblings. They will never do anything wrong like that, right? They'll just behave common. Else there's something wrong with them.
So if you
right?
go, if you study
This is so
anthropology,
dumb.
who said that?
Is this on YouTube that we study it, or where would you suggest we study it?
Lush, you're being obnoxious. I'll ignore your comments when you're.
I'm building a profile on you. So far, I have libertarian, not a parent, and probably 25 or younger.
Look, Lush, when you make interesting comments, I'll respond. When you're being obnoxious, I'll ignore. So just be nice. Anyway, if you watch YouTube videos about, or you study anthropology, as far as I know, ancient civilizations, like pre-civilizations, like hunter-gatherer societies and stuff, or tribes. So there is no family unit. There is no word for mom. Literally, children don't know who their mom is. So the way it works is that during the day, all the women are together, all the men are together, and all the children are together. The children basically, so and actually that's how ancient school systems used to be like. If you watch Little House in the Prairie, like, and you wonder, everyone goes into one tiny cabin, like the preschool goes with the high school and one teacher? How does that work? But that is
Tiny
how.
school.
Excuse me?
Tiny school.
What?
They do that sometimes if they don't have if it's tiny schools, tiny classes.
Yes.
Anyway, so tiny schools or ancient schools, pre-industrial schools or whatever, pre-Prussian schools, like Little House in the Prairie school system, is similar to hunter-gatherer systems where all the children basically teach each other and they take care of each other and everything's fine. And these people live in the harshest conditions. If you eat the wrong shroom, you die. And they figure it out. Everything is figured out.
Nope. Because so specifically in the case you're talking about, that is not the case. They don't just let the kids figure it out every generation. There's like somebody who is teaching the kids and knows which mushrooms to eat and not eat. And so it's exactly not the case that you're talking about. Again, Little House on the Prairie and YouTube are not good sources of information.
Lush, when you're obnoxious, I'll ignore you. So you earned an ignoring. Anyway, does anybody want to talk about anything else? Otherwise, I'll continue watching my.
I'm not gonna talk about parenting with a child
so
who has
this is
no
going to be
idea how
much
to
easier to
parent.
solve now.
Definitely.
I'm gonna watch a YouTube derivation of Lorentz transformations.
Just remember, if it's not so simple that a baby can understand it, it's a lie.
That's why Lorentz transform. Well, our Lorentz transformation. Well, that's the purpose of the rubber ducky. The rubber ducky actually performs a Lorentz transformation, so a baby can see and understand it. That's exactly the point. You see?
Well, I would say like addition doesn't exist because 3-year-olds can't add together high numbers.
I think that even if a day old
Complicated.
baby can already tell
Can't
addition.
speak, dude. They can't speak.
Because
They don't even know.
can
They don't
speak.
even. They have to like point to the titties of the mom to make them read what the
That's
fuck they're on
advanced. That's
about.
an advanced baby. To point at the titties, I could do that. I can
You
point
Yeah,
have
at.
to
and
I can
you
point
have
at
to do
to
that
titties.
to
further
read our,
to
our
further
subtitles.
defeat
When I
what
walk
you have
down the
just been
street, I'm
saying,
always pointing at titties, and it seems to work just fine.
I want you to have a child just so you can grow up, man.
I
Like
thought you were gonna say,
seriously,
I
I think
want
it
you
would
to have
help.
some
just
titties.
wait. He needs to wait for a while. But even a 1 day old baby, if anything, knows if he doesn't know anything else, knows what his fucking mom is, basically.
Well, I don't disagree with that.
So then earlier you're saying, well, in pre like civilized cultures, like they don't even know what their mother is, blah blah blah. A newborn baby has no other concept for anything but who is its mother, who they've been listening to their whole 9 months of their life before they're born. All they know is their mother.
Yeah,
All they know.
I don't disagree with that. That I completely and thoroughly and meticulously agree with. 100%.
X is equal to A x dash plus V.
Unfortunately, I'm learning to speak like an Indian. Instead of X prime, they say X dash.
Okay, so speaking of percentages, you just said 100%. Going back to your theory, your scientific theory, either your theory on the ether or your theory of science, your philosophy of science, excuse me, that it has to be simple or it's a lie. If how confident are you in either one of those that they're true on a scale of like 0 to 100, with 100 being absolutely 100% no questions, 0 is I got a lot of questions, I'm not very confident.
As to my definition of science?
Your philosophy of science, if that's what you want to answer about.
It's my philosophy. What do you mean? It's nothing to do with truth. It's my definition.
Yep. So as far as your definition, how confident are you that this is true?
There's nothing to do with confidence. This is my definition. This is how I choose to live my life, with my definition, my science.
Yep. And so one thing that people can do is they can give something that they believe is true a confidence rating. In other words, like I might feel like
I don't believe.
have.
I didn't say I believe
Go
it's
ahead.
true. I didn't say I believe it's
Okay.
true. I said this is how I live my life. This is how I define. These are my
You think it's
assumptions.
true?
No, these are my
You don't think
assumptions.
it's true.
No, I mean So, do I think it's true? Yeah, I think it's true. Yeah.
Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that it's true?
I have to say 100% because I don't understand. I literally don't understand what it would mean. What it would mean to not understand the universe. So it's either the
Well, we're
universe.
just talking about your philosophy of science in this case, when you think it's true and you said you're 100%. Do I understand you correctly?
I'm giving you. Look, you can help me answer the question. You're asking, so it's your words. I need to fit my answer to the way what you're asking. I'm trying to
Yep.
transmit
I'm just
your.
trying to understand you, and I asked, do I understand you? And this is how you're responding. I'm not really sure. Do I? It sounds like you're saying I might not be understanding you.
No. You just let me try and finish. So the problem with your question is that I don't understand what it would mean for me to not understand the universe. I don't understand. I cannot understand. Like this notion, for example, the notion that the wave function describes the probability of where we would find a particle that is not a particle, it's a wave. And why would a wave equation, like, where's the mechanics? So as long as I don't understand something, it's false. It has to be mechanical. I need a
Did you just say if you don't understand something, it has to be false?
at one point, like if the
Is that,
explanation,
did I understand you correctly there?
let me repeat and be clear. So
Just hang on just a second.
Yeah.
Just a second. Did you understand my question to you?
I understand the words, but if you really want to understand how I feel, then it has to be a back and forth. You have to let me clarify. I know you.
Okay. Can you just tell me what I asked you, just so I understand, so I can be sure you understand what I'm asking you? Can you go ahead and
Yeah,
repeat
so
back
you
to me?
asked me to clarify if it is true what I said, that if I don't understand something, then I define it as false. You're like scratching your head, like, why would anyone say this? Like, do you really mean that? And I'm trying now to
So did I understand you correctly?
if you're not gonna let me talk, then I'll get back to my lecture on Lorentz transformation. I'm not interested in being
Well, I'm
silent.
just trying to make sure I understood. I thought you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if you don't understand it, it can't be true.
Look, if you're gonna silence me, ask me, answer for me, ask me again, silence me, answer for me. I'm sorry, that's not how I usually have productive discussions. So it's up to you. I'm gonna get back to my Lorentz transformation.
That's cool. You don't have to consent.
Consent? You mean concede?
No, I wouldn't ask you these questions if you didn't give me your consent. It's clear you're not
Consent?
giving me consent.
Consent for what? What are you talking about? Consent?
Yeah, you don't consent to have a discussion about this, and so that's fine. I wouldn't
don't
deign to
consent?
ask you the questions if you don't give consent.
Consent? You keep silencing me, asking, silencing me, answering for me, asking again, silencing me again, answering for me again. What do you want me to do? I'm trying to clarify. I'm trying to convey to you my feelings. You want to silence me, so and answer for me and ridicule me.
No, I was just asking some questions about, like what you believe. Do you understand the questions I'm asking you, and so forth and so on? And these are your answers.
You didn't let me answer multiple times. You silenced me each time, answered for me, asked me again. What, you denied this is what you did? I asked you
don't
for
understand
a
why you're
chance to
here at this
clarify.
point.
What?
At least flat earthers are like probably have like delusions.
The flat footers? What?
The flat earthers have at least a delusion that I can understand, but with you, I have no idea why you're here.
Well, if you would ask me a question and then
I
not
have
let
theories. Anyway.
if you would
It's
ask me,
nothing to do with
Sorry.
like
You said you love to be interrupted. I'm sorry. I just didn't think you would mind that much.
look, Lush, you're just being mean. You're just being obnoxious. You're not nice. And I'm not here to be bullied and to be harassed and meringued. Harangued. Is there a meringued? Maybe there's also meringued.
Oh, meringue.
Meringue? Is there a harangue? But there is harangue. Harangue is like harass.
I'm sorry, I don't really mean to be mean. I just wanted to get like at the root of like what it is you're actually like, where you come down on, like how you think this matters in the world, how, you know, what your epistemology generally speaking is. But every time we try to get to like, okay, here's a question, you repeat it back, you understand the question, and then you go off and you don't answer the question.
You don't let me talk. You silenced me. I'm here.
Okay, so the question on the table, and here's your spot to answer it if you choose, and you can decline as you seem to be doing right now. But if you want, you could say right now, the question is, how is it to you that if you don't understand something, it has to be false?
Because because I cannot understand not understanding. I don't mean no. So here's what I wanted to clarify. I don't mean like if you show me some super complicated equation and I have no idea what you're showing me, then it must be false. I don't mean that. I mean if you explain to me something simple and I cannot understand, and then at one point I have to give up and say it's false. Like if you keep explaining to me, for example, that 1 plus 1 is 3, and I just don't get it, then at one point I have to conclude 1 plus 1 is not 3. What do you want from me? That's it. That's what I mean. If I don't understand it, then it's a lie. Ultimately, I don't mean a priori.
Okay, now it's not that it's just not true, it's actually a lie. So that's even different, right? Are those the same thing?
A lie needs intent to commit a crime. So I'll retract the lie.
So they're different, right? Like
It's not so
something being
clear.
not true and being a lie are different, right?
It's borderline because you see, I'm trying to debate people and they silence me. So at one point, you have to assign criminal intent to people who keep silencing me. So at one point, I have to say, okay, these people want to live in a lie. I mean, because I'm trying to talk to them and they refuse, and any interaction with them is nothing but bullying and harassing. And I'm trying to be the nicest person. All I get is at one point, I have to say, okay, then it's a lie. Well, what do you want me to do? I'm trying to clarify. You don't want to clarify. You just want to repeat your misinformation. Then it's disinformation. And what do you want me to say? At one point, I have to give up and say, okay, these people want to spread disinformation for malintent. Yeah, it's a lie. On the first day, I would have said, they're wrong. It's fine. But on the last day, it's, fine. You people are enemies of humanity, of enemies of civilization.
You people?
Well,
Amber, what? Amber, are you having a good time?
yeah.
Such a trolling.
So let's see, to recap, like everybody keeps interrupting you, and because they're not telling the truth or something, then it's kind of like they're actually spreading disinformation and not letting you talk, and it seems like it's kind of personal for you at this point.
I don't know what you mean, so I'll ignore it. Like it sounds like again you're trying to you're just trying to say something.
I thought I was reflecting what you were saying there.
No, it's not. It's not personal. What do you mean personal? Like I only started discussing physics 3 months ago. What do
3
I
months
know?
ago, right? 3 months ago, right? And like 3 months ago, there were probably things that you didn't understand, obviously, because you've had new revelations since then. So were those lies the things that you didn't understand then?
Well, we would look. We would have to come up with an actual example. So, like when I like people saying that there is no ether, for example. So that's like in the beginning when I first showed up and I first discussing the ether, you could say in the beginning you could say whatever you want. What do they know? But their reaction was days on end of harassment and haranguing and abuse and mocking, endless, and they would not have a conversation. I could not get a conversation going. Like right now, we're having a conversation, but I couldn't do that for the first couple of days on this very server. So in the beginning, I mean, they're saying there is no ether, but they're not entering a conversation. So what would you call it? They're spreading their belief that there is no ether, but they're silencing dissent on the ether hypothesis. So people that are silencing dissent about something methodically, using violence, using their power through their Discord and their community, and if that's not a lie, then what is a lie?
Why don't you go to school, man? Like, if you really want to learn it. At this point, you're just trolling, right?
Oh no.
What? It's going away?
Huh?
Amber, what happened?
They are upset with you, Mr. Slave.
No, I don't think they're upset.
Yeah. I'm gonna hard jump over to the other room.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
So what did
It
you
was
learn
kind
3 months ago, Mr. Slave? What did you learn 3 months ago that changed your worldview?
3 months ago, what happened was that basically I had a debate with Mandibles. I don't know if you know him. He's on Discord.
Okay, I was in vet. Thank you. It's somebody, not like some jaw that you were debating. I'm not understand. Like, so you were debating someone. I assume it's on YouTube or something.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's a 4.5 hour debate with a 1.5 hour conclusion recap stuff. Anyway,
sounds horrible.
Yeah, it was a loop. We were looping about the same argument in a loop, in an endless loop. But this is before I started my plunge into physics. So
All right, so you're debating Mandible.
we were debating. He proposed the universe is indeterminate, and I said the universe is determinate.
Okay.
All right, sounds like a good could it be an interesting debate? So we debated, but he brought up a legitimate point. He said, according to modern physics and quantum mechanics and Bell's theorem, the reality is not real, and basically he could say anything he wants. So the universe is indeterminate. Anything goes. Who am I to say? Something like that.
And you determined that was a lie.
No.
I'm just kidding. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, so that night, as they say, I literally could not sleep. I mean, I was not sleeping.
Yeah.
I was really, after like a 5-6 hour debate plus post debate, I couldn't sleep. It was hopeless.
So this is the free will argument, right? Basically.
Basically, that's where I
Okay.
felt he's heading. We just touched. What?
Is that okay? Yep.
Yeah. So we just.
And then this is, you're describing like a cog dis moment. Like you're up at night, you're thinking about this. Go ahead.
I was thinking that he's right. He's absolutely correct. because modern physics says that anything goes, and I cannot blame him. But this means that if modern physics is right, then anything goes. Then logic goes. Everything goes. It's not just that. Everything, you can say anything. You can say.
Wait, what was Mandible's position on free will? It's that there is free will or there is not.
I don't remember how much we touched. I think we just touched it, but
That's
it
what
was.
determinism is, right? Or do I not understand what you mean?
We didn't get so much into free will. We only debated the determinism and the indeterminism.
Wait, what is? Maybe I don't understand it. What is determinism to you?
So, to me, right now, it's not the same as what it was back then. So I would have to rethink what I was feeling as I was debating then. So it's a different question. It's like every day for me, I'm a different person debating from different point of views.
All right, that seems like a hard question to answer for you. What is your current understanding of what determinism is?
So right now I would say that determinism is mechanical and I can understand it, and indeterminism, I simply don't know what it means. I cannot imagine an indeterminate universe. So that's
You
why
can't imagine?
I cannot. Like
Okay.
a
So
mechanic.
determinism to you is mechanical, and then dare I even say it, but that means there's no free will. Is that your understanding of determinism?
Well, there cannot be free
Most
will.
people would call that determinism. No free will most people would say that's determinism.
Most
There's compatibilists and stuff, but like that's generally speaking, that's.
I'm sorry. I believe that the universe is mechanical.
Okay.
And I cannot, and it's easy to understand a mechanical universe, but in non-mechanical universe, I cannot understand, and a determinant universe, determinant or determinate. Determinate?
Determined, you could just say determined universe,
Oh,
like everything
determined. Okay,
was
yeah.
set in motion at the beginning. There's no
Yes.
most
Exactly.
people would say then therefore there is no free will because everything is determined.
Well, that's a like a multi-layered different question.
That's what most people mean when they talk about determinism, unless you're talking about something that's called something different.
Look, free will has two layers at least. So it has will and it has free. So I don't know what free is, and I'm not sure what will is. So since the universe is mechanical, I would say there is no will, unless you redefine the chemical interactions in my brain to be a will. That's fine. It's like an emergent property, like it's a macro illusion. That's will.
All right. It sounds like you are basically a determinist, so you don't believe in free will.
Yeah.
In fact, you question even what the term means. So there you go.
But here it is. So, but because the future is unknowable, then that basically entails free will. What is the difference between a universe with free will, where, right, a determined universe that is unknown, that the future is unknown? How is it different than an indeterminate universe, whatever that means? Like, for all intents and purposes, I have free will. Even though I know that I'm completely mechanical, I'm no different than my iPhone or my desk or the air or the vacuum. I mean, the vacuum doesn't have free will.
So that was 3 months ago. This is where you were. This is how you got to this. 3 months ago, you were having this discussion with Mandible. It was about determinism. Then you described being up all night, thinking about things, and then what happened?
And then I decided that the problem is the very definition of science.
Okay.
That science, because we don't demand in our definition of science for science to be mechanical and for science to be simple, intuitive, understandable to a baby, that's where all the problems start.
Baby. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. Sorry, just to me, it's slightly laughable that anything would be understandable to a baby. But just curious, and you don't have to answer this. I have a feeling I know how you're answering it. You would answer it. But I'm just curious if you've ever taken like a philosophy of science course or anything like that.
Just a little bit, on YouTube, just here and there.
Okay, all right. All right, so you had this revelation. You were up all night after the discussion on determinism with Mandible, and then you came to this conclusion that you have a different theory of science, that it has to be all mechanical, and something about a baby needing to understand that. Do I understand that part about the baby needing to understand it?
Yeah, a baby must be able to understand it. Otherwise,
Now, why? That seems like most people would just not agree with that. What's your reasoning for that?
because ultimately it must be two billiard balls interacting, and that's something that a baby understands. So at the end of the day,
Do they?
what? 2
Do you
billion?
literally mean a baby, or do you mean something else? Because a baby doesn't understand two balls. I don't think you don't have kids. I can tell that. So like when a baby is looking at a screen and they've like seen like a helium balloon where someone lets go of it, for example, if they're looking at a TV screen and someone on the screen lets go of a helium balloon, they will look up above the TV because they expect to see that balloon will go up. A baby's understanding of things, I think, is a little bit off. Okay.
Right. So
Do you know that?
No, I didn't know that. So let's take a baby
Yeah.
at the stage where they realize that the TV screen is not reality. What age is that? Like a year old? Or is that or is that a retarded baby?
No, I think you should. I don't know. In all honesty, I think the baby part, it sounds silly. I think it should be, like a 4-year-old or something. Like,
Really?
I'm not sure why you're.
Are you
Yeah,
kidding?
I don't know why.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay, let's then.
Well, I mean, I
a
don't think you've
4-year-old.
really. You may not know of a lot of the studies like that have been done on children, like object permanence is something I don't even think. I think you might have to be close to two years old to understand object permanence, and so that's why I'm just questioning. Like, man, and a 2-year-old is a toddler. Like, that's not a baby anymore, and so I'm just wondering if that's the best. Like if you were going to refine how you're talking about this, you might want to consider that's a spot that you could refine things to be more clear.
Okay. Look, a 4-year-old is fine. A 10-year-old even is fine. Certainly, I should be able to intuit it almost instantaneously. It should be very simple. Like it should be something that we're used to. You can't use the argument, yeah, you're not used to the quantum realm. No. That's a lie. I don't care.
Yeah, like I think a lot of even children would maybe come from a background where they think like that they're basically, well, I don't know. Actually, I was just trying to think of like how does a toddler think about free will? But I'm pretty sure that they would think of it in terms of their parents. Like they don't really think necessarily, it's all about like being parented at that age. But anyway, sorry, I digress.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so all I want is for the child to be able, if the child understands 2 billiard balls, if the child knows how to play billiard, pool, table pool, what age is that?
Well, most children don't know how to play pool. There's angles, there's ricocheting, different kinds of, they call it English, that you can put on a ball to make the ball do weird things. And like most small children don't know any of that stuff.
But they could figure it out. I know children, I know they wrestle at 4 years old, they start wrestling, so they must understand what's going on with the universe. I mean,
Before kindergarten?
I think in the
I don't know.
and you're not from the US.
Yeah, I'm from the United States. I've lived here for 57 years.
Anyway, I think kids. I've seen kids. I don't know at 4. Certainly, I think in Russia, I've seen 4-year-olds, 5, 6. I know they do jujitsu at 5.
Are you from the United States?
Nah, I'm traveling. I'm stuck traveling all over the planet.
Okay. There you go. I got to answer a you question. Well, bam.
Yeah. As long as you're not being like menacing.
Questioning your education. I know.
You can question my education as long as you're not mean.
Well, those are the questions you don't like to answer.
No, I don't have a problem talking about myself, but if you're trying to hurt my feelings and you're being obnoxious, that's when I don't.
Well, asking what kind of background you have is a legitimate question
Yes.
that many people will ask.
I would love
to. Did you go to school? Did you go to higher education?
So I would love.
Those are not meant to hurt you. Those are honest questions.
Right. So if it's honest questions, then the answer would usually be, I'd rather not disclose information about myself. I'm trying to remain anonymous. That's like one of the things.
Okay, well, my name's William. There you go. I'm very open about that kind of stuff.
Right.
I'm not pretty sure I didn't just give away my location there.
You don't have.
I can also tell you I don't have anything other than a regular Bachelor of Arts. So
You don't have
zero.
You don't have a YouTube channel. Your life has not been threatened.
Oh, I have
yet.
a few YouTube channels.
Really? And no one threatened your life?
No, why would they?
Look, fine. I mean, if you're lucky, you're lucky. You're one of the few.
There's millions and millions of people with YouTube accounts. They don't get their lives threatened just by having
I
YouTube
got my life threatened multiple
guys.
times.
Why did someone threaten your life? It's not because you had a YouTube channel.
Forget
They
it.
are just trolling. No one is going to.
Wait, who's talking?
No one is going to get out of their house to murder you. They don't. No one cares.
Wait, XYZ, do I know
Just,
you?
Trolling. Yes, you were told recently.
Oh, wait,
On
you
your
know,
live stream.
yeah, you're a physicist. You're good at physics, right?
Yeah. What was the conversation?
What were he's trying? So Lush is trying to understand my evolution, my intellectual evolution in the last 3 months. How I became.
Oh, okay.
Whatever.
Right. And so you came up with this theory that that you thought that this new philosophy of science that you thought in order for a scientific theory to be valid, it has to be able to be simple, mechanical, and be able to be understood by someone that's like not very old.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
So, because I felt that if I allow the definition of science to be less restrictive, then we immediately end up with the nonsense of indeterminism. And for me, I don't like indeterminism because it leads to free will and to God and to multiverse and endless nonsense. And basically, it leads to the destruction of science and civilization. And I'm not here for that. It makes and
how does that follow? Like, what is indeterminism to you exactly?
No, the problem is if I'm not being restrictive or strict with the definition of science, if I allow like non-mechanical, what does it mean? I don't know what it means. for the universe to be non-mechanical. I just don't know what it means. And this ends up, once I don't know what it means you can do anything you want. Anything goes. You could say there is a God and I cannot debate you. You might be right. Because anything
By
goes.
mechanical, what do you mean by
So
mechanical?
mechanical is cause and effect, intuitive.
Like classical?
Yeah, classical. The universe must be classical. Absolutely. It must be worse than classical. It must be simple. So the classical at the bottom of the turtles must.
But okay, you have imagine having like classical a classical way of physics in the deeper like quantum level. Again, it's going to emerge as, for example, even quantum mechanics, if they were a classical theory, like with particles having like being like little points that have speeds and all of that, again it emerges to a theory that has like probabilities and other stuff that is not classical. It's not it if you can't do. Sorry, I can't express myself correctly.
Look, so
I'm a bit tired.
Right. Look, so I feel that the universe at the lowest level, at the fundamental level, it must be mechanical, like basically like billiard balls. Ultimately, that's what it must be. Some sort of simple.
Okay, so you
Mhm.
have a electron wave function, right? What's the
Mhm.
how do you explain that with your point of view?
Right. So, from my definition of science, immediately popped out a few quick understandings of things that I never understood before, and I thought I would never understand. But as soon as I
Yeah, just like a unified field theory, no big deal. Just popped out.
no, I'm not even saying that. I'm saying I never understood the electron wave function. I never understood what's going on in the particle wave duality, schmoality. I never understood it.
But have you tried like scaling up from Newtonian physics, then going up to like oscillators and like the 10, 20 steps that is from school physics to like quantum mechanics? Because I think then you will understand it intuitively.
Look, I've been watching YouTube since many years ago. And right from the get go, I started watching YouTube videos about cosmology and physics. And like a layman, like not a professional. Like I was listening to explanations. What is the wave function? What is the wave function? What's an electron? What's a quark? And so there's things that I listen to and instantaneously I understand. Like in cosmology, the Big Bang, the expansion, the acceleration of the expansion, dark energy, everything makes really very quickly makes sense. Some things took me more time, like the redshift. That took me a little bit more time to understand. Fine. But some things I just could never understand, like the wave function. I never understood what's going on with the wave function. With the Schrodinger equation, I thought I was losing my mind. Every time I saw the Schrodinger equation, I thought I was going to jump out of the window. Like, what the heck is that thing? And people like Sean.
But you missed like 4 years of very extensive education on like differential equations, probabilities, all of this kind of stuff that leads up to the.
What point are you trying to make by that?
Schrodinger.
The fact that you can't
Yeah.
comprehend it means what to you?
Yeah.
I'm not judging.
Because you can't understand it. What do you mean? Like, go ahead and put a therefore.
He said if he couldn't understand it, then it's a lie. Is
That's
specific.
what I figured he was going with. and that's funny.
Look,
That's cute.
So
because
hold
you
on.
mentioned Redshift.
No, hold on.
Because you mentioned
No, hold on.
Redshift.
No. No, there's a problem because there's multiple people responding, mocking me, and I'm not getting a chance to respond. So that's
Okay,
that we cannot have that. That's like we're back to day one where that's all I had on this server, nothing but personal attacks and laughing at me.
Oh, that wasn't a personal attack. It was just kind of stating the facts. Is that you're claiming that because you can't comprehend something, it is therefore likely not to be the way they claim it to be? If I'm not getting it correctly, you can just tell me I'm wrong right there. Is that what you were claiming, or is that not what you were kind of saying?
Well, if I wouldn't request my turn to speak, then you could ask, or you could assume maybe
Oh,
that.
okay. So it's so only all right. We only get to engage in this conversation if you allow somebody to speak. Is we're back to gatekeeping and fucking keeping a room hostage again. Good job.
What are you talking about? No, look. What I'm saying is that you heard rumors from other people about me when I'm in the room, and you can ask me.
And I'm asking you to. I am. I did. I asked you. So is this what you're claiming, that because you can't comprehend it, it therefore is less likely to be true? Is
So
that what you're trying to say by the things you're saying?
So instead of me trying to answer your question, which is a legitimate question, I'll just tell you what happened. It's not because you got a misimpression, which and that's the
I'll just
most.
go on deafen and like undeafen myself 5 minutes from now, and you still won't have answered my question. So if you're just gonna fucking dance around back and forth like this,
Why would I want to?
I'll just
Why?
mute myself. I don't know
Why?
why you like doing this, but you do it every time. So answer the question. Is the fact that you can't comprehend something in science mean that it's less likely to be true?
Look, if you're going to get upset,
Okay, so all right, so is not the way you start responding to that. Just fucking answer the question and we'll be in a conversation, or you can continue fucking gatekeeping us.
what are you talking about? I'm trying.
I mean, I've been trying to talk to you for at least an hour now. You did say that like 30 minutes ago. We talked about what's the difference between something not being true and being a lie. Do you still like that's something you don't deny that, right? You did say if you don't understand it, then it's a lie.
Okay, so I said he
Look,
got a
truthfully,
misimpression. No. I'm still trying to get the chance
can
to
I?
clarify. No. There's
Go ahead.
there-
Right now.
there's
Go
a
ahead and clarify if it's not something you understand, what is it?
okay. So what happened was that throughout my life, I couldn't understand Schrodinger's equation. That's a given. That's a given. I didn't take probability, schmobability, probability. The end of the story, after many years of listening to lectures from the most esteemed professors and science communicators, I still couldn't figure it out. What do you that's a given. That's the given in this story. That's given. And then I went to sleep and I woke up, I went to sleep and I decided to redefine the way I view science. And it had nothing to do with Schrodinger. I had a debate with someone and I saw the problem with the definition of science, that it was percolating over many, like a year of debating on Discord, that I noticed there's a problem, that I need to redefine science. So I redefined science to be mechanical because otherwise I saw it's a dead end. It's the end of civilization. And I did that because of a debate about determinism.
Was
However,
this debate on Discord?
yeah, it's a debate that's recorded. It's with Mandibles. Maybe you know him. He was on this server too one
Yeah, it was
day.
a YouTube debate.
It was a YouTube debate.
Mandibles. Okay, so you didn't really answer that question. Do you want to circle back to the part about if you don't understand it, what it is to you?
No, I wanna say what happened, because
Come on.
let me finish.
This is why people get so frustrated, I think, because they're like, you say this thing and then now you.
I know.
Like asking, is quantum fields mechanical?
Look,
Or is it not?
let me just finish. I mean, if you don't want me here, if you want me to shut up, I'll shut up. I'll leave. It's up to you. Honestly, it's up. I'm being honest. It's like I'm not gonna like.
Mr. Slave.
Yeah.
Mr. Slave, a
Yeah.
simple question. Do you think quantum fields are mechanical?
Yes, they are the ether. Yes.
So now quantum fields are the ether.
Yes.
That's a new one. How do you come to that conclusion?
So if I start answering, it's going to be a long answer, and people are going to start yelling.
Yeah, but okay. So you think quantum fields are mechanical?
Yes.
I think you have a problem there.
Why?
So good luck.
Wait.
Good luck explaining how a quantum field is mechanical.
Well, I offered to explain. I also warned that if I start, people will get upset because it's a long story. And your response is good luck. It's whatever. Anyway,
Does your long story include not understanding things on YouTube?
My long story includes a long story. It would be very short if you would allow me to go through it instead of not allow me to go through it.
Stop crying. Just fucking either go through it or don't. But if you say one more time that you're gonna get interrupted because you have a long story, you don't have a fucking story.
Wait. Anyway, I'll tell the story. The story is I went to sleep just redefining physics, having zero expectations from this redefinition, except for I'm going to stop getting confused during debates. My debates will be easier to manage. That's my only intention. I probably even wrote it as a proposition, like in my list of propositions. And I went to sleep. And I did not expect over the next couple of days to be able to look at Newton and decide that the apple must be falling because there is ether flowing through it, because that's the only mechanical explanation. And because there is a fluid, I cannot have particles in the universe. Therefore, all the particles must be waves, waving in the fluid. And because I have this wave, immediately I get a constant speed of light, whether I like it or not. And immediately I get special relativity, whether I like it or not. But because the ether flows into the planet through the apple, it must be annihilated, meaning the universe must destroy all the fluid, all the ether, and the universe must collapse. So I had to add dark energy to create new ether spontaneously, to create pressure, positive pressure, to balance the destruction. And the universe got dark energy and started expanding.
But you are just changing words of what really happened. This is like explaining what physicists tell you with other words, and
But
not
I derived
making like a theory. And
But I derived all these things from just from the apple falling. Everything was necessary because I saw the apple falling. I didn't ask any I never understood dark.
It's a reality. Again, it's again reality. Nothing.
My point is, I happen to agree with all of physics. I didn't start that night when I went to sleep with a redefinition of science. I didn't expect to reinvent all of modern physics and to completely comply with it. But that is what happened over the
Can
next.
I ask you something?
Yes.
If I could just recap, it sounds to me like you're saying that you had this debate with Mandibles on YouTube. It was about determinism. You went to sleep. You came up with this new theory or philosophy of science that was purely mechanical. And then because of that, then there was something now that didn't make sense to you. Is that still where we're at here?
No. Once I went to sleep with this new definition of science, I had no expectations that this new definition of science will lead me anywhere except for to deal better in debates, to reduce the complexities of the debates space.
All right, so it made it more simple. Now what?
What do you mean now what? But I don't know now what. Now we're here. What's the question?
Can I ask a question? Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what what scientists do is they either have when they have a theory, they either make predictions, or if predictions don't exist, it's just renaming things that already exist. So it doesn't matter. It's like it's useless. That's what I have to say. If you can make like a prediction on,
No.
for example,
No.
because I think we spoke about the
No,
one
no,
second,
no.
let me
No. But my point is, that's what maybe Feynman define. That's how Feynman maybe defines science. I reject that. I completely, thoroughly, I cannot accept it. That's an incorrect definition of science for
but
me.
you are.
For me.
He's talking
Yeah,
about.
it's a definition. Doesn't matter. It's
Right.
another thing naming things in science, and science is something that happens in reality. It's not something that we have in our heads. Our definition.
My definition, I don't know what
Because
you
I
just
have
said.
also different definitions of
That's
it, but
fine.
I don't care.
That's fine. But I
That's
care.
Mr. Zoo.
Go ahead.
But I think because we talked.
No.
Some
But
days
somebody
ago,
wanted to ask
and
me
you
something.
said,
Wait, did somebody want to ask me?
I have one last question.
But I didn't answer I didn't
question,
answer your
because you
previous
said-
I didn't answer your previous question because somebody interrupted and then you took
Okay.
back the mic. That's not fair. What I was going
Sorry.
to say is I have my definition of science, and that's what, everybody, you live your life how you like. I live my life how I like. I don't tell you how to live your life. I expect to be left alone to live my life the way I want. I don't like the definition of science the way Einstein saw it or Feynman saw it. I don't like it. I see where it leads. It's a destruction of civilization. I I have to draw the line at mechanical science. A theoretical, a proper, valid scientific theory must be mechanical. Saying that you have a prediction, for me, put your prediction in the garbage. Come up with a mechanical theory, then make a prediction based on the mechanical theory. Otherwise, I don't want to hear it. I
Yes,
don't care.
that's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm talking about. As
You said
I'm talking
prediction.
about
You
if
said
you have.
prediction. You said prediction.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
mention. You didn't say the
Yeah.
theory. You didn't say that a valid scientific theory
Yeah,
must be
based
mechanical.
on your theory.
That must be mechanical.
This
If the
doesn't
theory is
matter.
not mechanical, I don't want to hear it. It's not a theory. Therefore, special
Oh, you mean
relativity,
like deterministic, right?
mechanical. Therefore, special relativity, not a theory. General relativity, not a theory.
But what do you mean not a theory? It's proven.
I
Otherwise, you
told
wouldn't have
you,
a
look,
working GPS right now.
I told you, I don't care. I live my life my way. You live your life your way. I don't care. It's not a valid scientific theory to me. It's not science. Now, you could take special relativity, add my proof, which makes it mechanical. Now it's scientific. And now also GR, you can add my ether. Now it's mechanical. It's fine. Without it, I don't want to hear it. I don't care. Prediction, schmediction, not science.
Yeah, but I don't think
According to
opinion.
your
To the same
definition.
conclusion.
Opinions are
Predictive
not.
capability isn't enough for Mr. Slave.
Yeah, opinions aren't valid when it comes to science. Your opinion is.
He's just saying he's got his own facts and he's sticking to it, and he's got his own theory, and it doesn't matter to him what anybody else says.
Yeah. So yeah. Like
Yeah,
I
and
said,
Not
even
exactly.
claims
Guys,
quantum
can
fields
I?
are mechanical.
So,
Science.
Mr. Slave,
Guys,
how's
is
your scientific I mean, theory handled wave particle duality yet?
So everything is only a wave. There's no particle.
Okay, well, cool. So we mentioned the double slit experiment with a single photon to you previously.
Yes.
You just shut down. So have you slept on it? Have you come up with a solution?
No, I didn't think about it yet.
Okay, so you will ignore inconvenient details. Okay, gotcha.
Let's keep the well clean,
guys?
ladies
Can I
and
ask a
gentlemen.
question to all of you?
Nice to have you here, Mr. Slave.
Guys,
Thank you.
Don't let the
is
haters
anyone
bring you down.
familiar from? Guys, is anyone of you familiar with Young Mill's fields and equations?
I'm sure Mr.
Anybody?
Slave is.
No, never heard of Young Mill's fields and equations. What field is this?
I don't know. It's probably nonsense. Anything
def-
past Newton is magic. Okay.
Gotta be. Yeah, it's definitely not mechanical.
Unironically, though, Newton is where science. Everything past that is just too far.
No, I mean, when you look at the quantum field theory and the Feynman diagrams, I mean, everything is so simple, so mechanical. When you study nuclear
That's
physics,
so wrong.
what, Feynman diagrams are wrong?
No, your explanations are so beautiful, so mechanical, and so wrong.
My explanation of what? I just quoted that the Feynman
Well,
I don't understand.
well,
Feynman diagram. Look,
Feynman's path integral is a solution to the double slit experiment, which you are ignoring right now for the time being.
Yeah, for the time being, Look, there is. Yeah, fine. Look, there is a problem that I have not resolved. I agree with the double slit, with certain versions of the double slit, and with certain versions of the Gerlach, of the Stern Gerlach. And there's probably going to be, but many questions have already resolved. Many questions that I listened to professors at MIT teaching Schrodinger's equation, and he's saying Born
Which you
came
didn't
up.
understand.
No, at this point I do understand, and I'd like to bring this professor in front of me and have a discussion. Unfortunately, I cannot bring a professor and have a discussion about why he said what he said. I can explain to him the things that he said to the classroom and was recorded on YouTube saying, and because of that, he went to the Born rule. Like, he gave an argument that was between Born, Einstein, and Schrodinger, that Schrodinger and Einstein hated the Born rule of squaring the value of psi of the wave function. But the way Born argued, the way that professor presented it at MIT, I could bring the professor to me and have a discussion, and I'll explain to him, what do you mean? I mean, I could fix it for you. It's a wave. You don't have to go to this crazy probability. It's a wave. We can fix the wave function if there's certain cases which don't fit, that we can fix them. You don't have to go bizarre, like to bizarro universe, and say that this universe is crazy. The Schrodinger wave equation is designed to describe a wave. It usually does a good job. Sometimes it doesn't. That doesn't mean that you throw to the.
No, it's all times. It works all times. It's nothing in mainstream physics doesn't work sometimes, and you have to fix it. It has come to this conclusion like a long time ago.
No.
Especially quantum field theory and all of that.
No. So I'm right now talking about Schrodinger equation, the way it describes an electron as a wave. I would say a wave in the ether, waving in the ether. It's a mechanical wave. It's not a particle spinning.
How do you explain the probabilistic nature of it with your theory?
I don't, and I didn't get to it yet. I don't know what it like when people say that it works.
Well, how do you claim then that it's a wave in ether without finishing without knowing finishing your theory and testing it?
Look, I don't know what it means
How
to
do you know
finish.
it's
Look, I don't like every
you have
theory.
to come to a final solid conclusion to claim all the things contained in your theory, else you are just
Okay, let me answer, please, because I tried to answer multiple times and you cut me off multiple times. Anyway, so that's not how I ever viewed science. I don't think anyone views science. Anyone defines science the way you just defined it. There is no such thing final. There's nothing final. I'm an ultimate skeptic. I can have a temporary theory. I can have a feel. Right now, my feeling is that there is an ether and the electron is waving in the ether. It makes the most sense. I'm open-minded to changing my mind. For now, it seems to be exactly what Schrodinger described. Schrodinger assumed there's something waving because Bohr assumed, and before that, de Broglie assumed, and Planck assumed, and Einstein assumed. And if you take all the information together, to me, it sounds like the electron is not as simple. You know, but it's something waving, and it seems to be that Schrodinger describes that wave, which is the electron waving in the ether. It makes sense to me, and I think when I spoke last night to chemists, to NASA shill, and when I see YouTube videos in organic chemistry and physical chemistry, the way they describe the orbitals, it sounds like to them it's clear that Schrodinger is correct, that the wave function literally describes the shape of the orbital. So what's the question? So why do
The
you?
world
you
too.
know that
Mr. Slave, do you
you know
unironically
that
think that like electrons orbit nucleuses, like orbiting, like equivalent to orbiting bodies gravitationally?
I just finished saying that an electron is not a particle. There are no particles in the universe. I cannot have particles because of the ether, because there is this fluid that I cannot imagine particles are able to move through it without resistance. So I had to come up with the waves, that all the elementary particles are waves, which is
Can I just stop you real quick?
yeah.
All right. So you said I cannot have particles in my universe because I have the ether. So it's like a mental. Uh, you're requiring that the ether must exist. Therefore, you can't examine the possibility of particles existing, which would disprove your ether.
That's not my definition of science. I don't use the word must.
I
So
know. Well, you just used.
so you are just
you did
changing
just
the
use
names of science. You are just changing the names of whatever exists now as science to something else that comes to the same working working principles. So it's just you're just changing names of like
I think we should
gravity
have
to
Bacon.
ether, flow, or
Bacon, what do you define science as?
A satanic cult.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I don't like debating definition of science. I think it's useless.
What's your philosophy? It's not even about a debate. Like, what's your philosophy of science?
Well, to me, science is just like seeking knowledge in not a stupid way.
Yeah, easy. There you go.
objective knowledge.
There you go.
So yeah, we're trying not to trust anecdotes. We're trying to do stuff that logically sound. Try to base what we're doing on data, evidence, measurements. It's
Finding
just like
cause and effect relationships empirically.
yeah. So I mean, I don't like putting a hard definition on it because then, like, we have other fields of science where if you try to put a hard definition, it doesn't really apply to some specific fields of science. But in general, we are just trying to find knowledge, like in a not a stupid way.
I think Mr. Slave, you should search for what it's called, the scientific method. I think it's a graph of actions you take to conclude and test something in reality to see if it meets your hypothesis. This is the basically science, the scientific method. If you search it online.
So no.
It's about 10 steps or something.
No. So not to me. So I said I add the requirement that a proper, valid scientific theory must be mechanical. Whatever you define science is, I accept it. I'm adding one
Define
more.
mechanical.
Mechanical.
Yes, you just you name things differently, so it's not changing anything. It's not adding a layer. Else you would make a hypothesis. For example, you could create new technologies with ether with properties of ether if you knew how to control it.
Yeah, like
via
I
your
said,
theory.
I'll believe in the ether when you can
If you
apply
can't
it
test it,
to rocket propulsion.
Yeah.
Okay, make me some reactionless
Yeah,
thruster
right. Yeah, right.
using the ether, and I'll
Yeah,
be
right.
along.
Gamma no hack. I see you are a Kerbal Space Program fan.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah,
Yeah, me too.
So that's not my definition of science. My definition of science does not include any practical uses. Doesn't for a scientific
So
theory.
it's not science. It's just naming things differently. If you go to an experimentalist, like a very hard, deep into science person that works in a lab, and you talk to him about this whole thing, he will just ignore you. He won't care about if you don't have anything to contribute to, like from hypothesis to experiments. It's not science. It's just you're just talking about stuff in your head. Doesn't matter. It's just your own definitions, which we all have personal like ideas on how to understand scientific concepts. It's not something like that everybody should think the way you do. Because, for example, you mentioned redshift in the past conversation.
1 second, you're
For example, for
monologuing.
me, it was
1
a
second,
very...
you're monologuing. Your monologue. Let me respond.
Yeah, let Mr. Slave monologue for a little bit. Come on.
No, I always let people stop me. So, like, I never
That's
monologue.
true, actually. Yeah.
I'm always like, when
Okay,
somebody.
let me finish. Let me finish one sentence, and you can talk as long as you like. You mentioned before the redshift, right? And you said it was hard for you to understand it. For example, for speaking for myself, it
Hold on.
was a very like
1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
it was nothing
1 second. 1 second.
complicated to
1
understand
second.
deeply.
1 second. 1 second.
I'm
So,
finished.
so you said if I would go to an experimentalist, he would say what I'm doing is not science. So my response to that is I don't care. I don't care. Next question.
Yeah, okay, and he doesn't either. Everybody goes along their way.
I said I'll live
So
my
you are
life.
just
I said I'll live my life how I like it. You live your life how you like it. You don't tell me how to live. I don't tell you how to live. That's it. Very simple.
yeah, sure. Agreed.
If I'm presenting my philosophy, my
So
theories.
what's the but yeah, it's a redefinition. It's not like it's not changing anything.
So we can
It's like serving you a bowl of pasta and saying this is not pasta. It's like a track.
Okay.
It's still pasta in reality. It doesn't change anything.
Okay.
It just confuses
Okay.
people more.
Okay. So we could discuss that. So you're saying that my ether is just a redefinition. So we can discuss it. I mean, if you
Yes.
feel, so you feel,
Okay, yes.
so you agree that there is an ether that is causing the apple to fall. That gravity is ether.
Gravity is whatever it is. I
No,
cannot
no.
define it for you. But we have equations for to see how it behaves. This is only what we know.
Yeah, the equations, as you said, describe. They're not causal. You only
Yeah.
have an you only have an equation to describe the apple falling. You don't have an equation to.
Why will they need to be causal? Why will they need to be like that?
Why do I need
Who
it?
who like
I demand.
why does it matter? Why
I
yeah.
demand. I don't care if it's not mechanical. It's in the garbage for me. So to tell me that
Okay,
you
so
agree, you just said you agree with me, and now you apparently don't agree, and you say, why do you care? So like we don't agree.
no. I will let me explain. I agree on some aspects, but don't agree in others.
Then do you agree on everything?
Look,
Do you
everyone.
agree on everything? Yes or no? No, you
No,
don't.
not ever.
Then you don't agree. Then don't tell me I redefine. Then take back your position that I redefine. Retract your position. You retract your claim. I'm not here to
But
redefine.
that's
I'm
the
here
disagreement.
I'm here to thoroughly revolutionize everything we know about physics. To tell me that I'm redefining, I wish. That's not the fact. The fact is,
Okay, make a
I
hypothesis.
completely disagree with everyone on the fundamentals. What do you mean, make a hypothesis?
Okay, make a hypothesis that we can make an experiment on what you are saying without it being the same thing as gravity. This is this is making something new, not redefining.
Wait, you just said you don't agree on everything. Now you're saying again I'm redefining?
Yeah.
You're contradicting yourself. So pick a position.
What? No, I'm not. I think you are just misunderstanding me.
So do you agree with me on everything, yes or no?
Of course not. But
So
why
what do
are
you
we disagreeing then?
wait, what do you do you agree that the apple falls because ether flows through it and pushes it down, drags it to the ground? Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
No, not.
Okay,
No,
then
not I don't.
that's a fundamental part of my theory. So don't tell me I'm just
Yeah,
redefining.
it's not a theory. It's the redefining. If you can't make
What?
a experimental hypothesis so it can be
No.
tested, you are not adding something new to. You are not discovering something new about reality. This is my point.
Okay, that makes no sense. I'm adding information that you disagree with. I'm adding information. How can you say
No, it's not me. It's science itself.
it's your science, which I don't care for? You heard my definition of science. So if you want to have a conversation, it's in within my definition of science, not your definition. I don't care about your definition. Right now, we're discussing.
But you don't
If you
care about
go,
any
there is
definition
no
of any
definition.
science. So
You just
why?
jump
How
out
can you
the window and you
revolutionize?
will fall due to gravity. Call it if you jump out the window, you will call it gravity, ether flow, whatever. You are going to fall in acceleration in the following the equations of general relativity.
Yeah, we don't disagree on that.
That's it.
I said GR describes why describes the apple falling. It doesn't give a mechanical explanation why the apple falls. I have a mechanical explanation. GR is not science. GR is a mathematical description of how the universe behaves. There's no causality. There's no mechanism explained in GR. There's no mechanism in SR. It's just a description of how the universe works. It's
Okay,
not
I
mechanical.
understand. But in real, what if reality is not mechanical and you are just
There's
thinking
no
about
then
it
I
this way?
that's not the definition of that's not my definition of science. My
But
definition of science is
yeah, it doesn't matter what your definition is.
to you,
It's
to
something
you,
is out
to
there and
you, to
you
you,
experience
to
it.
you, to you, to you. My definition is not important. To me, your definition is not important. Where I'm right now, I mean, I'm discussing my philosophy, my theory. There's no point in you telling me that my science doesn't abide by your science. I didn't say it. I said I disagree with the definition of science. So it's a tautology. I
Okay,
agree.
I agree on that because it's you understand yourself that it's just redefining. It's not changing anything.
What
It's
do you mean
naming different words
redefining
for them.
redefining of what? Of science?
Yeah, for one.
You just name for example the acceleration from whatever gravity,
No.
let's say.
No.
You just name it
No.
acceleration from ether
No.
flow.
No. What are you talking about? I'm repeating myself. For me, there is
Look, I
ether.
don't think you
Let me
understand
talk.
how
Let me
you
talk.
can
Let
prove
me
it.
talk. Let me talk. That's a different. These are different questions. You're mixing different questions. You're saying I'm redefining.
I don't
Let me
think I
talk.
do.
Let me talk. Look, you're claiming I'm redefining. I'm redefining gravity, but I'm giving a mechanical explanation that you reject. How could you say that's redefining?
Okay, don't get upset.
So
It's not something
Just
bad.
answer the
just
question. You
one
keep saying
question.
no. You keep
Just
saying
it's
yeah.
just
Let's bring somebody else to the conversation. Yeah, go ahead.
How does ether react to larger or smaller masses? Is
The
it so
same.
that the
The
larger the
same.
mass is, the more ether wind there is pressing down?
I said the same. So I
I
thought.
asked him the same question
So I said it's the same.
some days
So,
ago.
Yeah,
so
but you have to explain. You have to just say it's the same. Where is this ether? Has it ever been measured? Has it ever been observed?
okay, you're switching topics. So you started well. You
No,
actually.
no, 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 no. You are saying the ether flow is what makes objects fall,
Yeah.
and you say so different masses. I mean, if you go to Jupiter or even or close to the sun, gravity or what you call ether wind is much stronger. So what's the causal mechanism for that?
So there is a paper that I wrote, and I'll link it, and then we'll
I
discuss.
don't care. Just tell us.
No,
How does ether? Because let's say at the sun, you would need a much stronger or more of the ether wind,
there's no ether
as
wind.
the gravitational acceleration is much higher than it is on Earth.
Yeah,
So what's the mechanism behind that?
okay. I don't call it ether wind because for historical reasons, the ether wind is like
I don't care. Explain the causal thing that from the ether that creates different downward accelerations according to the mass of the object.
no, no. You said you. I wanted to talk, and you said you don't care, and that's not a nice response. So I'm not
I
gonna.
want you to give the causal, explain how ether works. How does ether create a stronger gravitational field the larger the mass is?
Yeah, I'm
How
not
does
gonna.
that happen?
Yeah, you were mean to me. I wanted to talk, and you cut me off. I wanted to tell
Mr.
you.
Slade, you say I don't
Could you
care all
please
the fucking time, man.
could you please try to explain that to us?
I say,
Why do
look,
the larger
I
the
say,
mass, the larger the mass is, the higher the downward acceleration is. How does ether do that?
It's a
so
copy paste of general relativity with other
Yeah, it
names.
is. They just put in ether because I think he has an idea that electromagnetic waves has to flow through a medium to be able to propagate. Here's not a single evidence ether exists at all. He just put in an in to the science we have and claim it's there because everything is mechanical. No, it's not. So I would like you to explain to us what causes ether to increase the downward acceleration as the mass of an object increases.
so I think it starts with mass. So the ether is the mechanism by which mass itself is created. The illusion of mass comes into the universe. So ether is the Higgs mechanism. Ether contains, ether interacts with every particle, every wave, every elementary particle. It interacts with it. And through the Higgs interaction of the ether with the particle goes from massless into massive. And once the particle gains
How do you
mass,
explain the Higgs
Higgs
field?
does not play a part in gravity. So try again.
so Higgs endows mass. And now that there is mass,
It's
now
not only
So how do
Higgs.
okay? So how do you tie Higgs
Quarks
and
take
ether?
so
quarks must take their mass from gluon interactions,
right,
self interactions.
right,
It's
yeah,
not all Higgs.
yes, I agree. So
It's like a 5%, I think.
yes,
I'm not sure.
yes. Okay,
So
but
mass is something independent. So don't
yes,
compare it to the Higgs field.
yes. I'm still, that's work in progress. Yes, but it seems to be coming from there. Anyway, the ether, while it endows the mass during this interaction, it annihilates, it self annihilates. It, like, it gives up its life, and in return, like, the leftover, the remnants of this interaction, of this explosion, of the like, is the mass. That's the leftover, is what we see as inertia. That's how inertia and mass are created. And but
Can I
because
ask you a question on that?
yes,
How do you explain, since it's a wait, did you make a claim that your theory was like a super theory? How is it called? Unification theory?
it seems to be.
Because you have to explain then how charges, for example, why does the electron have like electric charge and the gluons have color charge, and why, for example, the gluons have mass and the photons don't?
I don't have to explain.
It's not something very simple.
Yeah, I don't have to explain it because I don't touch it. I don't disagree with modern physics, with mainstream physics. I don't disagree with QFT. I don't disagree with quantum field theory. I don't disagree with Feynman diagrams. My theory is one layer.
Okay,
Mhm, go ahead. What?
so the whole point is that you have different thinking about the whatever already exists. So why do you, and if you want to keep it to yourself, why do you need so much to prove it to us that you are free to believe whatever you want? But
Yes.
everybody here is just
Yes.
it's just like
Yes.
disagreeing at the real science happening in reality what happens. So I think this is the whole problem happening here.
Okay.
So
So
if you
let
accept
me.
like
You're
the physics as
monologuing.
it is,
Look, it's going to be
nobody.
impossible for me to answer anything. You already have two questions there. So if you want to keep asking, I'm not going to be able to answer anything, and I'll just continue explaining gravity. So it's up to you.
Look, I can I honestly say something final?
You're monologuing. I'm going to ignore you because I'm not going to remember all your questions. You already asked me two questions in
But you
this.
are doing the same.
What? I always stop
You
when
are
I'm in.
talking
I
3 minutes.
Can I add, Mr. Slave can police the questions that he wishes to answer, okay?
No, my point is, I always stop. As soon as somebody asks me anything, instantaneously I stop and listen.
Don't let him get to you, bro. Just stay cool, stay collected. Naturally, it is what it is.
No,
You're doing great.
they're much nicer. Like it took time, but today like with every passing day they're becoming human.
Don't let the way they behave be a reflection of you. It's not, right? You
Yeah.
just be you. police the questions you want to answer. It is what it is.
Yeah, that's a good point. Look, XYZ, you have good questions. Ask a question, let me answer. Another question, let me answer.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're monologuing about me. You
Okay, okay, I
misrepresent.
understood. Okay, sorry.
You're
I liked
misrepresenting.
his question that was like, "Why are you trying to convince everybody?"
It's a good question. I'd love to answer, but he's answering for me, and he's and then before you know it, I'm not gonna have a chance to respond. And again, I'm
No need to explain. We get it. Okay, sorry.
look. I'm just saying, and then I get misrepresented, and everybody laughs at me because I don't have a chance to defend myself. And instead of me sitting here having normal conversation, I'm just being laughed at for days. So I have
Right, but that's not a reflection of you though. That's how they are. Okay.
right. So I'm trying. Yeah,
So
I'm explaining to XYZ and to everyone why it's important to not monologue because it's one against so many. So you gotta ask a question. As soon as I want to answer, let me answer. Anyway, XYZ. So I said I'll live my life my way. You do you, me do me. But I'm here to, if somebody wants to follow me, they're welcome. If somebody wants to follow you, they're welcome. So I'm introducing my theory. To me, I think it's better than modern physics, than the mainstream. I'm adding a layer that simplifies everything. To me, I can now easily give you gravitational time dilation. Mechanically, I have a mechanical time dilation. I can mechanically predict the behavior of clocks at any point near a black hole. I can tell you exactly what the entrance to the black hole looks like. I can even tell you maybe what happens inside the black hole. I have lectures about that. At least I have a mechanical explanation what happens inside. So if somebody wants to follow me, they're welcome. If they want to follow you, they're welcome. That's all I'm saying. I'm and I'm open. I'm here to be disproved. I'm not here to be proved. My life.
How important is falsification of the ether to you?
That's why I'm here. I'm here for. Oh, falsification. So
Yeah.
I told you it's critical. If it's not falsifiable, then it's not science.
Is there any way to falsify ether?
Nope.
That's a good. Who answered?
That's your question. You can answer.
Anyway, look, I presented one way. I used to think maybe with like a very, very accurate interferometer, but I'm rethinking. I think it's never going to work. So, but maybe with a vertical particle accelerator that. So since the ether is falling into the Earth, you want to hear the experiment? You want to hear the calculations and stuff? Are you there, Lush?
Okay.
Does anybody else have
I
questions?
have a different question about the ether theory.
Go ahead.
About the explanation of how you say the ether is destroyed at the core of like a mass.
Okay.
And it gets regenerated in free space, and this is why space is generated. It's what dark energy is making of more space, right?
You call it space. I call it
How do
ether.
you relate? Yeah. How do you relate the destruction of ether in the by mass and regeneration of it? Is it explained by an equation? Does this happen around mass? How far away? Like, what's the distribution of, you know? Because if you make this claim, is basically new physics, and you have to explain it with some mathematics.
I don't have to do anything. If I feel like it, I will. If you feel like it, you can too. Anyone can fill in.
Look,
And
I'm not talking about your emotions. I'm talking about objectively physics. We are talking about physics, not. Of course, you will do whatever you want. That's everybody, whoever not believes that lives in a cave or something. We are talking about physics.
right. So in my definition of physics, I don't have to do anything. So, so I didn't do any calculations. I'll tell you my intuition is that ether everywhere regenerates spontaneously the same everywhere. So there's no difference between right now the ether inside you, it's spontaneously regenerating, and between the clusters of galaxies causing redshift. I think
Okay,
it's.
just let's
Mhm.
make that clear that it's just intuition, not real hard science.
It is
That's
real
that
hard
was my
science.
question.
My intuition is real hard science by my definition.
You, Mr. Slave, are you a flat earther?
No, I believe in mainstream physics.
You believe in what?
Mainstream physics.
Okay, but mainstream physics not they don't hold if.
Yeah, except for the ether. The ether is where I diverge from mainstream physics. Yes, but everything,
Nice.
but there's no the ether doesn't contradict anything in mainstream physics. I haven't found any contradiction between the ether and mainstream physics. Special
What
relativity.
is
Go ahead.
sorry? Yeah, what is your in your understanding of physics? What's the difference between that and space time?
Between ether and space-time?
Yes.
I don't have space-time. I like space-time as far as I
But
understand. As far as I understand, space-time it's a mathematical geometrical tool to understand the behavior of the ether. But if you understand it, like I can give you, like I can explain to you gravitational time dilation. Ether gives me
well,
immediate gravitational time
just to
dilation.
give a bit of context to my question,
Yeah.
because you mentioned you think the ether is like flowing to inside of the Earth, right? Towards the inside of the Earth.
Well, it's flowing.
And
It's flowing into the apple, into the air, but mostly into the earth.
yeah, right. Like say that's the same thing that space time is doing, right? It's curving towards mass, so it curves towards the Earth, it curves towards the apple,
Yes. Yes.
and as both of
We
them
will
flow
have this
through
loop
time, then the
conversation.
two, yeah, then space time
That's the
is
question.
flowing.
Wait, XYZ, please let him finish. I can't hear him. You're speaking over him.
Okay, sorry.
No problem. So yeah, so it seems like you're describing exactly the same thing as space-time, but you're calling it ether. Is there a difference between what you understand as ether and what we understand as space-time?
That your space time is just a description of how the apple falls. It's not a mechanical explanation. Mechanically, why does the
Well, it kind
apple
of is.
fall? What?
Well, it kind of is a mechanical explanation because it's giving you a geometry of space that forces the apple into moving towards the Earth and the Earth into moving towards the apple. Like that feels mechanical enough to me.
Not to me. There's no right. So I don't see the mechanism. I don't see the cause and effect. I need particle interactions. I need things to touch each other. All of quantum field theory is gauge theory. There's particle
Yo,
exchanges.
Needs are subjective.
But do
this
you think
ether.
ether is made of particles?
My intuition is yeah, it's made out of particles.
Okay, this ether, right? Is it a medium of light?
Of course, it's the medium of quantum physics. All quantum particles, so photons too.
Well, yeah, I don't get it. So the particles that make
Okay,
up
I'm back.
ether, are they like independent from the other particles, like photons and other fundamental particles?
The ether
Like it's
particles.
just
So
another particle to the set?
No, a photon is a wave in the ether. The ether is a fluid composed of ether particles. A photon is huge compared to the ether particles. A photon is a wave in the ether. A photon is just a wave. It's a propagation of
Yeah,
energy.
sounds a bit like string
So
theory, but replacing strings by ether.
No,
Doesn't it?
strings.
if a photon is
No.
a wave of ether,
What?
what's the gluon then? What's the difference between
It's a
the
wave.
gluon and a photon in
It's a wave.
ether?
These are different types of waves. I don't know. I don't know the details.
So how are you making claims? I don't get.
How am I? I'm using my mouth to make claims.
Look, the whole conversation is cyclical. Someone joins, says, "What's the difference between your theory and general relativity?" And we conclude to nothing is different. So another person claims, another person comes and asks the same, and the conversation goes and goes for hours, and nothing is happening.
I explained the difference between GR and my ether gravitation. Ether gravitation is a mechanical cause and effect by which the apple falls. GR is just a description. It's like GR is no different than Newtonian gravity. Newtonian gravity doesn't explain why the apple falls. Newtonian gravity just describes that apple's fall. GR assumes gravity, adds special relativity and the equivalence principle. It just assumes the way the universe
Okay.
behaves.
Can I tell you a better theory?
Yeah.
Let's say that mass makes space-time rotate around it, makes the light cones rotate. Then gravity is explained by that. It's the simple and best explanation, which is basically general relativity, what they say.
I don't understand.
And what happens basically.
Okay, I don't understand what you just said. I cannot visualize a mechanical explanation from what you said. And I've seen many YouTube videos of
It doesn't matter. Well, if you need to be if you need something to be mechanical, so you want to understand better.
No.
It's a
No,
subjective need
no,
inside your head.
no,
Nothing.
no, no, no.
Nothing is
He won't
happening.
accept it if it's not mechanical. He can't understand it, and he thinks it's not true.
XYZ, 1 second. XYZ.
Can I offer Mr. Slave?
Sure, but 1 second. I mean, XYZ. I said no, no, no multiple times, and you steamrolled over me. Don't do that. When I say no, let me please respond. So, yeah, Bacon, you wanted to ask something?
Yeah. So seems you're more of offering an interpretation of general relativity, right? Not
What?
an alternative.
What? Wait,
Is that
start.
right?
Wait, start over. I couldn't understand more. What?
I said it seems like you're offering an interpretation of
No.
general relativity,
No.
not an alternative, because you're saying you don't disagree with it. It's
I
just
don't.
a description and you're giving a mechanism,
I
right?
don't disagree with special relativity, but special relativity is
Oh,
not.
general.
Yeah, special relativity. I don't disagree
I know
with.
you don't disagree.
Let me finish.
I know you don't disagree.
Let me.
That's why I'm saying.
Let me finish. It will be clear. Trust me. I don't disagree with special relativity, but special relativity is just. It's not a mechanical theory. I add the mechanical explanation through the ether, and that gives me now a special relativity theory that I can. But I don't disagree with special relativity. I don't disagree with
Okay,
GR.
I didn't say special relativity.
Yeah, but
I
okay,
said
GR builds on SR. I don't disagree with GR, but GR is not mechanical. It's not an explanation. There's no mechanism by which the apple falls, so it's not scientific to me. I reject it. It's in the garbage to me. Until I add the mechanics that cause the apple to fall. Now GR is science to me.
Okay, that sounds like exactly like what I just told you. That you're offering an interpretation of
No,
GR,
no,
not an alternative. You're
no.
not making any different predictions. You're just saying,
I
okay, now
am.
we have a mechanism for why
No.
things behave that way.
I have a prediction. There's one prediction that I didn't get to because it would be technical. I don't want to bore people. If you want, I'll explain to you the one way or one of the ways to disprove my ether if you want.
No, not right now. Like
Okay.
I think that's a bit not what I'm asking you.
Okay. You said it,
Yeah,
but you said I don't make predictions. I do. I don't.
No.
What?
That wasn't what I'm not trying to attack you by saying you have no predictions. That wasn't the idea. What I'm saying is, I feel like you're more of offering something that would make the same predictions that GR would make, right? Or no?
GR is not science to me. It's not
That's
science.
not what I'm asking you.
What's the question?
Okay, if GR, in your understanding of ether and all that, is that a different prediction that would make compared to what GR would make?
I don't know. I think one prediction I can maybe contradict GR. I don't know. It's possible that.
Okay, let's suppose there's not. So just a sec. If there is not any different prediction between your understanding of it and with ether and general relativity, and if general relativity is just a description that doesn't offer any cause, but yours does offer a cause, and it's a mechanical cause, as you call it. To me, isn't that exactly what I asked you? If you're simply offering
That
a
was my
mechanism
point
behind
also.
GR,
But not to me. I understand that that's the mainstream view of science. I reject it.
but you just said that it's just a description, and it's a description that might be compatible with your ether theory, because if it might make the same predictions as your ether theory does, then the descriptions of GR are going to match the descriptions of your ether theory,
My
which
ether.
would make your ether theory an interpretation of GR.
Look, I don't know what to tell you. My ether theory. I honestly GR. I don't know GR. I know very little GR. Like I didn't finish the course. I have some intuitions about GR, but not completely. But my intuition is that, as far as I know, GR doesn't offer a mechanical explanation. Therefore, it's not science. I rejected it. It's not science. So to me, it's garbage. Until I propose my explanation to why the apple falls. Now GR is.
Do you? What's the difference between pseudoscience and science to
I
you?
don't have pseudoscience. I deny.
What's the difference?
I deny, like, pseudo. You could say that there is a spectrum of good science and bad science, and you could say really, really bad science is pseudoscience. I don't like the term pseudoscience. Flat Earth is science. It's just bad science. There's good science. There's bad
It's
science.
not about the terms; it's the meaning behind it. It's not about if you like words or not. We all use it either we like or don't like them. It's the meaning behind them that is useful.
Look, everything I say is with my definitions. So I don't use the term pseudoscience. If you use the word.
So you don't have a definition for pseudoscience?
No, I said, I mean, if you want, you could say it's really bad science. Like, but I would say flat Earth is science.
And what is a feature or characteristic of really bad science to you? Like some people would say falsifiability, but go ahead.
Yeah, the normal stuff. Plus, I add it needs to also be mechanical. Like, if it's mechanical, it's science. If it's not science. But within mainstream, you could say, like, mainstream is mainstream. But within my science, it's everything that mainstream defines as science. I just add mechanical. I don't deny mainstream definition of science. I'm just more scrutinous. I add more scrutiny. I don't accept a non-mechanical theory. Not mechanical, not science. Not interesting. Garbage.
Nice.
So,
The way
Mr.
you're
Slave.
describing. Oh, sorry.
No, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Lush.
A few times here in the last hour or so, you've been pretty maybe blatant. It's not quite the right word, but that this theory is your theory, and like when asked about other people's objections, you say you don't care and stuff. And so, kind of back on XYZ's question, like, sure, this is your theory. These are your facts. This is your theory. Why should anyone else care about your theory or your philosophy of science?
You keep saying this is, I think, the second time you say my fact. I don't have any facts. I'm using the same facts that you know. So it's not my. I don't know what you mean by my facts.
Well, you seem to be coming from a relativistic point of view where this is your point of view. And when asked about others, you say you don't care. And so I'm just wondering, why should anyone care about your philosophy of science?
Like I speak, some people that like to me, I saw where a non-mechanical definition of science leads to. It leads to gods and goblins and ghosts and multiverses and an infinite, and anything could be literally. The physicists, they say if it could be whatever. The cat is both dead and alive. Nonsense. Superposition, just nonsense, absolute nonsense, literal. Not I say it's nonsense, they say it's nonsense. They say it makes no sense. They say it makes no sense. I don't even have to say what they say is nonsense. They say what they say is nonsense. The cat is both. Schrodinger created the Schrodinger cat. He said, "You people are crazy. You people are crazy." And they say, "No, no, no. The cat is both dead and alive." Look, that's where it leads you. It leads you to nonsense, to multiverses.
In practice, it works. Your phone uses memory bits stored by quantum tunneling in semiconductor things.
Okay, let me ask this in a slightly different way. If more people believed as you do, what change would you expect to see in the world?
Good question.
I mean, it's it's just
Here's the other thing: nuclear fusion couldn't work without quantum tunneling.
What?
Someone mentioned quantum tunneling a second ago, and just
Wait, ignore the squirrel. Ignore the squirrel. Go back. If more people thought like you did, what change would you expect to see in the world?
Look, if the universe, if science must be mechanical, then immediately, like and you want to be a scientist, then immediately you don't have gods and goblins and superposition. So immediately you remove all the bad science. Immediately there's no more quantum computing. You save trillions of dollars. In the next 100 years, they're going to waste trillions on the nonsense of quantum computing because they believe that.
So could you explain biology, chemistry, geology, astronomy, and ecology? Then, if those are those not sciences?
Why not?
So biology is not a science.
Why not? It's mechanical.
The study of living organisms.
It's mechanical. I mean, the DNA, that's mechanical. The DNA molecule is mechanical. The amoeba is a big. Go ahead.
But a non-mechanical science refers to a branch of science that does not primarily focus on the principles of mechanics, right?
But the DNA,
Or the
I
study
view
of energy, right?
Yeah, when I say mechanical, I just mean cause and effect. I just mean causal. Like billiard balls. If I understand, for it to be a good scientific theory, I need to be able to intuitively visualize it. I need to see a simple computer simulation or a mechanical contraption. It needs to be.
In order for science to have a good theory, it must be easily comprehensible by you. What makes you the arbiter of things that are comprehensible and true?
We're discussing my definition of science.
Nobody gives a shit about your definition of science, though.
I don't care.
So is your reality separate from our reality?
Look, you said nobody gives a shit. I said I don't care what anybody gives or doesn't give. I'm here to share my knowledge, my philosophy. If you care, you're welcome. You don't care, you're also welcome. It's up to you.
My
I
friend,
know
you say
I'm welcome
you
to
don't
not
care,
give a
but
fuck.
you say you don't care, but you all this time you are. It seems like you are complaining. So you care. So you're just lying.
I'm lying. What did I lie about?
You're lying about whether or not you care, whether or not other people agree, disagree, or give two shits about your philosophy on science, right? So where does your version of science um, bear any truth? Like where do
So
you use it?
so 1 second. Let me first answer. So look, I care. I'm here because I care about your opinion about my presentation. I'm here to.
Yeah, well, you just lied then,
I
because you just said you didn't care if anyone gave a shit about it, but now you're saying you do care.
I'm explaining. Maybe I wasn't clear. So I care. The reason I'm here, and I'm suffering through days, whatever. Ultimately, I'm expecting that at one point I will be able, as I will be able to present my philosophy and my theories, and I'll be able to get feedback and do like autocorrect. I expect the scientific method to work through peer review, and this I view as like a mini peer review session. So I'm here to be
Okay, so
scrutinized. I'm here
Well, the
for.
peer review is not going well for you.
yeah, so where does your version of science, where is it plausible, usable, make any sense? Where can I use it, and how would I apply it?
Wherever you want. I mean, look, if your science is not mechanical, then you might as well, believe in gods and goblins and, the rest of the nonsense. Like you don't like for you, there might be superposition. There might be entanglement, spooky action at a distance. It's fine, it's for you.
So is
Einstein.
your version of science indistinguishable from carrying out an actual scientific method, observing a phenomenon, making a hypothesis, and then testing that hypothesis with variables? Is it any different from that?
It's it's that, but I add one more condition. The theory must be mechanical.
Okay, so you have one extra stipulation to the scientific method. Nobody gives a shit about that. I mean, nobody really does give a shit about your stipulation on science or the scientific method. All you're saying is you believe there should be one extra postulate to it, and that's great. I mean, that's just a swell thing for you to demand or conclude or think you've reasoned through logic to. Thanks for that.
I wouldn't say I reason through logic.
I wouldn't say that either. I agree with you.
I don't think the scientific method is based on anything, right? The scientific method is basically a religious ritual.
My friend,
So your version of the scientific ritual is to have the scientific ritual, but it can only be analog. So you're shitting on something that is a large part of your own theory, since it's the whole scientific method plus one extra step, which is your step. So take a big shit in a bucket and then add your sprinkles to it, and that's what your theory is. Good
No, no,
job.
no, no. I didn't criticize science for being a ritual. I'm saying science, my science, and my science before and after is a religious ritual. Science is not founded on logic. Science is just a set of requirements, set of postulates.
Right. So your method, your
computer
method then
that was
it is not scientific. Then it is just a ritual. Your version of science.
I believe that science is a religious ritual. Any science, mine
And
too.
your version of the scientific method is also then just a
Yeah.
ritual, since the scientific method you've claimed is a ritual, and your version of it is the whole thing plus one extra step. So your version of the scientific method is also just a ritual,
I
correct?
mean,
Plus one extra step.
I just want to be clear. It's a ritual because there is no foundation for science, right? Science doesn't have any foundation.
Right. So you've got a religious belief and you have a ritual that you practice plus one extra step that the regular scientific method doesn't have. You're doing great so far, I want to say. You're doing great.
I wouldn't even say that science is a religious belief. Science is just a religious ritual.
Yeah, so
You
your
have a
version of the
computer in
scientific
front of
method
you.
is a religious ritual. Gotcha.
Anyway, XYZ talked over you. I didn't get what you said. If you want to repeat it.
Science is based on proven reality. This is all I have to say. Nothing else. No subjective,
So
nothing.
you can derive the laws of science from something else?
Yeah, how else are you going to learn about reality? By thinking about it inside your house? You can't do it. This is nothing. You're just sitting and thinking.
As far
You
as
have
I
to
know,
get out and describe nature. This is
as
science.
far as I know, science has no foundation. So I never knew. Like as far as I know, science is
As far
categorized.
as you know, but you were getting confused by YouTube videos on
Yeah, right.
the on the redshift of light. So I'm not surprised that you're confused.
Okay, now you're just being
Tell
mean.
that to people that put satellites on orbit and calculate all the things needed for GPS to work. Tell that science doesn't have a foundation to them.
Okay, I'm telling it
Yeah,
right
like
now. Wait, no. Too many people are speaking and I'm not getting your turn. So I'm telling it right now to you. So either you respond and give me the foundation of science or silent or be silent and accept my definition of science. It's not mine. I mean, science, if it has no foundation,
Foundations of science are based in logic. If P, then Q.
and what's the foundation of logic?
Ask Aristotle.
Okay, what's the foundation of logic?
You know, I'm maybe not
The
quite
same
so.
logic.
I'm not maybe not
The
quite so
same
certain, but I
logic
think
that
there's a stack of
XYZ.
turtles
No,
over there
hold
you can
on.
go
No,
look at.
XYZ. Do me a favor. You keep talking over people. No,
okay.
you keep talking over people. I can't hear anyone. Anyway, I'll repeat.
That's fine.
So
You don't gotta complain or cry about it, Mr. Slave. We'll try not to step on you. That's not our intention.
demonstrate.
Can I
Stop
ask
being mean.
an off-topic question?
Sure.
A very off-topic one.
Sure.
What's the profile picture related to?
No, I'm not going to discuss that. That's boring. Go to my YouTube channel. There's videos that explain that. There's hundreds of hours where I discuss everything personal about my life.
Have
I
you
thought it was
spent
something
like
else.
some hours like in a philosophy of science course? I mean, I took one in my freshman year of college. I'm just curious if you had one.
The very little that I got from some YouTube philosophy of science that I was listening to was that, as far as I understand, that was Popper's opinion. But whether it was his opinion or not, I like that position that science is unfounded and therefore it is categorized as a religious ritual.
That's your takeaway from Karl Popper?
Yeah. But I said it doesn't matter if that's him or not. That's certainly mine. Any further questions from the audience? Amber,
I'm making a chicken soup.
are you having a good time?
Yeah.
It's all for you.
Jesus, what is with that? We were simping earlier. I didn't realize you were gonna pull the same card out again in the same day.
Yeah. I mean, she said, like, we were somewhere else discussing other things, and she said that she actually enjoys me arguing with people, and that if it gets animated, she enjoys it. So
No, I enjoy it too. You're quite hilarious to poke fun at.
Wait, Mr. Slave, is Amber your GF?
no, Amber is not my GF. No, Amber is my BFF.
Is what?
My BFF.
Oh, okay. So your best or your boyfriend's friend? I don't know.
You don't know BFF?
Of course I do, Mr. Slave. Come on, it's your boyfriend's friend.
Oh, that's good. Oh my god. Oh, Gamma.
So three months ago, you had this revelation after arguing with Mandibles on YouTube. But now you got this like new philosophy of science, and I'm just curious, like on a scale of just 1 to 10, how confident are you that you're 100% correct about this
About what?
philosophy?
About my philosophy?
About your philosophy, yeah, that it has to be mechanical and simple.
I think I'm as certain as when I took it up. I'm 100% certain that this is the right way.
All
There
right,
is
and what could you learn today? What could you learn today that would make you less confident?
I don't think there's anything. How? I don't think.
Okay.
I'm I'm
What could you
open-minded.
learn today that would make you more confident?
I like if we I don't think anything, as I said, my science is unfounded. So so nothing can change my mind about something that has no foundation. I think
Well, you just changed your mind 3 months ago after a debate on YouTube. So you can change your mind. You recognize that, right?
Yes. But
okay.
But that's like a personal preference. That's like one day I decided I'm gonna start eating poop. That's like that's a decision I made.
What?
It's not that.
God, I love you, Mr. Slave.
What's that scale? The Mohs scale or whatever? It's like a Mohs scale of hardness. What would you rate yours on? Like if like runny is 0 and like hard as a brick is 10.
Wait,
if you were gonna
what?
start eating shit, where
Wait.
on that scale would you be?
Wait, I didn't understand the question.
No, I'm being smart like Lush. Hold on.
Look, Lush, like one day I decided to redefine my science. It never had a reason to be defined anyway, and I changed it without any reason except for, personal preference, because I wanted to win debates. My intuition is that it's more productive for humanity. Humanity will do better with in a mechanical universe with the mechanical assumption.
This needs proof.
You have no foundation to claim that.
Correct.
And you just acknowledge that, by the way. So every time you make a statement, it is literally coming out of your ass by your own acknowledgement.
Yes, that's science. Science is unfounded.
So to you, science is just farting words through a kazoo, huh?
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's why it's so worth talking to you.
Yeah. Wait, remind me, what's your foundation for your science?
Base reality. How about that?
I don't know what that means. No, what's your foundation for the scientific method?
Yeah, reality conforming to itself and being what it is. Don't worry, I'm sure there's a YouTube video that you'll be confused about for a while if you just look into it.
Look, as far as I know, science is unfounded, not just my science. Science is unfounded. So is logic. Logic doesn't have any foundation. So math doesn't have any foundation. I mean, these are groundless constructs. They're not grounded in some grounded truth. They're grounded on ungrounded truth, meaning they're lies. So
You understand that something can exist objectively outside your perception, and also your brain is a computer, basically. So it has logic has foundation. It's built in your brain.
Okay, what?
I'd also like to point out that I've noticed that you don't seem to make a distinction between the difference between something being not true and something being a lie. And it's interesting to me that draws kind of another connection to your need for there to be some kind of mechanical cause and effect. I just noticed that that's something that you tend to fall back on. Just an observation.
Wait, XYZ, what did you say just before my brain? Objective, yeah. So objective knowledge outside, like if you claim, I by definition cannot claim to have any knowledge that is objective. That's a definitional problem.
No,
Definitionally,
I'm not same. I'm not saying something like that. I just wanted to make the point that logic itself is built in your brain.
that's an assertion. So I'll
It's
ask you
not
again.
just
I'll ask you again. What's your foundation for logic?
by define foundation.
Like what? Like, right? You need, right? 1 + 1 is 2 because, like, what? What's your
No,
foundation?
you
What do you
don't
mean?
need to explain it. Logic exists. It's a function of brains, of computers, whatever. It doesn't matter. Of systems. Everything is logical in a basic level.
Yeah, have you ever looked into what a logic gate is? A completely
Yeah, see that.
non-sentient thing can discern logic.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not getting an answer. Like, what's your foundation of logic?
I answered.
You did not.
There is no.
What is the?
I'm not. You can't define. It's like what's your foundation of looking at the screen in front of you? You don't. It's just. This is just your definition in your head. The screen in front of you exists objectively. It doesn't need you to have it to have a foundation for it or something like that. It doesn't matter.
I think I figured out the problem. I think if you would just define for us, we might actually be able to sort this out. Go ahead, Mr. Slave.
I didn't talk about
Without using the
definitions.
word.
I didn't talk about definitions. I asked for the foundation of logic. What is your logic founded on? Amber, by the way, you're hot micing. You keep touching your mic.
Oh, I'm making soup.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that's slurping you're hearing.
Anyway, so right, what's your foundation for logic? What's your foundation for math? What's your foundation for science? But the easiest one to answer should be the foundation of logic. What is your logic founded on?
Founded on what? What define founded?
It's it's unfounded. You don't. You would be able to answer it
Okay.
if you had a foundation.
How does your computer in front of you need a foundation on something to work? It just works.
That's my claim. That's
It
my
is
claim.
working right now
You just
logically.
that's you.
You
You're
don't need to
agreeing.
define
You're
something.
agreeing. Then you're agreeing with me. If logic is unfounded, and math is unfounded, then
No,
science.
it does. It just exists.
I don't disagree, but that means it doesn't.
All right. So does that? All right. Does the color wheel have a foundation? Does color need a foundation? Does the color red need a foundation to be red? Like
So
that's what you're asking.
You're agreeing
it's red.
with.
It's fucking red.
You're agreeing with me. You just switched positions. You just
No,
took my
Like
position.
you're trying to claim that because something doesn't have a baser level, it can't be, something in reality, or it not having a like the thing you're doing is annoying, and you would just please get to your fucking point instead of just repeating it over and over and over.
No, I said science is a religious ritual. Logic is a religious ritual. Math is a religious ritual because they have no foundation.
So the color wheel, the color spectrum is a religious spectrum. The color red is religious. The color blue is religious.
I like a religious ritual.
So are colors religious? Is it a ritual? Are colors rituals?
I'm not saying.
They have no foundation. Are they rituals?
Yeah, you could.
Exactly.
Yeah, you could say that.
Math is a religious
Wow.
ritual. What?
Look,
Well, apparently
I,
colors are now a religious ritual as well. Good job, sir.
Look, I'm splitting. I'm splitting the world into two definitions. Either it's
No, you're smashing everything with a fucking sledgehammer because you want to win debates, as per your own quote.
He's been debating. He's been debating a lot of his teamed guests. So he's been doing good with them. Some of the
Yeah,
guests he was speaking to
yeah.
weren't yelling at him like in
Hey,
present
hey,
time.
Glory, I don't want to hear you bitching. You can be
Thank
quiet
you.
now. Yep, thanks.
Look, what I'm saying is when I say like science has no foundation, so it's just a religious ritual. Like I don't, I categorize it. I don't mean to. It's not a pejorative. When I say science is a religious ritual, I practice science.
Number
I'm
11.
what?
I'm just counting like you're almost you're at least up to 11 so far since I started counting the times that you claim the thing that you keep repeating, but you never actually get to the end of a point. We just keep circling back around
It's
and letting
not.
you tug on yourself for a bit. No, it really is. You just keep repeating yourself. I'm sure you'll say it again that you think science is a religious ritual because you won't ever get to making your point that you want to keep just repeating shit. But you're up to 11 so far.
At 20, do we get a free prize or something?
Look, all I'm saying is that logic and math and science are
Have no
unfounded.
foundation.
Have no
Yep.
foundation, right? And you
Yep, no
agree.
foundation. Yeah, I
And
know
you
you were going to say
agree.
that. Yeah.
And you agree.
And
guys,
what
let's all agree with
what are you
Mr.
trying to
Slave.
point at?
Well, as long as look, if you agree, then I categorize unfounded things as religions. If it's unfounded, I just categorize it as a religion or a religious ritual. So all things that are
Great. Colors
unfounded.
are religious. You've made a lot of sense so far. You're changing a lot of minds.
Look, it doesn't matter. I told you that's how I categorize it. If you don't like the way I categorize, you
I don't
don't.
like it. Yeah.
That's fine.
I don't like it.
That's
Yep.
fine. That's fine. How do you
So
categorize?
if you don't make a distinction between science and pseudoscience, but why make a distinction between religion and science for you?
I didn't say that. I said
Yeah, you did. You said you
no.
said you don't make a distinction between pseudoscience. You just said there's science and there's bad science. But why? I'm just curious why. Both there's truth-seeking ways to go about things in the world. But why do you make a distinction between religion and science? Just curious.
No, I don't make a distinction between religion and science. I categorize science as a religion. Science is a religious ritual. So is math and logic. But I practice math, logic, and science. Just like I
That's
used
number
to.
12.
That's just a categorization. That's all. And I thought Popper did that. I learned that from him, at least from the teacher that taught the course. But as I said, it's
I
not
think
not important if he said it. Not important.
I think the room's trying to like get to the greater point or the so what or like the climax.
I think it's a
Or
very.
like
No.
I think it's very powerful to realize that math is unfounded. People think that math is this truth, but it's not. It's unfounded. It's a lie. If it's unfounded, then it's a lie. Logic is not a
So
truth.
colors are a lie. What
Yeah.
we've
There
established
you
that
go
colors are
again.
also unfounded, and so colors are also a lie and religious. Like your points are so meandering and never ending. They weave through multiple different territories, and they end up confronting and attacking each other in the midst of you speaking. It is so convoluted. Everything you try and say, you're literally saying that colors are a lie. Are you agree though? You're saying colors are a lie, or are you gonna retract any previous statements you've made?
Well, if we categorize, you're welcome to categorize otherwise. Look, every time you categorize, you're bound, right? You're bound to throw things that don't, on first review, don't make sense. But on second and third review, you realize, yeah, these are religions. So, for example, when you say colors,
Like colors?
yes, yes, colors. So for example, colors, right? When you say colors, you mean the words that describe the colors. So the
No, we
words.
talk about the experience of color itself, not the words you put onto it. The sensory input, the experience itself.
Let me just
measured colors. No, no, you can measure the color. Okay, so it's.
I think
it's
they call that qualia. I think that's
Yeah.
called qualia.
Yes, yes, yes.
Well,
yes.
yeah, like seeing, like interpreting a color to your own interpret. Yeah, that's the qualia. But on a spectrum, it is specifically one specific wavelength that's measured, testable, repeatable. So like color red is going to always be a certain frequency, whether I perceive that red as looking more green or blue hued versus you, the quality of it, that doesn't change the reality of it. The reality of it that he's trying to point to is saying it's also a lie, and that doesn't make sense.
Look,
Mr. Slave, are you pulling a prank on us on not concluding
I've never
anything?
heard Mr. Slave say stuff like this.
Because it's been like 3 hours or so. What is happening? I think he's pranking us. There is no way this is happening. This is just a big troll, I think. I don't know.
And every time he's ever spoken, it's a big troll. That's the problem.
No.
Yes. If you last long enough, you'll see it do exactly what it just did here.
Mr. Slave is my BFF, as they say.
Well, you keep bad company.
Keep what?
Or you don't
What?
let him talk. Or you don't let him talk for long enough.
Wait, is this whole is your name Mr. Slave because you like in debates for people to call you that?
He likes being the slave. Constantly getting owned.
No offense, but
it's because he's always getting owned.
if that's the case, I salute to you. I respect you.
Anyway, let's
This
get
is
back.
the biggest.
Let's get back to to my ether theory, or like something deeper than questioning my categorization of unfounded realms.
Your categories have errors.
That's possible. It's not critical.
Let's start again the whole loop, never-ending loop.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any questions?
Let's all agree
Class?
with everything.
Class? Are there any questions, class?
let's agree with whatever Mr. Slave says, so this thing ends.
Does ether have a smell? Can you smell ether?
No.
Mr. Slave, I agree with you 100%.
XYZ,
There's
hold on.
nothing I have to ask.
XYZ, 1 second. So I was asked, does ether have any smell? So ether is one layer below the quantum particles. So I don't even think the particles have mass, because mass itself is something that ether endows through the Higgs mechanism onto elementary particles. So I don't even think ether has mass. So I don't know what it has, but certainly not smell.
You're telling me Mr. Slave, the ether master, doesn't know something about the ether. I don't know what to say anymore.
Ether endows this attribute through the Higgs field onto a particle of smell.
Mr. Slave, does ether enter from my mouth when I eat and exit from my butthole when I sit?
Oh my god, that's a good question.
Anyway, okay. I think you guys are beginning to misbehave.
Class? No misbehaving, class.
Anyway,
it's a Discord server.
Demon said,
He wants to control
as a teacher, I don't want to be reminded about my day job while I'm in here.
Wait, where's Amber?
Oh no.
Ned, what's your profile picture from? Flat T, where is your profile picture from? or it's custom made. I don't think he hears me.
Anyway, everyone, I think Amber left, and the only reason I was here is for Amber.
Oh, we're gonna sorely
Mr.
miss
Slave,
your
Mr.
interaction.
Slave,
So the derp is leaving.
Mr. Slave, if you exit the friend zone, I will give my whole house to you as a gift. I will sell it and send you the money if you exit the friend zone. I know you wanted to do, man, my friend. I will help you.
XYZ,
We will all help you.
XYZ, do me a favor. Please don't talk about my personal life. Do me a favor, please.
Oh yeah.
Thanks.
My grandfather always said, if you want something, go and get it. Don't complain. That's all I have to say.
Anyway, thank you, everyone. It was mostly very cordial. Most of the time you weren't obnoxious like in the first couple of days. So
Okay, we don't really care about your interpretation of what went on, though. Are you taking off then? Are you done being wrong?
I mean, there's definitely improvement in your behavior, which I appreciate.
Oh, I don't really give a shit though.
Wow, this is really
Remember?
like a teacher.
Yeah.
Improvement in your
Yeah.
behavior.
What grade are you gonna give me, Mr. Slave?
I'll give you a B plus.
He's anti-school, though.
Kind of generous.
Doesn't
Well,
think kids should go to school.
I mean, you deserve a B plus because you were interactive. So the most important thing is to be interactive.
Can I ask, is there space time in ether, or is it like one or the other?
Here we go again.
No, there's no space
Oh,
time. There's no space time period. Space time is a nice tool that Minkowski invented and Einstein employed, and it's very convenient. But I think if you just go back to exactly what ether is, you can more easily make predictions about reality. So I can give you time dilation like instantaneously. Like if you ask me questions about
So, what
Yeah.
predictions can you make more accurately? Like time dilation? I don't even know what that means.
time dilation just
Three people
means
ask this.
XYZ, please don't do that. Yeah, let me talk to other people. So time dilation happens when ether flows through. Let's say, I mean, it's kind of difficult to explain, but let's say you have a clock that ticks by waving up and down through a medium. So imagine that you send a pulse and it's received and you get a pulse back, and that's a tick tock. So imagine your clock is based on like a sonar, like you send a pulse, you send a wave, like even a sound wave or a water wave. So you send
it where for what?
Well, you have imagine your clock is built of an emitter and detector. Imagine the universe is filled with a fluid. Imagine we're immersed.
Why would I have a clock that's a receiver and an emitter instead of just a clock?
Because ultimately, the elementary particles are waves and they wave through the ether.
Oh my god, the loop is going.
They wave at the speed of light. So when the ether flows through you,
Does the speed of light wave back? It'd be rude if it didn't.
anyway, when the ether flows through you, it flows through these waves, and these waves now have a longer path to travel as that clock ticks. So every electron that makes up every atom in your body. That electron is a wave, and it waves.
What practical purpose can I use this for? Because I'm not understanding you, following you very well. Or
Well,
what the point of the whole thing is.
right. I mean, the point is that you can bypass SR and GR, a special relativity and general relativity, and just understand how the ether works in my model, and you can give the predictions of SR and GR with, like, intuitively. It becomes special relativity and general relativity become mechanical once you understand how to integrate how the ether works in my model. So, like, like, I don't have space time. I don't need space time. My model is simpler. My ether model is simpler. I can more easily imagine and predict exactly how every clock around a black hole ticks. And
Simpler doesn't necessarily mean better.
well, to me it does. So I'm
I mean, I hate to be rude.
In reality, it doesn't.
Who gives a fuck about how a clock ticks when it's near a black hole? I'm sorry, I don't get it.
Doesn't general relativity like kind of point to black holes being a thing? How do you what math are you using to get to black holes without general relativity?
I showed Gamma. Gamma can explain it. But the trouble.
Hold on. I need Eric Burns. You really don't know what that is? Come on.
Yeah. So trouble about.
I'm a little bit lost right now, just looking at it. I am brain dead from today, and so I'm
okay.
So trouble about Gamma. You want to explain?
I have an idea, but I'm just looking at it. I'm just looking because the time is tied to the 10 to the negative 5 seconds. So
Yeah. But I figured the explosive lenses would give it away.
Gamma.
No, I was just like, wait a minute, what are you talking about here?
Gamma, can
it's
you?
so new.
So Gamma, can you explain?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gamma, can you explain Newtonian black holes to everyone?
No, because they don't exist.
Wait, didn't I show you the equations?
That doesn't mean you're correct.
That picture was disgusting.
I mean,
Yeah, like there's no reason in Newtonian mechanics for any density of matter to form into a black hole. Like a black hole isn't even described in Newtonian mechanics to begin with.
What do you mean? Didn't I
so if you want to throw out general relativity but still use your clock bullshit next to a black hole, I'd love to see how you get those clocks near something that doesn't exist in their framework.
Yeah, what was your derivation? Was it by deriving the Schwarzschild radius somehow from?
Yeah. Yeah. Schwarzschild is derivable directly from Newton's gravitational law.
I think.
I
What's
would
it founded
love
on?
to see the math for that one. I would love to see the math for that one.
Yeah, what's that founded on?
I don't think you actually showed me that, Mr. Slave. I
Oh.
think we were doing something else.
Anyway, I'll link a video on YouTube that explains it.
No, we're gonna open up whiteboard right now.
Oh, I'm not gonna be able to comprehend it though. It's gonna take me a while.
Yeah.
Anyway, Trouble about
BFF,
no, but Trouble about asked a very good question. She said, "Why should we care about the rate of ticking near a black hole?" Does anyone have an answer?
Well, it doesn't matter if it's in your version of science because black holes won't exist. So yeah, we shouldn't care. That's the answer.
Let me see. Amber is texting me.
All right, so it looks like the video where I got to is you replace V in the equation for kinetic energy with C, and that turns it into okay.
Oh, it's in the blackboard?
Magic. Yeah.
Oh, so we did do it.
No. I didn't do it with you, but I'm sure it's in here somewhere. Oh, let's see.
Guys, do you want me to sum up this whole conversation?
I bet.
Yeah, do it, please.
Oh my god. All right. XYZ, are you going to give us a summary of the conversation? I don't think he's there. Anyway, if there's no further questions, I think I
The
think we'll.
summary was fart sound effects and diarrhea sound effects.
Oh, we didn't hear it.
This is
damn
Mr.
it.
Slave's
Yeah.
calculated IQ score, according to my analysis.
I don't see your blackboard.
Oh.
XYZ, you don't have to be so mean. Come on, stop it. Like, if you don't enjoy this conversation, like, why are you here? But if you're gonna be mean and hurtful, then please don't. Come on.
Bro, I don't care about anything. I'm just having fun here.
You're hurting my feelings. Like, you don't care?
But you are
Called it.
staying.
I knew he was getting butthurt. Somebody get the butthurt cream.
Why would you want to
Dude,
cause?
come on. It's a
No.
random Discord. Imagine if you had to pay bills, medical bills. What would you
Here's
do?
the nice thing. That butthurt cream, it works as lube too. So I think you're in luck.
XYZ, you have to understand. Come on, be nice. So, what you're telling me that you walk down the street and you just harassed strangers because they're just strangers? You're just mean to people, to random people?
Yeah.
Harassment is subjective, but I wouldn't go that far as to harassing.
So why would
It's
you
more
want
like
to?
if we were all on the bus and somebody got on the bus and chose to sit down and talk to everybody and then repeatedly continually go over the same thing and everyone tries to be nice and chime in and try and understand what this crazy homeless person who's wiping their ass in public is actually talking about. And then he's like throwing his shitty newspaper around going like you're all being mean.
Ah, yeah. These people. Hey, what's up?
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay. How do you feel?
Can't hear you. Your volume, I think, is low.
My volume?
Yes, now I hear you. I hear you.
Okay,
Yeah, how are you?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Where are you from?
So, me, I'm from the land of Kabuki land.
Where is that? Kabuki? Kabuki is China.
Kabuki land.
Kabuki?
Yes.
I don't know where Kabuki is. Is it Africa?
Maybe.
Okay.
It doesn't exist. It's not a real, a real place.
Mm.
So
Were you?
yeah. So I'm from
Mm-hmm. You're from
what?
where?
What did you?
I was gonna ask, were you with us in the Globe Trotters, Globe Gangsters server?
Yes, I was.
How was it?
Good. I had you with your theory. I even spoke to you a little bit.
Yeah. I remember. I just wanted to make sure that it was you. Yeah, you had good questions.
Yes. What?
You had good questions.
Nice. Yeah. So you accept everything the globe teaches you. What's the shape of the earth now?
Normal sphere.
Okay. What about does it rotate or not?
Yes. Yeah.
It rotates.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think it has been? Do you think it has been well established? Do you think there's evidence to support this claim?
Yeah, very strong. I mean, there's very strong evidence, and the evidence that the Earth is flat or whatever, not spinning, center of the universe. There's very little evidence, very unlikely. The simplest explanation is that the Earth is just like the mainstream physics says.
Okay, okay. But but do you think it has been proven that whether the Earth rotates or whether the revolves? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
look,
believe it has been proven?
it's not that I believe that it has been proven. I mean, to me, it has been proven.
It has been proven.
Yeah, I mean, when I was like 3 years old or 4 years old, I asked my father, do we live on the inside of the sphere or on the outside of the sphere? And he said, we live on the outside of the sphere. That was the last time I questioned the Earth. I mean, and that's it. And since then, I believe the Earth is sphere and, like normal science.
Yes. No. Let's forget about the shape of the Earth. Like I'm not talking about. I'm not questioning the whether the Earth is flat or not. I'm questioning. Do you believe that? Do you hold to the position that it has been proven, or you believe it?
It's not. I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say that I believe it or I believe it has been proven. To me, it has been proven. I mean, I've heard like different people say different things. Like in history, they used to think the Earth is at the center. They used to think the Earth is flat. They used to think the sun is at the center. They used to think the galaxy is at the center. They used to think many things. But all the time, they improved the theory. The science improved slowly, slowly. The science improved, and now we know. Now we know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you watched the film called The Principle?
No, I don't watch movies.
The Principle. It's a movie about the Copernican principle. You know the Copernican principle?
Yeah.
What's the Copernican principle?
It says that there's nothing special about us. So we're not the center of anything. Yeah.
We should watch it. If you want, you can watch it.
No,
It's a very good.
I don't like movies. I'm very busy studying physics. I don't want to waste my time with movies.
Okay, but okay. In your free time, you can watch that film about Copernican principle and geocentrism.
I'd rather.
Okay.
I'd rather.
Okay. Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Can I ask?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
What's your thoughts on geocentrism?
What's my thought on geocentrism? Geocentrism is a convenient model when you want to think about the Earth-Moon system, for example. But when you want to think about Earth-Mars, that's when you want to think about the sun-centric model. It's more convenient.
Okay, but is it possible? Is it possible?
Mm-hmm. What's possible?
Is a geocentric model where the Earth does not rotate, and
it's anything. Anything is possible. When you say "is it possible," the answer is always yes. Anything is possible. It's possible that I'm in a dream world. It's possible that anything is possible. It's possible that I was just created 2 seconds ago with all these memories.
With all these memories.
It's possible I'm in a simulation. I'm inside a computer simulation. Anything is possible. So that's not interesting what's possible. The question is, what is the simplest explanation? That's the question. The simplest explanation is just like mainstream physics says.
Okay. What if it was shown to you that both are equally valid? But that none is more simpler than other.
No, that's my position. Both are equally valid.
Mm-hmm.
The Earth-centric model is more convenient when you analyze the Earth-Moon system. The Sun-centric model is more convenient when you analyze something like the Earth-Mars system. So it's just a matter of convenience. There's no truth.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good. Where do you live?
I used to live in the US. Now I'm
In the
traveling.
US.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, since you hold to ether, how do you explain the Michelson-Morley experiment?
That's a good question. So, one explanation is that there's length contraction and time dilation in the ether that compensates so that you can never detect the ether. That's basically what Lorentz theorized.
Lorentz, yeah,
I think
Lorentz, yeah, okay. So you hold to the Lorentz ether.
I don't know. I don't know
It's
enough about Lorentz and his ether, but it
okay.
might be that I don't think that he had my ether. I don't think he had
Okay.
gravitation because I have gravitational ether. I don't.
Okay.
So I don't think Lorentz.
Okay. What about?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. What about um Michelson Gale experiment?
I don't know. I don't know the other Michelson experiments.
Michelson Gale experiment. They got a huge fringe shift in this one. Yeah, this one was done. It's like, or usually it can be called the Sagnac experiment. It's like Sagnac experiment. You know the Sagnac experiment?
I know very little about it.
Yeah, they got a huge fringe shift. So yeah, and they were trying to measure the rotation of the Earth, yeah, through the Earth. They got a huge fringe shift.
What were they looking for? What velocity of ether do you think they were looking for? What did they get? What is the measured velocity of the ether according to them?
I think it's like 190 meters per second. Yeah, I haven't checked again. I think it's 190 meters per second. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Fringe shift.
that's about right. So they got how many fringe shifts did they get? One big one or multiple?
One big one.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait a minute. The Sagnac, it doesn't rotate, right?
Yeah, Sagnac.
Sagnac it
They,
rotates?
I think it rotates. Yeah, it rotates. Yeah.
Do you know how it works?
I think so. I haven't checked. I think maybe it rotates. I'm not sure. I haven't checked if it rotates. But yeah.
So
probably does. Yes, it does. It does rotate. Yeah, it does rotate. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. It does rotate.
So
Yeah.
if they got a big signal, then why doesn't everyone discuss it?
Oh, because they changed if they hold to special activity, and now things are. Oh, there's this guy called Lawrence Perez. He had some explanation that managed to work. Yeah, he managed to combine the two experiments. Yeah, he had some explanation that had might combine the two result that seem to contradict each other.
Wait 1 second. You're saying that the Sagnac effect The sonic interferometer got a signal?
Yes, it got a huge signal.
Let me check. Let me Google this. Did the Sonic
Yeah.
interferometer
Google.
get it?
Google.
1984
Saying
verification was set up that involved 3 ground stations and several GPS satellites with relays. Sonic effect. Let me check it. Sonic effect named is a phenomenon encountered in interferometry that is oscillated by rotation, elicited by rotation. The sonic effect manifests itself in a setup called a ring interferometer or sonic interferometer. A beam of light is split, and the two beams are made. Okay, let me check the relative phases. However, when the interferometer system is spun, one beam of light has a longer path to travel. How is it different than the normal interferometer? How is it different than a normal interferometer? I don't get it.
yeah, it's a normal interferometer, but it's more accurate, very precise to a high degree.
However, when the interferometer system is spun, set up. A gimbal-mounted mechanical description, operation history. The first interferometer, Einstein was aware of the phenomenon of the sun effect through the earlier experiments of Franz Harris. In 1911, Harris' experiment had been aimed at making measurements. Fresnel drag. Who showed the role of the sun effect in the experiment. Lewis said that in Harris' experiment there is a calculable difference in time due to both dragging of light, which follows from the relativistic velocity addition. The fact that every part of the rotating apparatus runs away from one, I don't get it. Where are the results? Basic case. Could you show me that they got a positive result? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm going to show you. I can look at it.
Like I'm looking. Oh, you're looking in the Wikipedia?
Yeah, what were you looking at?
Yeah, I'm looking at Wikipedia.
Yes. Look up Michelson-Gale experiment.
No, I'm looking at the Staniak.
Okay. Yeah, when you know the guy Saniak, when he did the experiment, even he came to the conclusion that this had violated the special relativity.
That he
But
what?
he came to the conclusion that after the reason why he set up the experiment, right, was to disprove special relativity.
Okay.
To test relativity, and after he managed to he was convinced that he disproved special relativity.
So why didn't everyone agree with him?
My friend, it would be it's a nightmare.
What do you mean?
It was after the results of the Saniac experiment, Einstein never spoke about it.
What do you mean? Why? Why would he not speak about it?
Because it seemed to contradict the earlier result, the results of the Maxwell-Morley experiment.
So what?
Yeah.
Why
Hmm?
would Einstein care about contradicting Michelson and Morley?
Because the initial the reason why he created special relativity was to explain the no result of the Maxwell-Morley experiment, right?
Not really. I mean, he said it's.
No,
He said that the ether is superfluous. He doesn't need the ether.
he didn't need ether.
He said he doesn't need the ether. I don't think
So,
he
so,
like
so
his.
you're denying it. Okay. Okay.
I'm saying he. I don't think special relativity cares if there is or isn't ether. Special relativity assumes there's a constant speed of light, which basically implies ether.
No ether.
No,
Ether.
yeah,
It implies no ether, since an ether was
no,
a medium
no,
that
no,
if like the
no,
what?
no.
No, no.
Listen. Special relativity says the speed of light is a constant, which
Yes.
imply. Let me just finish. Which implies ether. So
Which
special. Go ahead. Go ahead.
okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, it's mentioned that yes, that the speed of light is constant,
Mm-hmm.
but the reason why they mentioned Einstein came up with this theory that the speed of light is constant was to explain the no result, right, of the Maxwell-Morley experiment. I'm sure you would agree, right? He came up with this to explain why they got a no result, right?
I don't
Why
think. No, I don't think he
I can
explains. I don't. I don't. I personally don't think he explains the null result because he says the speed of light is a constant, but the speed of light is a constant implies ether. So basically, he says, yeah, there is ether. For some reason, they got a null result. Nevertheless, there is ether. He basically implied the ether. He skipped over the ether, but he implied it. Because to assume a constant speed of light is to imply ether. For all intents and purposes, that's what you're doing. When you say the speed of light is a constant, that's exactly what happens in a medium. If there is ether, immediately the speed of light is a constant. The speed of light is a constant is a consequence of the ether assumption. So why would Einstein care if the Sonic measures ether? It's better for Einstein. He assumed ether.
actually I can give you a quote from Einstein himself, admitting that this this is the reason why that the reason that's the reason that ether was what he thought of ether as non-existent. Go look it up. Look up. Does ether exist? And they will even mention. Okay, look up what experiment disprove ether. They'll give you Michelson-Morley experiment. You can look it up.
Okay. I don't care what Einstein said.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what he said. The theory of relativity assumes the speed of light is a constant. The assumption, hold on, the assumption that the speed of light is a constant is equivalent to the assumption that there is ether. Because when you assume ether, you immediately get speed of light is a constant. So I don't care what Einstein said. He assumed a constant speed of light. Therefore, he implied. I don't care what he said. I don't care if he understood. I don't care if he existed. By assuming the speed of light to be a constant, you're assuming or you're implying ether. Einstein, as far as I'm concerned, never existed. I don't care. The theory of relativity assumes ether. Therefore, it implies, it assumes constant speed of light. Therefore, it implies ether.
Okay. So okay, Google does special activity disprove if
I
you
don't
find
care.
yes.
I don't care, Google. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care,
You claimed
Google. I
you claimed, right?
claim
You
everything I say is from first principles. I don't care what anybody says. Everybody's wrong. Everybody can go kill themselves. I don't care about everybody. I don't care about Google. Right now, I'm talking to you.
Mhm.
So I need to convince you. You can disagree and explain why you disagree. I don't care, Google schmoogle. Garbage. I don't care. If you say the speed of light is a constant, that is the assumption of the ether. Now, it could be that Einstein, I mean, as far as I know, look, the question is, we're talking about, wait, who's with us? Oh, XYZ, what's up?
XYZ, what's up?
Maybe he has a problem on this server.
XYZ, what's up?
Hello. Nothing. I'm just here at chilling.
Okay.
You got some balls, boy?
Anyway,
Why? How comes you laughing?
wait, XYZ, you changed to Mr. President? Mr. President, tell me, what do you know? What do you know about the Sanyak experiment?
Oh, the experiment itself. I don't know.
You don't know about it?
I know about it. Why are you asking?
Did they
I'm a
discover?
bit bored to say. Truthfully, I'm a bit bored to. I'm a bit tired to conversate physics right now. But what's your question?
So, did it discover ether? Did Sanyak discover ether?
Well, this interferometer is used for in intercontinental ballistic missiles and other very precise instruments to calculate rotations. So the interferometer works. So how would it detect ether?
I don't know. I mean, if I look for, I'm in Wikipedia. If I look for the word ether, there's 17 mentions of ether in the references. So I don't know. I'm asking you. What do you know? Does it?
I don't know. I haven't heard about testing some ether theory with it.
It says George Sanyak set up this experiment in 1913 in an attempt to prove the existence of the ether. To prove the existence of the ether. So it sounds like that was the purpose of the experiment. The Sanyak. They use this in.
Did it work?
I don't know. You can look at the Wikipedia and tell me. It's a big
I'm
entry.
searching about it right now. Look, I don't know about that experiment, but it just works. I don't know how it will be testing ether theories. Would it prove that the speed of light is faster towards one direction or something like that?
I don't know.
I think it's probably something about that, but I don't know. I will search it another time. Where did the other guy go?
Maybe he went back to the Globe server. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he did.
You want to go back to that server?
I was leaving.
Okay.
I will join tomorrow probably.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I have to go. Bye
Okay. Bye.
Earlier when you were talking with Mr. Slave about logic and stuff, and I couldn't chime in because I was away from my computer. But for example, the thing I took 2 semesters of was formal logic, and by that I mean mathematical formal logic.
Is that why your brain is so large?
I think more like that's why my brain is so smooth.
Really?
That sounds like such a boring class to take mathematical logic, but that is definitely something that is good to have.
It's strangely enough one of the ones that I enjoyed more.
Yeah.
Can you imagine trying to teach even like semester 1 class in logic to a flurf?
Yeah, not a chance.
Wait, guys, I have a question.
Oh my God, he's back.
He's here.
Yeah.
And he's back. Anyway, does anybody
I love
know?
Mr. Slave.
Do you know about the Sagnac effect?
Yes.
Absolutely. We've never heard of that. Please tell us more.
No,
I'm the resident Sagnac effect man.
Please no.
Does it prove ether?
And I'm
No.
going back on.
It proves special relativity, actually. It just proves the ether.
How is it supposed to work?
Because it's actually relatively simple once you have a constancy of the speed of light. The rotation of the device basically means that the light has less distance to travel in one direction when measured in a certain reference frame. And basically that difference in the distance traveled while the speed of light is constant, because the speed of light can't speed up to account for the rotation. So in one part of the loop it goes faster, it hits the detector faster, and the other part of the loop it hits the detector slower because of the constancy of the speed of light, and that causes a phase shift in the fringe pattern of the interference of the two beams.
Wait, so is it supposed to spin really fast? The device spins fast?
I'm not sure how fast it has to spin for the effect to be observable, but it is a velocity dependent effect. So the faster
it doesn't need to.
You derive it with special relativity using a reference frame centered in the middle of the device, and you derive basically the fringe shift is a function of the angular velocity.
Ring
And
laser gyros can easily detect the rotation of the Earth. That's how slow it can go, and can it go even slower?
Yeah, there you go. So,
Wait,
but yeah,
what?
it would be easier after it is. It'll produce more of a fringe shift.
Wait, what did you say, Tardis? Totoro?
Ring laser gyros are the ones that are based on the Sagnac effect, can detect the rotation of the Earth. That's how slow you can go for the thing to still produce a detectable fringe pattern or interference pattern.
What do you mean?
And they can go as fast. The commercial gyros that are on aircraft can detect as little as the rotation of the Earth and as fast as typically up to 900 degrees per second.
Wow.
Wait, and okay, but it doesn't. But it does not detect the ether, apparently, right?
It detects rotation.
Yeah. The explanation of the ether is falsified by the fact that the Sagnac effect corresponds to the same rate of drift as observed in mechanical gyroscopes. Therefore, it's not an effect of an ether.
Sea-Line, when will I finally get you to pronounce the name correctly?
Wait, so
Never.
the Sagnac itself, the device doesn't rotate or does rotate?
It does.
It does.
Yeah. So it is the rotation of the reference frame that creates the effect. And the fact that one side of the loop is going to move relative to the receiver so that the light effectively has a shorter path to take on one side than on the other.
Well, both move, but they just move in opposite directions.
I
Yeah,
gotta
okay,
watch.
fair enough.
I gotta watch YouTube videos to explain this. I'm not getting it. And
I have a.
Then it's not science.
Oh, it's actually simple. There's a splitter. It splits a laser beam into two paths. And because there's motion, one fiber optic cable is effectively longer than the other. And since it takes time for light to travel, it takes longer to go one route than it does the other.
Brenda, it's pointless to explain. He doesn't understand it, therefore it's not science. Clearly it can't work.
Well, I don't know. Maybe, did you get that?
I mean, that's a standard. He's been looking at it, doesn't understand it, therefore it's not science.
Totaro.
Did you get it?
Stop
Did
being
you understand it,
so-
Mr. Slave?
No, not yet. I'm trying to.
Well, think of it this way. It's all coiled up, but if you unrolled it,
Mm-hmm.
you'd have two pieces of fiber optic cable. One would be, well, they're this. Oh God, that's going to confuse things, isn't it? One is long. What? They're not long. They're the same length,
Mm-hmm.
but because one is moving relative to the other, it ends up taking longer for the light to travel one than the other. Do you get that part?
So you're firing two beams in opposite direction of rotation, or no? Yeah, I see.
Yes, you can think of it that way.
I see the
Yeah.
diagram. There's both directions, and there's many, many, many loops.
Yeah, they can
Yep.
have a long fiber optic cable all coiled
Yep.
up inside there. Yes.
Whether you have a fiber optic cable looped up in there or whether you're using just one loop, the concept is the same. It's the only difference is for the fiber optic, it allows you to use longer wavelength light, and the additional length basically just gives you more time delta to measure.
Right. I mean,
It just makes the effect more obvious.
Sure. Okay. So, and but why is its rotation relevant? I'm not getting that.
Because rotation is a non-inertial motion.
So, because it's speeding up, the claim is that
it's not speeding up.
So, why does the rotation have any impact?
Because rotation is a non-inertial motion. It is objectively measurable. There's an absolute rotation frame. Linear motion is not.
Try this, Mr. Slave.
Hmm.
Suppose you're running down a hall,
Yeah.
right? But the end of the hall is moving away from you,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's going to take you longer to get to the end of the hall that's moving away from you than the one that isn't.
Mm-hmm. But okay, fiber optic is just glass.
Yeah, it can transmit light.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's bouncing inside. Everything is fine. But why does it care that it's rotating? Why is the rotating interesting?
Because it takes longer. Because because it's rotating, the end of that cable or that fiber optic cable is moving away from the light.
Yeah.
The guy's running really fast. He's running really fast.
I see.
He's running at the speed of light, but the end of the hall, it keeps moving away from him. So it's going to take him longer than the other path where it isn't doing that.
I see. And obviously we get an effect. So the spinning, we end up being able to measure the spinning, right?
Yeah. So I run down a hall and there's a splitter and it splits me in half.
Yeah.
Half of me goes one way
Mm-hmm.
and half of me goes the other.
Mm-hmm.
And one of those branches, the end of the hall, is moving away from me, and the other one, it's not moving away from me.
Right.
Right. So then when I come together, we're mismatched.
Right.
Right. That we interfere.
Yeah. And the
Well, the other side is moving
Fred?
toward you.
And the right. And the faster we rotate, the more of a fringe effect, the more fringes we're going to see, more effect. But
Yeah, the more
Yeah.
mismatched there'll be.
yeah.
Yeah, conceptually you can think of it that way. There are finer details there, but that's about you don't need to think about the finer details there.
Okay, so Sanya created it to prove the ether, it says in Wikipedia.
Oh yeah,
Good-
he thought
good for
it
him.
proved. Yeah, he thought it proved the ether to as far as I heard, to his deathbed. But what he thinks was wrong. He just didn't. It is difficult conceptually for some people to grasp.
How is it supposed to prove the ether is what I don't understand. Like, How's this related to the ether? What's the
I'm
like?
actually not sure about that.
Like you're supposed to assume that the ether is moving through the device. Let's say you're holding the device horizontally. You're assuming 300 meters per second, which is my calculation. So the ether is flowing through us horizontally right now from west to east, or from east to west anyway, at about 300 meters per second in the northern, like halfway in the northern hemisphere. All right, so how is it supposed to affect this? I don't see how it's supposed to affect it. So the ether flows. Let's say the ether flows near the speed of light. Let's dial it down to 11. The ether flows at 99% the speed of light. But it's always balanced. Like it's rotating, so everything is mixed. The effect of the anti-ether pro-ether is completely balanced. So it's
Well, have you seen the rivers in North Carolina?
no.
What?
No.
In the flooding? Have you seen the flooding?
No.
No?
No.
Well, anyway, think of a river and trying to swim across to it. If it's flowing really fast, right, you're going to get carried downstream.
Right, but let's assume the ether is moving. You see the diagram in the side chat of the Sagnac effect? There's a Sagnac device. So
Yeah, that's the concept of the Sagnac interferometer. Yeah.
okay, so let's say it's rotating really fast, whatever. It's rotating. And let's say there's ether moving from the right to the left at 99.9% the speed of light. So, you can't ask for more ether than that.
I can ask for more ether than that. Fucking pussy.
But you can go above 100% the speed of light?
I don't believe in following the rules, Mr. Slave. So I insist on super luminous ether flow.
I see. Anyway, let's
I'm a Machian geocentrist, so super luminous speeds are required in my model of the universe around the Earth. So yeah, I'm down.
It's called the theory of the superluminiferous ether.
Super.
I
That's like the
drive
paper I
every
found.
day with
Did
the Mach
I show you
effect
that
drive.
Did I show you the paper I found when I was researching for the relativity debates with Taro? The one that was called "Very Special Relativity."
I've never seen that one. That should be a fun one.
It was fucking intense. I didn't understand it. It was way above my level, but yeah. But Mr. Slave, I have a paper that goes through all the explanations of the Sagnac effect and the correct and incorrect ways of deriving it. And it shows that the only explanations that work are the relativistic ones.
I'm just trying to understand, where is the ether supposed to show up in the difference? Like, because it's spinning, there's many reasons why the ether can never have any effect here. It's because it's always symmetric.
Ether is your hypothesis, dude. So it's between you and your god to determine that.
You have to ask Alan, but obviously you're banned from Ether Cause. So.
He's an expert in Sagnac?
No, he's not an expert in anything, but he does know the explanation from the ether side.
Okay, so because I just spoke to someone and they said that they got 190 meters per second result. And I said, wow, that's pretty close to what I'd expect. I mean, it's kind of low. But then I asked him, so why doesn't everyone know about it? He said, because Einstein kept it quiet.
I think the explanation that Sagnac would have preferred is that ether is being dragged along by the device, which means that internally really what's just happening is the device is rotating relative to a stationary ether around the device, which would give you the required effect. What you're proposing there, Mr. Slave, is not what Sagnac would have recognized as the ether. So what you're making up is, like I said, between you and your god to figure out what that would imply.
That there is a version of the Sagnac effect that is
theorized based on ether winds, and I have it. I believe it's covered in the paper. So when I get home, I'm driving. I just got my jibby jabs, so just kidding. But
So are you now being tracked by 5G Wi-Fi?
Yeah, I am.
What's a Jimmy?
Are you getting better reception? I mean, I can hear that you're getting better reception on your phone, so it's got to be working.
Yeah.
Usually you're broken up when you drive.
Wait,
general.
Wait, Sea-Line, you're like 6'5".
6'1".
Hmm.
That's how he gets such good reception because he's
He's a big antenna.
Yeah, he has an antenna. So, yeah,
Also, his antenna is probably like 6 inches long or longer than that.
6 inches long.
And by
Is that supposed to be
antenna-
impressive in Europe. Wow.
What do you mean by antenna?
I don't know.
Anyway, 1 second. So
Tell us, Sea-Lion, are you waving your antenna around to get better signal?
I prefer freedom and not going to prison. So I generally I follow the penis song in Monty Python. If you know the lyrics to that one.
Wait, Totoro, you're saying that
I
you
see.
believe?
So you're like using a device with an internal antenna. Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly. Precisely.
Anyway, I don't understand what Sanyak had in mind, but you're saying that he came up with a device that we use in intercontinental ballistic missiles or something?
In aircraft, among other things, and also in ICBMs.
What's the purpose?
To measure non-inertial rotation.
Yep.
How do you measure? Oh,
Ever heard of an inertial navigation system?
Yeah, but they don't rotate.
Well, the craft might rotate. You might want to know which way you're facing. That's kind of an important thing for a missile and an aircraft.
Right. So, but
knows where it is at all times.
Right.
Yes.
But
where it isn't.
Yeah. But the Sanyak device is stationary relative to the aircraft.
Nope. It moves with the aircraft. It's built into the aircraft. Obviously, it sits in the avionics bay.
No. It's stationary.
Definitely, yes. I can show you pictures of it.
No, it's stationary relative to the aircraft.
Well, yeah. It moves with the aircraft. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So it's so sensitive. Oh, because it's so long. How long is it? Is it like 10 kilometers?
What, the fiber?
Yeah.
Not that long.
Oh.
The reason why it's so sensitive is because when the light, it's not that it's so long, it's that when the airplane turns, the light that's traveling around both loops recombines with a slightly different frequency because of constructive or destructive interference.
Phase shift,
and the detector can tell. So even if you just turn a little bit, or the rotation of the Earth happens, it will pick that up.
So, what kind of light is it? Visible light that they're using?
Laser.
Yeah, it's using a laser. But the original interferometer preceded lasers, so I think they used sodium beam lamps. I'm not sure what the
probably something monochromatic.
No, but to get this accuracy, what type of laser? Because you can have a gamma laser or an X-ray laser, or is it visible light laser?
That would be impractical in that size device to have a laser of that type.
You know what? You might need to
kind of lasers.
You might need to ask Honeywell about that data because they don't tell you in the data sheet. They just tell you it's a ring laser gyro, and here are the inputs and outputs, how to read to and from it. They're not going to give you the construction details of the internals.
No,
I guess if you want to spend a few $1,000s, you can buy yourself one and break it apart.
No, but like if you use gamma rays or X-rays,
it's not that okay. It's either visible light or infrared, probably.
Like you'd rather have ultraviolet.
I don't know. Depends on what they want, how they want to design the thing.
But the smaller the wavelength, the more accuracy you get.
Not necessarily.
Wait, of course.
Why?
What do you mean? Like you can detect a smaller. You can detect a smaller wave shift if the wave is smaller.
Maybe, but then you get into things like biasing and crosstalk. If you have a rate that is too high, the thing has to operate on an aircraft that can be rocked around quite a bit. So it has to be able to. It has to have an operational range of being able to sense the Earth's rotation was required for initial platform alignment.
Mhm.
And then it has to be sensitive. But then it also has to be sort of coarse enough to be able to detect any kind of normal movement of an aircraft, which, by the way, 900 degrees per second is give or take about 3 rotations per second.
Wait, 900 degrees per second? That's like 3
Yes.
turns. That's like 360.
Yes.
That's like almost 3 turns. So it needs to really turn a lot. Like it's not sensitive.
No, what I mean is it has to be able to operate up to that level of precision without loss of precision, because that is conceivably what an aircraft can experience in flight.
Okay. So if the aircraft spins too fast, then the device is outside of its realm, outside of its ability.
Yes, it might lose precision, and that you do not want.
I see.
These things, by the way, are also carried on not just civilian aircraft, but also on fighters, which can spin quite fast.
Yeah, I remember. Chuck Yeager lost the F-101, was it? The Starfighter?
That's the one I've heard.
I mean, Chuck Yeager flew a bunch of stuff.
Right, but I think it was like in the simulation that I saw, it was spinning, and he couldn't bring it back.
400 degrees per second for aerobatic aircraft is not unusual.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't see how this could ever detect the flow of ether through it. I mean,
it's not supposed to detect flow.
On that.
I mean,
It's
Michael
supposed to
said.
detect rotation.
What do you mean?
All
It's
right, but there's an ether flow model of the Sagnac effect. I just
Sure.
it actually works, but there is one, and I believe
I mean,
that I have, and that's the one that the Alpha Hildegard model, which is the model that Robert Bennett subscribes to. It works, or supposed to work.
Sure. I'm not saying that there isn't a flow model. I'm just saying that the device itself was not designed to detect flow. It was supposed to detect rotation with respect to the ether.
It says in the Wikipedia, it says that it's designed to check the ether. Let me check. George Sanyak
That might have been
he set up the experiment in 1913 in an attempt to prove the existence of ether that Einstein made superfluous.
Yes, but he would have gone off of the Fresnel drag hypothesis, where there's a stationary luminiferous ether that drags with a moving body. Therefore, the rotation would be detectable on the basis of the Fresnel ether drag.
So he assumed that when the device rotates, it drags the ether with it?
Yeah, that's called the Fresnel drag hypothesis, and that's the same experimental basis for Michelson and Morley's experiment.
No.
I think he assumed that when the Earth is moving and doing stuff, it's dragging the ether along. But I think that he assumed that when the device rotates, then ether is not dragged along, so that you could detect a differential timing in light travel.
That makes sense. Yep, that makes sense.
I don't get it. So he assumed that the Earth ether is rotating.
No, it's being dragged along with the Earth, but not with the rotation.
It's being dragged along, but not with the rotation. So we would be able to see horizontal wind, horizontal vector of ether, according to.
No, you'd be able to detect rotation, not necessarily linear movement.
I don't understand. No comprendo. So
probably because ether is bullshit, but
no, I'm trying to understand the mechanics of the device. Like if the person that invented it wanted to detect the ether, what did he have in mind is the ether. Like my ether has, it behaves in a certain way that if I would want to detect it, like vertically, it's 11 kilometers a second. Horizontally, at the equator, it's like 1,000 meters per second. At the North Pole, it's 0. Like I have numbers. Like, what did he have in mind? If I don't know what he had in mind, then how can I know what he was trying to detect? Like, every experiment has to have a theory of what it's trying to detect. Is my point. I'm not following. Like, which ether theory? It does say Fresnel in this entry. Fresnel,
Well,
Fresnel.
the entire basis of there was a corpuscular theory of light developed by Newton, and the corpuscular theory was essentially based on the almost like photons or like a quantized version of light. It was Fresnel that revolutionized optics with the wave theory. But in order to do so, they presumed an ether was required, since a wave would have to propagate through a medium. And therefore, Fresnel developed, if you read the first paragraph of the Michelson and Morley experiment, it describes the theoretical basis of the Fresnel theory of the ether.
Wait, I can't find Fresnel in Sanyak's entry. How do you spell Fresnel?
Fresnel.
Fresnel.
Oh, Fresnel. All right. So there's 3 entries. There's
He's
3.
French, so obviously it's not read the way it's written.
Yeah. So you should say Fresnel.
I'm saying that one correctly, Toto?
So Einstein was
You
aware.
did. That one was correct. Just Sanyak is the one you keep.
Keep butchering.
Yep. I wanted to use a harsher word, but that's okay.
Fresnel drag. What the heck is the Fresnel drag? Jesus. What is a Fresnel drag?
I thought you were familiar with the ether theories before you proposed your own.
No, I never heard of.
That's why we.
I never
That's why we
heard.
tell you. That's why we tell you to study what came before you.
It's a campy Fresnel that dresses up in normal like clothing.
Anyway,
it dresses up as particles.
Yes.
I never heard of the ether before I came up with my ether. So I don't know any
Sure you
other
didn't.
theory.
So where'd you get the name?
I didn't.
Was it out of One Night in Vegas?
I never used the name. So in the beginning, I called it the fabric. I borrowed it from Einstein. I was calling it in the beginning. I called it the solid because I thought it's a solid, and then I switched to the fabric because I thought it's elastic. But then I switched to the fluid, and later, I switched very late. I switched to the ether because I didn't want the baggage that comes from the ether, because I knew you guys how you would react. That's why in the first paper, in the second postulate, the word ether doesn't show up, because I knew how you guys would react. Anyway, let's see. The 19th century, the theory of the luminiferous ether. Hypothetical medium. This is ether drag.
Yeah, that's the basis of Michelson and Morley was the Fresnel theory of the ether. The assumption. So ether, they were realizing as we got to the end of the 19th century that there was a dependence of electromagnetic propagation on the speed of light, or the speed of causality. And then there's a history as to how that was developed. But the issue then would be if there was an additive effect of the speed of light, the laws of electrodynamics would change as a function of speed. And that was the basis of Einstein's theory, but it was also the basis prior to that of the ether theory, because I don't exactly know how to explain it to you, but basically if there is a stationary ether that is entrained or dragged as bodies move through the ether, that would explain why there's not a variance in the speed of light relative to the body that's moving. And therefore there wouldn't be a variation in the laws of physics. If that makes sense.
I mean, I'm trying to understand. So like you would have to assume that the ether is stationary relative to the surface of the Earth. Let's say. Let's say you would say that. If you think the ether is stationary relative to the surface of the Earth, like I believe it is at the North Pole, that there's no horizontal ether flow at the North Pole. There's only vertical 11 kilometers a second. So then that would explain null result Michelson-Morley. If the ether is stationary relative to the surface of the Earth, at least horizontally. But that doesn't make any sense. I mean, why would it be? Like, there has to be a theory. What the ether is like. Why would it be? I mean, the ether has to be all over the galaxies in the interstellar space, in the what do you call it, constellation space. The ether has to be for light to flow through the ether. So suddenly when it comes to Earth, the ether hangs around my face? It's stationary relative to me? That's crazy. That doesn't make any sense. Anyway.
Hey, bro. Well, you got to learn to ether before you can ether. You know what I mean?
Look, I mean, there's so many variations, but
bro. Do you even ether, bro?
yeah, I know. Look, so like, what do you do about that? Let's say the ether is stationary relative to the surface of the Earth. What do you do with that? What's your objection then?
My objection is that I'm tired.
I'll give you the objection. The objection is there's no reason. The objection why that is irrational. I mean, it could be, yeah. It's a good explanation, yeah. But every theory needs a reason. You need a mechanical theory. The theory must be mechanical. This is the advantage of my philosophy of science. You can't just say this resolves the issue. That's not science. That's not how science is done. You can't resolve Michelson and Morley and be done. No. You have to explain why that is. Because the ether is all over the universe, literally. It fills the universe. It's the fluid in which the galaxies are floating. So suddenly when it comes to the Earth, it floats around the surface? That doesn't make any sense. To me, it doesn't make any sense. My ether, and also you still need to explain gravity. Because of gravity, ether must be flowing. That's my answer. My answer is I mean, this detector shouldn't work. I don't even know how it could have worked. I don't see even theoretical use of this.
Well, it works. I can tell you it works.
No, to detect the ether. I don't see how it could ever, even if the ether existed and flowed through this detector at the speed of light, it wouldn't detect the ether because it cancels itself out. It's symmetric. So it cannot detect the ether. It's not designed for
your
that.
ether.
No, any ether. It cannot detect any ether unless the ether spins with the device. If the ether spins with the device, yeah. But then again, that's crazy. That kind of ether makes no sense to me. It doesn't fit my ether theory. Fine. Look,
There we go.
Look, you can always explain away every experiment, just like the flat earthers. They explain away everything we throw at them. So I don't care for that time. That's not science. I don't care how you throw away everything I throw at you. You see, I don't interact with flat earthers. I'm not like you people. I never talk to them. So you have the ether theory has to be an
Too bad they're your ether boys.
no. You saw that
Could be one of them in here right now.
they excluded me
You never know.
on
You see,
hours.
Mr. Slave, you need to ponder this idea. You need some deeper insights into figuring this stuff out. Have you considered taking some devil ether to help you resolve this?
Yeah. Anyway, look.
The second recommendation would be adrenochrome, but that one's harder to get.
A drainer crone? A drainer drone? A craner drone? What?
Talk to your doctor or pharmacist whether adrenochrome is right for you.
A drainer. What's a drainer chrome?
Don't.
It's what you pour in a drain if you want it nicely chromed.
No. Look, there's a whole conspiracy rabbit hole that, trust me, you do not want to fall down.
We can't hear you,
Ah, just go up.
omnivore. Anyway, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get the Sanyak. The
Well,
Sanyak.
anyway, I can tell you for sure that the Sanyak effect works, and it works every day.
No, to detect the ether. Of course, it works the way you explained it. It moves away. Brenda explained it, and you explained it. That's not the problem. The problem is it can never detect the ether unless it's a very weird ether that spins with the device. Why don't you assume?
Or ether is bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, it could be ether that does all those things because ether can do whatever you'd like it to do.
That's true. That's a good point.
That's why.
Like if I said nothing can detect my fairies because my fairies are undetectable, but they are real. I can make them do whatever I want them to do.
That's why it's not science. Anyway,
you're so close. You don't even know it.
No, I'm saying that's why you need a philosophy of science. Once you have a philosophy of science, it rules out all these nonsensical explanations. Anyway,
Do you think that it's scientific to claim a thing is real with for no reason?
Look, whatever your theory is, it must be an explanation to an unexplained phenomenon. That's the first requirement of a valid scientific theory. So, anyway, so I don't know how this guy thought this device will ever detect the ether. This is so bizarre.
Do you think you could build a device that does?
Yeah.
Won't detect your ether. It
Yeah.
might detect his ether. Maybe you should read his paper.
Whose ether?
Sanyak.
I
The
don't
Luminary
care.
Force ether.
I don't care about Sonic. I have my ether. I want to be able to.
Okay.
I want.
So you're asking why he proposed the idea, and then you refuse to consider his explanation. That's really you're on a roll there, buddy.
No, if nobody can explain to me how this thing is supposed to detect the ether,
Like I
then
said, if you want his reasoning why he designed it and why he thinks it should work, maybe you should read his paper. He might explain that.
that's not my priority. My priority
Then why
is
even ask the question why it should work? You don't care.
I don't care enough to spend time right now to go read Sanyak's paper. I just don't care enough. Maybe he had a good. Maybe somewhere inside. I mean, off the bat, it makes no sense because it's symmetric. It goes both ways. It cancels itself out. Like you need a Michelson interferometer to detect the ether, and that probably doesn't work either because it violates the first postulate or something.
Yeah, nothing works.
No, I have something that might work.
But at the moment, there's nothing that works, right? Just at the moment.
Yeah, I mean at the moment, so the way it is, so a scientific theory must make a prediction. So so all the predictions that the ether hypothesis made were not validated. But that doesn't mean that there is no evidence. There's plenty of evidence for the ether.
I think that's what it means by definition.
No, no, no. A prediction is it's a gold standard
No,
for
the validation part. Like I
no,
agree, there's no validation, but that also means that there's no evidence. I think those are the same things.
no, no, no. So the gold standard for a scientific theory is to make a prediction and for this prediction to be validated. But
Right, and to be validated, you need evidence to validate it. So if
yes, yes,
something isn't validated, there is no evidence to validate it. Do you see
yes.
why I think that's the same thing?
Hold on, hold on. But okay, so
If I
ether.
have evidence for a thing, then I have validity to think that it's true. If I don't have evidence, then there is no validity to say that it's true.
Okay, let
You
me.
understand why I think it's the same thing?
Yes, I understand. Let me finish a sentence so you'll understand what I'm trying to say. So
You weren't talking, dude. What the hell?
Yeah, I didn't hear you talking. Were you trying to talk? Were you? What?
the way I talk is if I'm interrupted, I instantaneously stop and listen and let the other guy finish.
Yeah, well, when you pause in your speech like here, other people think that you're done talking.
Yeah, I enjoy.
Yeah, I'm confused.
I was about to say I enjoy creating the confusion. Anyway, so
Oh,
We've
thank you.
noticed that. Yeah, no shit.
I wanted
no,
a head. I don't want a headache right now.
no, it's like I'm punishing you for interrupting me. So like in my internal monologue. Anyway, look. So the gold standard of a scientific theory is to make a prediction and for that prediction to be validated. Now, a silver standard for a scientific theory is to have evidence that supports the theory without ever making a prediction. It could be that a scientific theory just never makes a prediction and therefore it's never validated through the prediction. Nevertheless, it could be validated by other means, such as evidence, but not predictions. So,
Then I have a question.
yeah.
Can you give a scientific theory in which no prediction is made and there's evidence for the theory?
So
I was waiting for the
theoretically,
bronze theory.
which one?
Well, you said gold, silver. I was waiting for bronze.
Oh, so
You're not thinking big enough, dude. Second place is a fancy word for losing.
Anyway, so you could if my ether theory doesn't ever make a prediction, but rather relies only on the current evidence, then that would be such an example. But
So
I
it sounds like
actually
you need to go back to your experimentalization shed to figure out a test for your ether theory instead of asking what Sanyak thought and then ignoring his his thinking anyway. So I think you need to go back to your experimentalization shed, bring your notepad, bring your box of crayons, and design an experiment that will work for you.
I already presented my prediction to Sea Lion. So
Which is what?
Didn't you say you didn't have a prediction?
No, I
Yeah,
said
you didn't have an
no, I said if my ether theory did not have a prediction, then it would be such a theory that only relies on existing evidence and never made a prediction.
Cool. So what is your experiment that would exclusively confirm your ether theory?
The problem is, I don't know if it will exclusively confirm. You might always be able to say, yeah, GR predicts it. But here is the prediction. So my ether is falling down right now on our heads at 11 kilometers a second. So you can take a vertical particle accelerator and accelerate particles to 11 kilometers per second going down. At 11 kilometers per second, their clocks are ticking in proper time, meaning they're ticking the fastest, meaning the particles will decay the fastest. If you accelerate the particles to just under 11 kilometers a second, they'll decay slower. But also, if you increase their velocity to just over 11 kilometers a second vertical going down, they'll decay slower relative to the ones at exactly 11 kilometers a second.
Hang on. So this is something previously you were talking about a vertical interferometer. Are you now talking about a particle accelerator?
So I also spoke about a vertical interferometer. These are two different experiments. Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think this experiment might work.
That's a GR thing anyway. That has been done with calcium atoms from the atmosphere to a detector.
No, but did they?
I think you're changing conclusions to things that are already occurred.
Wait. So did they accelerate them to 11 kilometers a second?
No, they had atoms, or they had particles moving at the speed of light, and then they had slowed them down and then measured differences between them.
No. I'm talking about exactly 11 kilometers a second. You need to accelerate particles that decay within like a millisecond or something. And as they, right, you need, right, you just need to see that the ones that you're throwing vertically downwards at 11 compared to those just a little slower, just a little faster, you see that the ones at 11, just at 11, their clocks tick the fastest. Because if you're moving faster than the ether or slower than the ether, you're getting time dilated either way.
I'm pretty sure GR has measured. You won't like it, but I think that's already been done, and GR shows that it slows down.
Okay.
It's opposite from what you're predicting.
Well, so anyway, if GR already predicted it and it's already been tested, then as I said, that's the silver standard of a scientific theory. So I'll have to keep looking for. The problem is any prediction I make, I think GR, it will always be compliant with GR because my theory sits under GR. I am the foundation of GR. So it makes sense that GR.
No, but what you said is the opposite of what GR shows. So it wouldn't be sitting under it, and GR wouldn't confirm what you're talking about. GR would say the opposite of the thing that you're saying, making your thing not true.
Wait, so does GR have anything to say about 11 kilometers a second?
Nope, not 11 kilometers a second, but the difference between speed of light and slowed down.
No.
It would decay slower at the higher speed.
No, I'm very sensitive to 11. My ether is very sensitive at the surface of the Earth to the escape velocity, to 11 kilometers a second.
Right, but the principle behind what you're saying
Yeah.
is that at whatever number speed you'd like, you're saying that it would decay faster, and then if you were to slow it down, it would decay slower. I'm fairly certain GRSR has the opposite effect when you do that.
No, of course, SR says that the faster you move relative to the observer, your clock slowed down because of Einstein's relativity.
Right. So if you're acknowledging that, then your ether theory that you just explained would be the opposite effect of relativity.
No, no, no. So everything holds except for there's going to be an extra effect around 11 kilometers a second. Everything holds. So gravitational time dilation holds, everything holds, but there's just one more effect that might you will see the signal in the data. I don't know. I didn't think through this enough. It might always cancel out because what?
So that's an understatement. I think you should sit on this for a bit.
Look, it's not so important to make a prediction. I told you it's the difference between gold and silver, and it would be nice to make a prediction, but look, as long as my ether theory, as long as there's no contradictions that we can find between my ether theory and all of physics, plus my ether theory serves as the foundation for SR and GR and QFT, it's good enough for me. I did my job. Now, if I can also make an extra prediction, that's like a cherry on top. That's like I really want to write a lot of papers to explain black holes. Like I can explain what happens inside black holes. There's plenty that I can explain before I'm gonna sit down and think through like this vertical particle accelerator experiment. I don't know. It doesn't feel as urgent because those papers that I want to write that I already thought through, and I have like a lot more to say. With this experiment, I could just give you the outline of the experiment and let other people think through it. Because remember, even Einstein, a lot of what GR predicts is not Einstein's predictions, it's GR. Einstein didn't think black holes even existed or gravitational waves. He said, no, they don't exist. They're an aberration or something. Aberration. Anyway, so my theory, if my theory predicts something, it's not important if I predict it. So anyone who believes in this theory wants, like a lot of Einstein's haters proved him right. Like the Milken effect, he hated Einstein. He was like an anti-Semite. And
No, but the difference though is that they understood what his postulates were. They understood what his theory was,
yeah,
and then they can either then test for it or test against it. But
yeah.
if no one can understand yours, no one can test against it or for it.
That goes without saying. I'm just saying those people that understand and either hate it or love it, they can prove or disprove it just like me. They don't need me. Once you understand the theory, you can prove it or disprove it. Find a way.
Right, right. But that's the point. Is that it sounds like you don't understand your theory enough to explain it to anyone to go test it. Sounds like you need to develop your theory and enough to have.
What questions do you have about my theory? What do you mean? Do you have any questions?
If a clear prediction that excludes other theories.
Yeah, I told you.
Prediction of a thing.
I told you I don't care about that. I told you there's enough of my theory that I want to sit down and write, that I understand. I
get that. I get that you don't care, but you asked me a question. What would I like? And I gave you what I would like.
I told you anyone who understands my theory can sit down and figure out a prediction. I told you Einstein, a lot of Einstein stuff is not Einstein, it's GR. That the haters and the lovers predicted. So I don't know if you have any questions about my theory. Ask.
Okay, I will ask.
Go ahead.
Part of your theory, in what way can we test that it is through your theory coming true that isn't also true for another theory?
I don't know. That's like one thing I don't know about my theory yet.
Well, there you go. If there's a
No.
theory that
No,
if there's a theory that explains a thing, and then I say, actually, my theory bleh, and it explains everything that theory explains, my theory sucks dick. Doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. No, because it does other things. It doesn't have to fill the gold standard in that respect. It could also be silver standard in that respect. It does other things with the gold standard. It's mechanical, it's explanatory, it's a grand unified field theory. It's many things. It doesn't contradict any known science. It does many things. It simplifies. It does many great things. So
Like what? Here's my next question. Like what? In what way does it unify? In what way does it explain other things while also explaining relativity?
do you know what my theory is? Have you ever heard my presentations?
This is the questionnaire part because you told me to ask questions, so I'm asking questions. Do you have answers to these questions?
Of course, I'm in this room on this server for 8.5 hours straight answering questions. Are you aware of that?
I still have questions that are not answered. Are you going to answer them, or are you going to waffle? I'm just curious.
Come on, stop being so mean. Tell me, are you aware of the fact
No,
that
I'm being very cordial. I don't care about all the red herring stuff that you're going to bring up. I genuinely don't care. You talked about a theory and you explained a bit of things, and then you said questions, and I had questions and I asked. I'm waiting for them to be answered. If you're going to red herring into something else completely, I'm not interested. And this is me being very, very nice. I could insult and yell at you, but here we are. I just want the questions answered because you said ask questions.
um I'll think about answering your question. Hold on.
I appreciate it.
What's the name of the server? This is
Globe Gangsters.
Gangsters Debate Globe Gangsters.
While you think about it, I'm going to get on Uber Eats and I'm going to figure out what I'm getting delivered tonight.
Awesome. Debate Globe or Global? Are you Global Gangsters or Globe Gangsters?
Globe.
Jeez, dude, can't you read the name of the server?
I'm joking. Debate Globe Gangs Globe Degenerates Globe Generators. Debate Globe Gangsters Discord server for 9 hours straight. So far, I'm mopping the floor with everyone's face. My floor is sparkling.
You say that, but the floor ain't clean.
I was about to add my floor is sparkling clean. Do you say sparkling clean or sparkling clear? I'll say clean.
Also, you say 9 hours, but to everybody else, the amount of information you've actually given is more like 20 minutes worth. Everybody else would do.
20? You're being
You're just
overly
so fucking slow. Watching you or listening to you is like listening to an episode of the Slow Mo Guys without the footage, being just cut up, like literally just watching the raw footage.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Slay.
Yes, sir.
Go write a fucking paper and then get back to us. You've got enough feedback now. Less talky, more righty.
Hey, that's your job. You're supposed to force me to write some papers, and I'm supposed to force you to do a PhD.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
That is true.
No, you're the reason I basically wrote my magnum opus or magnus opum. Which is
Got it
it?
right the first time.
Oopsie Dixit.
Anyway, yeah, my gravitational ether paper, which is like my magnum opus. That was for you. You said you want to read a paper. In 20 minutes I wrote that entire paper just for you.
Oh, thank you. I feel so special.
You should. Anyway,
Now, get your +1 on your Nobel Prize ceremony. But,
less talking, more writing. Oh my god.
go read. I'll send you some papers and then you can start from there, I guess.
Why would I? What papers? How to write papers?
Huh?
What do you mean? Read what?
Read some ether papers.
Why?
Get some math constructs because you need a foundation, bro. How are you gonna write this if you don't have a foundation?
What do you mean?
You need some kind of mathematical. You need some kind of mathematical formalism.
Why?
It needs some meat on the bones.
Why?
Yeah, you got bones. Got bones, no meat.
Why? Why do I need meat?
All I'm hearing is a lot of sauce.
Yeah. Why do you? That's like my definition of science never included mathematics or anything.
Well, then nobody is going to give a fuck.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right. Well, then just be prepared.
I don't have any mathematics to give the world.
Well, then you don't have any physics to give the world, my friend. We're a long way since the days of Faraday when you could do physics without math. And even Faraday, the only reason he succeeded is that he had someone to help him through writing out the mathematics from his experiments.
Okay, but
Yep.
I
That's
don't
what we call
have
Maxwell's equations,
Yeah,
not Faraday's equations.
Yeah, I just don't have anything to say mathematical about my.
All right. We're done with this topic. What else do we want to talk about?
I mean, I have the 11 kilometers.
There's a new. Apparently if anyone played the original Alien Isolation game, I just heard today that they've greenlit a follow-up to it, which is great news for me because I was a huge fan of the first game.
That sounds good. Yeah, I never actually played the first game, but I've heard it's really good. Survival horror.
It is survival horror, and normally that's not my thing. Normally I'm like, I can't, I can't figure out if I'm properly hidden or not, etc., etc. But I really liked how they did it, and they did a magnificent job of keeping to the keeping the lore straight, better than any of the follow-up movies have done. They did a DLC called Crew Expendable where they got all of the voices except for John Hurt to reprise their characters.
Nice.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm going to go. Thank you so much for hosting me.
John Hurt was
What?
Okay.
right, or was he the guy that got shots first? Slave. Go learn some math, please. See you later.
Stop.
So anyway, I had assumed they would never do another.
All right, what's this general chat? All right, I think we're done for today. Was it productive? Was today a productive day? I don't know. Sort of. A little bit. Very little bit. I don't know. I should probably avoid these presentations. They're not productive. Not very productive. I need to just sit and study just study and write papers, study and write papers. Like this was a good video. Finally, I got through the entire derivation, and it's good. It comes direct. It's not a mechanical derivation. It's a crazy derivation. This is not scientific. So the next step is to think about wait, I have to be online soon. Anyway, I'm gonna stop here. We'll see you later. Bye.